7 minutes, almost 8 minutes past the hour. We start a brand new day together. If you're listening live, hello, how are you? It's the 22nd of August. Happening quick, college football. I guess they call this week 0. I don't know. It starts this week. I know high school football for a lot of states starts this week. So we got a lot going on. We are ready to go. Before we know it, we'll be saying Merry Christmas. But, hey, we're going to enjoy it while we can as we roll on today, and we thank you for being a part of the show. We're about 1 hour away from the main show starting where Rick, Bubba, and Adler all join us. But right now, it's the Good Time Game. And over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Gentlemen.
What's happening?
Hey.
I guess do we call it to be hip? Do we say week 0?
Well, listen, I'm glad you continued on because do we have football this week or not?
Yeah,
it's week 1 then.
I know.
I mean,
I give you
I don't get it.
I know. I
Do the
agree.
games count? Yeah.
They do.
So, yeah, week 0. What is that?
It's a great question, Speedy. I don't know what the pundits and the people that
Is it
study
because
this
it's
stuff.
limited teams?
Yeah.
Everybody's not doing
And
it.
nobody's happy with the matchup. I mean, but we go, it's week 0. And then the following week, it's Labor Day weekend where we'll kick it off.
I will say this. Listen now, when you go to the college football schedule at ESPN.com, I mean, the 4 biggest letters in sports,
That's
ESPN,
right. Yep.
they have it as week 1.
Okay.
So
there we go.
I'm going with week 1.
Let's call
I'm
it week
going with
1.
ESPN.
I know they've gotten woke, and
Yeah.
it don't mean as much to us as it used to. But I'm going week 1 because they said that.
You know, this whole
Well, it's
thing
the
about
first week of football.
It
so
is.
We might as well
It
go
makes
with
sense.
1.
Yeah.
this whole thing about Jim Harbaugh with Michigan. They couldn't come to an agreement on what his punishment would be. Looks like Michigan has self-imposed a 3-game suspension for Jim Harbaugh to begin the season, and this all comes from the allegations that he violated during the COVID-19 dead period. But anyway, the university announced yesterday, while the ongoing NCAA matter continues through the NCAA process, today's announcement is our way of addressing mistakes that our department has agreed to in an attempt to further the process of, I guess, coming to some type of deal. But, you know, a lot of times they'll do some self-imposing.
Yes.
And the NCAA go, okay, that's good enough. We'll see if that's the case. Earlier, we went through the first few games. He's not missing a whole lot.
No, he's not.
He's got East Carolina, which you got to watch out for them. But then you got UNLV and Bowling Green. Those are going to be the 3 games that he misses.
Look, we're going to go ahead and put a suspension on him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to wait till the end of the year. No, no, we won't.
Yeah. He'll make his return to the sideline for their Big Ten opener September 23rd against Rutgers.
Scarlet Knights.
Yep. So anyway, we'll see. But that's the update. That's an update. Michigan has come out and said, "Hey, I'll tell you what we're going to do this is for sure. We're going to impose a 3-game ban."
Listen, they got the hype on them this year. they got to perform.
Yeah.
Everybody's
And really,
Yeah.
really need to.
Yeah. I mean, they've been right there.
They
and
have.
made the
They
playoffs. I get it, but that
Which is tough. We act like that's not a good enough deal.
I know.
I mean, a lot of times, who wouldn't take what they've done?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Maybe Alabama and Georgia.
Yeah.
true.
That's the only 2 teams out there
That would be disappointed.
in what they've done.
Yeah. So he's in the story they're talking about Michigan is trying to soften the blow from the NCAA or whatever because this was a level 1 and a level 2 violation, and so
Have we heard from the NCAA? Have they said,
No,
okay,
not
we
yet.
accept that?
no, no,
Or did they go, not so fast, my friend?
no, not yet. So we'll play that out and see how that's going. But that's on all your ESPN. You mentioned the 4 letters. That is on ESPN and the tickers right now. That they have a self-imposed 3-game suspension for old Coach Harbaugh. And speaking of that, John, his brother, I saw the Ravens playing last night, and they were playing.
That's
the
right, Monday Night Football.
Washington Commanders, and I saw maybe a series or so, and the Commanders do look better. It's preseason.
Preseason,
Talking about
Speedy.
their scrubs
And
against the other ones.
Troy Aikman even said in the broadcast, he was like, the Ravens, guys that the front defense, the front line, that all of their ones aren't playing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I mean, but it goes both ways, I guess. But at the time, I think it was like 14-10.
They may win the Super
The
Bowl,
Ravens were winning, and I saw one of the new controlling partners or whatever being interviewed for the Commanders, where they're trying this new.
Yeah.
You know, the uniforms still look the same, but they're like, hey, we've revived the entire process from the front office
We
all the way
quit
down.
harassing women.
Yeah.
That's out.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that anymore.
Right.
You said
that was
something.
the old bunch.
Yeah, we'll
Well,
see how that all plays out.
You said something that made me. I'm now wishing I would have tuned in last night. You
I
know why?
Yes, I do know why.
Wow.
Oh, Buck.
Missed that voice.
Oh.
Yeah.
He said Aikman, and I thought, well, his partner over there.
Bucky Boo.
But I did just, I mean, again, it was, I think maybe a minute and a half before halftime, and I saw Washington drive down and score, and then the Ravens turned around and scored. So anyway, NFL was on last
You
night.
fired up.
And I know you're fired up because high school in the state of Alabama, high school football starts.
Yeah, I love high school football.
And your son, Coach Burgess, coaches at Thompson High School.
Yep.
Nationally known, and they open up Friday night.
Friday night, Crampton Bowl, Montgomery.
Montgomery, home of WLWI.
That's right.
Come on with it.
Come on.
It's here,
Yeah, that's hard to believe.
and he's
isn't it?
trying to move at the same time.
Yeah, that's smart. Yeah, it's here.
It is.
I mean, wow. Again, like we said the other day, get the Christmas tree out. It'll be here for you.
I know. We sound like three old men going, "I'm out there. Time flies," but it really does.
Two old men.
Gracious.
Yeah,
I'm not jumping in with that.
you're not. Time does fly, though.
It does.
You look at you over there, Coach. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 14 minutes, leaning on 15 minutes past the hour. We ought to all just sniff going to break. It was funny.
What is
Before
the
the show
deal?
started, we were all sniffing, and it's like we were in a band. I would
Yeah.
sniff, y'all would sniff.
We had a little catchy tune going.
We did. We just needed a beat. Somebody hitting on the counter. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. This summer, take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to and optimized gel tips for an in-ear fit that is comfortable and is comfortable enough to wear all day. Plus, they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. No wonder they have over 56,000 5-star reviews. Right now, get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Looking for an easy way to banish the end of summer blues? Get HelloFresh. You won't need to stress about how you'll handle all this fall because HelloFresh has dinner taken care of. They do the meal planning and deliver pre-portioned ingredients and tasty recipes right to your home, so whipping up a homemade meal is a cinch. Try America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who Order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95. Go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Before you take off, protect your home with Simply Safe's new 24/7 Live Guard protection. If an intruder breaks in, Simply Safe monitoring agents can see, speak to, and deter, warning them that police are on the way. Right now, you can get 20% off any Simply Safe system when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big
20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we're off and running. And we thank you so much for being with us. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour. All right, so we've been sitting around first segment and just kind of catching you up to date on a few stories that are going around. But yesterday afternoon, late, Greg, you and I got a text from Coach Bullethead. And he had mentioned that he was interviewed. You know,
I tried to get ahead of something because I figured y'all would make fun.
Well,
I mean, sound all official to me.
I know. I mean, good night, all the coach talk and everything. And
We
so
got we
before
got
top
a
of the hour,
statement.
we might need to look at that article and break it down.
I will say this. I was thinking that it would be nice because I'm going to have these things come
You know
up
I
from
was
time
right
to
about
time.
the voice he was in. You know, I was right.
You were.
9.
No, I don't say that.
I hope 9 didn't come.
But
up.
I would like to at some point. I'd like to bring the assistant coach back to the bullhorn like we used to, and I'll stay out of it because I've already said what I need to say. You can read it, and Greg can
Have
do
you
the
printed
assistant
it or
coach.
anything?
No,
Okay.
I don't want to have anything to do with it. I was trying to get ahead of it because I knew.
Ooh,
Gosh,
quotes
if
from
somebody
Coach.
else sent it to you,
Yeah.
then it would even be worse. I know with you too.
Right.
Why
So.
don't we need to do an online show, Hey Coach,
yeah.
like Nick Saban
Yeah.
does.
By the way, I saw a funny comment. I don't know if this was from the
Chances to
weekend.
get better this fall.
So you that's the voice I'm in.
I don't know.
9. We start at 9.
You're talking about
to get better this fall. The ladies are here. They're on
Now
the
we
court.
have no Americans.
down
Down and back, ladies. Touch the line.
I don't know what voice we got him in.
We're getting in shape.
Did he say down and back, ladies?
Yes.
I don't know. What that
Stay
voice
hydrated.
is.
We're trying to stay hydrated.
Before
It's the hottest
looking for
summer in history.
By the way,
It's right up there with hell.
That is the hottest week of the year.
Think
by the
cold,
way.
ladies. Think cold.
Got to be hydrated.
My buddy Greg, my daddy, says think you can.
Look on his face.
None of what he's saying, by the way, is in the quotes.
Let me ask you this. So did you just get a phone call and they go, hey, we want to ask you a few questions. And you were like, wait,
No, I
a minute.
walked
You
in
said,
the
let me
office.
get my official voice on.
No. Greg, I have never said.
So I guess I'm going to have to print it.
I've never said, hey, hold on a minute. Let me get my official voice
Hang
on.
on. Let me crank it up.
I was not in an official voice.
9.
Oh,
you
you
have
did-
9.
I was pretty
young
tired. I
ladies.
really didn't even know.
All right, I'm going to print. I'm going to get
Here
it.
we go.
Oh, you need a statement? Okay.
The Saban yesterday was asking. I guess it was yesterday or day before. I don't know. It popped up on my feed. You never know. Like we had a story yesterday. Bubba popped up on his feeds 3 years ago. So
we got to start a segment. It's, instead of Paul or Gene, it's Helms or Saban.
There you go. I like it.
And then put out quotes.
Quotes.
You have to guess which coach said it.
and then the other. I
If
think
you're not going to use your head,
I'm going to the printer. I'll be right back.
where's he going?
it's in the printer, Greg.
What about that face he makes when he does it?
We could do another segment called "Popped Up on My Feed," and it doesn't matter when it happened. Because Bubba's story yesterday that he said it's popped up on my feed.
I got
so like
you.
I've got the Saban
Even though it's
thing. I don't
10
know
years-
if I don't know if the Saban thing's this year or not. It was
But
talking
it-
about his quarterbacks
did
and
it
it was
pop up
funny.
on your
But
feed?
it popped up on my feed.
Yeah.
I like this. Why don't we do a new segment?
Yeah, that one we watched yesterday, the video actually looked different. It was so old.
It wasn't even in HD.
No, it wasn't. So
Oh, my goodness,
Popped
here
up
we
on my
go.
feed.
I've got it. It
Do you
didn't print
like-
correctly.
Do you like my new segment idea
What's
called
that?
"Popped Up on My Feed"? And we talk about something that
Oh,
popped
that's
up on our
good.
feed, and it doesn't matter if it's old or not.
no,
No.
it doesn't matter.
We just have fun with it.
I just don't know why it didn't print right. I'm
Well,
mad
that's
about
the, I just think that's a sign that we probably don't need to do anything with it. That's what I think.
What publication was that?
This was the.
No, it's just Jacksonville State's.
This is Jack State Sports.
Now, you can. So this is gonna be your voice that you stay with.
Well, I won't. I dadgummit, it didn't print right. It cut the article.
Well, I
off.
think
They're
that's
not used to
just,
people printing stuff off. There.
Remember when that cut? You're right. You remember that?
Greg,
That
play nice.
that publication. It. I guess the
Let's
print
see,
version or
you
what
got
was
a
it?
print feature?
You and the story on you and Lisa. Y'all were high school.
yeah, and
but
we said
you
we were
met
high.
when you were high.
Yeah.
And cut it off.
I do remember
I'm
that.
like, wow. So Greg got high.
Got high. We met Lee soon. He was high.
I'll be right back. One more time.
You do? He's still trying.
While you're gone, we're gonna do "Popped Up on My Feed." No, Saban had a wonderful response on asking about
He
the
still he hadn't
the,
named his quarterback.
No, that's what it was too. They were asking questions about the quarterback, and his answer was precious. He's like, saw all of them throw passes they shouldn't have. Saw all of them complete some passes. Saw all of them do it. It was just funny the way he was.
Listen, the
was
more they
perfect,
press
Saban.
him, the more he's going
I know.
to kick back. He's not going. He's going to wait until.
And I don't know anything about the quarterback race.
I'm not
at-
even
at
sure
Alabama.
who it is.
I don't either.
Milrow.
Ask Coach.
We talked to Coach.
Would y'all stop?
I'm done.
Y'all
Did they knock
stop.
on your door in the office and
Or
go,
just
Coach, you
stop.
got a second? Was it like
That was it. Was more like I was in the office
yeah.
for something else, and it turned into that.
Greg,
Coach,
I was
you got a
trying to
minute?
help you to where you didn't have to pull it up on your laptop, but I've tried 3 times to print it, and it cuts the article
Well,
off
you
every
got
time.
you do have a picture of somebody playing tennis, though.
Yeah,
Who
yeah.
is that?
And just
Who's
a few
on the?
lines.
Who is that?
I
Is it
don't know.
Seema? Yeah,
Who?
Sharpo.
Seraphima
Sarah who?
Shastova, by the way.
Who?
You got anybody on there
Seraphim.
named like Smith or Turner?
Right.
No,
Carol Smith.
you know I should.
hey.
I'll tell you a funny segment we could do at some point too. Is put the roster in front of you and you guys try to pronounce the names.
Yes.
That would be a
Coach
good one.
Guess
can.
where they're from.
Coach can.
Yeah.
So there's an article that I have
Still
walked to the
struggling
printer
with you.
3 times
yeah.
to try to. Oh,
Well, you
look at here.
tried, and the whole time you're doing it, you were narrating in that voice. So
Right.
That was good.
But we'll have to look at that. But it's an article about the upcoming season and the fall slate, and Coach Helms is being interviewed in it. And
Quoted.
Quoted. That's
Quoted.
right.
Well,
I
they
like our
needed
fall
quotes.
schedule.
They needed quotes.
Getting them ready.
It's tough, but I like it.
I like you fist bumped at the end.
I know. Well, I mean, I'm picturing you too.
He said I'm not answering any questions about UAB.
That's right.
That's in the past.
That's not what I said.
Something like that.
That reminds me of something.
You still got that phone.
I do, by the way.
Do you really?
Yeah, and listen,
You're breaking all
phone
kinds
back.
of rules.
Listen, I have emailed them again yesterday.
Evidently
What's
they
today?
don't
Why
want
don't you walk in
Sunday.
a place?
Where am I supposed to walk
Go
into?
out with
Wherever you
buildings
got
and
it
leave it.
from.
Huh?
Just go in the building and leave it.
That's not the thing.
Here's
is,
your phone
guys.
back.
I can't.
I'm cocky now.
I have tried
Fear
to
the
get
big-
rid. Can't get.
Here's your phone back, you fire breathers.
Greg, you can't whisper. Okay, I heard it right here in this ear. Yes. That I have to get my number transferred, and I can't just transfer it over to another carrier.
Just like that.
So I can't just go in and go, here's the phone back.
Well, good. We'll transfer it.
I've tried. I got to have information from them before I do, and I've asked for
You're
that.
going to
Go
have
with
to
the
go
new
to
number.
UAB instead of running to Jack State every day.
No, I'm not. I'm not doing
You gonna
that.
get a new
I didn't
number?
have to. I didn't have to run over there to get it in the first place when they transferred it to the other carrier.
Yeah, that's fine.
They've got a system. They've got to get in and do something.
What if
And-
they made you do a press conference every week? You
Okay.
had to get up there with the JSU behind you. Maybe they will.
I've just got a few statements, and then we'll open up for questions.
Open up for questions. I'm not talking about playing time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doing it. That stays inside the fence.
Inside the fence. That's behind the windscreen. That caused the fence to blow down.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Still down, by the way.
Yeah, you're gonna have to pull the article up. I can't print it. I'm mad at.
You tried.
I'm mad at their website. What, do you not have printer-friendly versions?
Yeah, a lot of places.
Come on, Coach, get on that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, Don't get enough exercise or you eat too much fast food? Take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance, 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Do what? Did you see somebody? Okay.
I'm just yelling out. I'm just trying to get the day started.
So we
Hey, Coach.
Hey, Coach. 866 We Be Big. Questions for Coach. We're going to open those up.
If you want to know who his starters are, I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
What do you call them starters? Well, they're all starters, right?
I'm not talking.
I don't know how that works.
Yeah. I don't either.
I'm gonna learn though.
I have a quick
time
question.
out. Did you hear what he just said?
Yeah,
He said he's going to learn,
and he's not. But we're going to learn.
I'm
going
gonna
to
start with how you keep score.
Yeah. You don't know that?
I'll tell you, that is one of the rules. If I was in charge of tennis, and that would be one of the rules it's the only sport you can't substitute. Like if I saw somebody out there not getting after it or having a bad day, or maybe I'd say, hey, you're out. You start playing, and and maybe you get one through the whole match. Like,
do you punish them
just one player
by instead of putting them on the first court, they're like on the fourth?
No.
What's that mean?
I don't know. I just made it up. Did it sound good?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. That wouldn't. We couldn't shift which court they're on. But I would like to be able to substitute.
Why you have to love people?
Huh, Greg?
I hear them saying
30 live.
That'd be the scoring.
I heard them.
You know that.
You know what love means.
It means
love.
10.
Tell you what I got to do is get me a parking decal. I don't want to get
got a parking
You have
decal?
got so many
I've
issues.
got to do. I've signed it up, Greg. It's the first. It's just now. No, that's not.
I think
how
I
it
got a
works.
parking decal.
Yeah, you would think they'd hand that to you.
I'm a little caught off guard which one I need. I don't know which one I need.
Once you use the UAB's phone and call and find out.
UAB
Their phone. Call JSU on UAB's phone.
Right. Or
That's
try
on
to
them.
use the UAB parking decal.
At this point, it's on them. I have done all I can do.
Buddy.
All I'm going to do is continue to send email to the guy that always responds to these things.
I bet your parking situation is a lot better than it was.
No
over here.
doubt. And I don't think I'd probably ever get a ticket. I'm just trying to do the rules.
Park at the Star Mart and just walk.
Yeah, that's it.
Even though it's not Star Mart anymore, I'll always call it that.
What is it? Grub Mart?
Yeah, it got is it?
I don't know.
I don't think it is.
Probably not.
Mapco. No, I don't know what it is. It got blown down by the tornado.
Yeah,
and they built it back.
They built it up pretty quick though.
Nice, really nice.
I'm
I
so
think
confused.
It's the same thing. It's just new.
I'm
but
so
but it used to say Star Mart across.
Okay.
I'm so confused by the
Chevron?
tornado.
No.
The way
Yeah,
the
sure.
areas that were hit.
Oh,
like,
it's yeah.
I'm like, how'd you hear? How were you here and here?
Oh,
kind
and
of
it
thing.
looks so
Well,
different. than it
it's
used
just
to
it's
look.
so strange, but that whole deal because Tyler's apartments across his apartment when he lived there was across the street from that
Right there at the
convenience
Coliseum.
store and right there at the baseball facility, and he was in town for an MRI or a doctor follow up, and had called Coach Case and said, "Hey, I've got a late afternoon doctor's appointment. Can I just stay and come back?" In the morning and be back in time for practice. And Coach was like, yeah, that's fine.
Well,
No
that worked
worries.
out.
And that was the night the tornado came through, or he would have been at home.
Man, he'd have been right in the middle of it.
Yes, he would have. That was crazy. I have a question real quick, and then we'll get back to Coach Talk. So I'm heading up to Huntsville today. My mom has a doctor's appointment, and my dad called me yesterday. He said, "Hey, son." I said, "No."
Well, now everybody talks.
Yeah. He said, "Hey, I'm hearing reports from local news that 65 is going to be shut down because of repaving until Thursday." And he gave me the exit number.
I mean, they're
all
not-
right, and this is extremely local, but it's right there at the Tennessee River.
Yeah, I know that big bridge.
Yeah, and I think it's just south of that. But what he was confused on is is everything knocked down to one lane? Or are they detouring people around or whatever? He was trying to give me a heads up, which I appreciate, because sometimes I like to just go on 65 to 565, go through Madison and bypass some of the 2-lane roads.
Sure.
So you all right, Coach?
Goodness.
But
Yeah, choked on the
I
tennis
just need to know, do I need to get off earlier than that, and 328 or whatever, and just kind of go through South Huntsville there? I can do that, but I just don't know, and the maps really won't tell you much. Like, there's not really a red line or anything. So I'm like, this audience is really amazing. So Speedy at rickandbubba.com if you have information, if you're traveling that or you have an idea, let me know.
Shut the whole thing down.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
And I told him that. I was like, doesn't sound like they would shut the whole thing down. Maybe they would divert the traffic over.
It would also be slow go.
Well, I'm gonna say you shut one lane down, it's still gonna be bad news.
But he said, now look, I don't know. That's just what I heard. So hopefully y'all can help me
Ain't
out.
nothing
That's
worse
today.
Than that. There's
I
nothing
know.
worse than stuck on the interstate in a
I'm
big
telling
mob.
you. Yeah, that's tough.
Do y'all do y'all know your car tag?
No.
No.
Okay, that makes me feel better.
I need to.
Because I was sitting here thinking I'm gonna have to walk outside to look
I don't
at my
know
car
one
tag
letter
number.
on it.
You don't know one letter. DA? What?
I think there's a 1. I know there's a 1 on mine.
Do they still do the counties? Because I think I'm 11.
I don't know if they do or not.
Well, if
I
you
do
still
see.
have an old tag, like it might have for my
11.
county had like 58, and for yours be 11 or something. But
Mobile's
I think
5,
the newer
I
one,
think.
Huh?
Gadsden's 31. I used to remember those when I was a kid.
Remember,
got a
you
personal
remember
one.
Tag, our intern? He could name all of them quick.
That's for my
Greg, what's it say?
badass.
Greg Burgess. What is wrong with you?
Your tag.
Good night.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know.
I'm
he
sorry.
was going.
Badass won. Yeah,
Greg,
there was already
Greg.
There was already one, and he had to add another. That's some way.
Good night.
Your brother's here, and now maybe
Yeah,
you'll,
not a
now
problem.
maybe you'll behave.
There's nothing wrong with
Your
that.
brother, also known as your boss, is here.
I hadn't done anything.
Two cusses today.
I did not.
I thought Oliver Anthony was in the room.
That is not. Yeah, that's a good one. By the way. That is a good one.
Hey, you can leave and go get that.
I thought Jelly Roll.
You can leave if you want to and go get that phone switched out. Because that was a good
that was
one.
funny.
That was great.
No, that's a one word. It's just like asphalt's not a bad word.
Greg.
It's not.
Buddy.
Is asphalt a bad word?
The way you compare those
Is
two
it?
is unbelievable to me.
Is it? Is asphalt a bad word?
I can only imagine
think
what
it
you
was.
looked like when you were getting in
Incorrect.
trouble in high school and
Nobody's
your
answering
attempt
the
at
question.
college when Rick would say you would just deny ever being
My
in places.
attempt at college, that
Well,
didn't last
I'm
long.
using your words.
Oh, you're right. That's actually being generous.
And
Wasn't much of an attempt.
You would always be like, "What was I there? Did you see me?"
He's exaggerating.
Is this the same voice you would get
Don't
into?
listen to him.
All right, so boy, the questions coming in for Coach are unbelievable.
Oh, I bet there's some good ones.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Fire them up.
Let's see.
By the way, I do have a lot of QFTAs if y'all would like to jump into some of that.
Yeah, I
Never
would.
been
And
one or two.
apparently Greg just won't pull up the article because I was going to see.
How
if
do you
the
pull it
assistant
up?
coach-
I got it on my phone.
All right, so it is down.
QFTA.
To,
Have any
so-
of y'all? I know the answer to Speedy because Speedy talked about doing this one time and didn't. But Greg, have you ever owned a camper?
Have not and have no desire.
Wow, so
to.
your nose is running so bad that you can't function.
You
without
talking about-
What are you talking
wiping
about?
your nose or something?
Well, when your nose is running, you normally wipe it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what I do.
You want him to drip snot over there?
If you're going to go to Huntsville, get off on 328 and come south through Huntsville. I said, I'll go down one lane and.
He's got it figured out.
All right, thank
So-
you.
What was the? Go ahead. You were going.
So
say
you're
something.
asking if we ever had a camper?
Camper.
No,
Yeah.
I have not ever owned a camper.
Um.
And at this point, have no desire.
Yeah,
to.
I don't either.
Now that may change.
I remember Speedy had a run because they were travel ball and all this, and he was thinking
Oh,
about
that
maybe
was
going that route and doing something, which I know a lot of people that do that.
He priced a few of them, said he was out.
That's,
He
you
said,
know,
y'all got any of them pop-ups?
What
something else.
different angle here. What was the first video game you ever played?
Time out. Let me think.
Hey, what?
Now, do you mean like in the arcade? Or
I'm talking
does that
about
matter?
any video game at all, and I can
Hey,
tell
what
you
was the
one.
it would go the. Hey,
That's
hang
Pong.
on. Yes.
That's
Yeah.
the first one I played.
I
in.
think that's it.
Absolutely.
I think that's it
That's
for
it.
me.
Yeah. Now, the first video game in an arcade was probably, pinball machines first. After that was probably Space Invaders, maybe.
Okay.
That was big at the skating rink.
Did y'all ever? I was a little.
Pong is definitely the answer on the other.
I was young, a little younger than y'all. So when Nintendo and Sega were two things that came out,
Yeah, we were.
that y'all
Nintendo.
were a little. So you did
I had
experience the
original
Nintendo.
Nintendo,
Okay.
and I had a Super Nintendo.
Favorite Nintendo game when you were playing?
Tecmo Bowl.
It was a good one. I liked it. I liked Double Dribble. I liked Mike Tyson Punch Out.
Punch Out was a good
I liked.
one. And you look at the graphics
I liked
now.
Zelda. I played Zelda.
I
a
did
ton.
too. I got off. Now let me say this: I was a grown man,
Okay.
and Taylor had one. He was really too. Rick gave it to us. He got us in a giveaway.
Yeah.
He was really too young for it. He couldn't do it, so I got to play it. He
Yeah.
would watch, but yeah, I got off in Zelda. But I was probably
Punch Out would be good for me.
Punch Out was a good one. Like I say, Tecmo Bowl, I liked it. And I was old. All these came out when I was probably early 20s, maybe.
What TV show are you currently watching that you would like to live in?
Well,
Yeah, this is
Gunsmoke.
What's the deal with you and
Sweet
Gunsmoke?
Magnolias.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like to
I
hang
told
out
you
with.
that text I sent you the other
Yeah,
day.
you're all over
I like
that.
to hang out with Matt Dillon and Kitty.
Picture you, their bald friend, right there in the middle of it.
See, I don't even know what
I'm
you're talking
picturing him
about
in
when
black
you
and
say
white.
that.
I'm sitting here in black and white, just like they are.
You know, it just looks so cool to ride into town
Yeah.
on a horse and stuff.
That
But
is
my
good.
gosh, if you
No,
get
let me
hey,
back up. Let me back up.
I-
Let
if
me
you-
start on Yellowstone.
yeah,
Come on.
yeah, it's
Well,
tough,
I
though.
know this is overdone too, and y'all make fun, but I mean, Andy Griffith is. I'd love to.
Oh,
live.
yeah.
Oh,
Mayberry.
yeah.
I mean,
that's good.
I'd
stuff.
like to get a drink with Otis.
There you go.
Waiting on that one.
If I could be just walking down the street and see Ernest T. Bass sling a rock into a window, my day's made.
And then come up with one of them rhymes. ain't talking, more you talking, more I'm mocking.
So glad you had one.
I get a kick out of Ernest T.
Get a haircut from Floyd.
Yes,
yeah.
Floyd's a good one. I like the Darlings, the band.
Yes.
He'll
Yeah.
go, well, the boys are kind of excited today, and it'll pan over on there all night, sitting there looking.
I got a good one that I know Greg wants to live in, but I'm not going to say it. I'm going to go to break.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am.
Keep on.
Well, you've had 2 cusses this hour. So.
I have not, no.
They don't count in his world.
That is not a cuss word.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To your left, our new exhibit, Monarchs of Springfield. And right here, we have our empty tour guide stand.
The last time Bryn hired someone is ancient history.
Sir, excuse me, that's not part of the exhibit.
They need tour guides who know the museum ropes.
Hey, kid, you like wearing khakis? I got a job for you.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Thinning hair is normal, but it doesn't have to be your fate.
Once I started taking Nutrafol, I could visibly see my hair get thicker.
Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep, so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles, from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit, too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode, so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without them, brother.
We got 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Greg and Helmsy have their own show going on as we come back, and Greg's just talking without his headphones on, but he's telling Helmsy about traffic.
You're just jealous.
And I do want to let Helmsy know that you can talk to me about driving back and forth.
Well, you're
too.
caught up in this Huntsville
all
trip,
the
trying to
stuff
figure
out.
that out,
no,
and I
I'm
didn't
fine.
want
It's
to
every
bother
day.
you. I didn't want to bother you.
Every day. You
That's
look
all.
right through me. That's okay. That's okay. I've been over there too.
I know all the tricks.
You do. I'll give you that. I mean, by the minute too.
Yeah.
You know exactly where you are.
You too.
Thank y'all for all the updates on 65 North between Coleman and Huntsville. I know there's interstate issues. They're doing some work on it, and I have been
got it worked
slammed with information. Yes,
More than you
but
need.
what I'm worried about is exit 328 is so close to the work that's going on. Does it back up before that exit?
Oh yeah, I bet it does.
But sometimes
better
I'll
get
go.
off in
Sometimes
Decatur.
I'll go that way. Huh?
You're going to get off in Decatur and go Sneed's Crossroads.
Something else. All right, so we're just all over the place today. We're having a good time though. We have talked about Coach Bullethead and an article that he was in. Greg refuses to bring it up on the laptop, so we won't do assistant coach today. But we will look at that this week for sure. We have got updates today during the main show of President Biden finally getting over to Hawaii.
Told a good story.
And, yeah, boy, let me tell you something.
What an
know.
idiot.
I don't know who's in charge. I really don't. You have all the rumors and who's really in charge and stuff, but nobody can control him.
No.
We can't. We do know that.
Once he
Nobody
starts
can
talking.
control them. He's just all over the place. He gets off into storytelling. Some aren't even true. There's some video out from those that were lining the streets when his presidential, was it
Motorcade.
motorcade? Thank you. Came through, and we can't play it because of all the language.
So they weren't
really?
They didn't welcome him.
They're not real happy with him. Took him forever to even mention it, and then it's been a minute since he's.
So you had to turn the volume down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Can't show it really either because it's a universal sign.
I heard the clip on the way in of him talking about how his house almost caught on fire one time.
Why would you even do that?
It was ridiculous.
And then there's this other
Talk
very
about time
awkward
and
moment
place.
where one of the politicians there tries to tell him, "Hey, there's some water right there. Go get some water." Whatever, and he doesn't listen to him. It's just very awkward. So we got all that during the main show today. It's just so weird. Three. All right, so anyway, we have got National Tooth Fairy Day. I was scared of the Tooth
What?
Fairy. There it is.
Yeah.
Still to this day, you're scared of it?
No, I
didn't
was.
like
I said
that.
I was, Coach.
I like the money.
Yeah.
But I didn't like the thoughts of a tooth fairy.
I
And I didn't
didn't.
like the thoughts of a giant rabbit.
Yeah. I've always wondered who my dad called, and I think it was I think I know who it was, one of his friends, when I demanded that he call the Tooth Fairy and tell the Tooth Fairy not to come.
Oh, so you were to that point.
Yeah, and I now
Speedy
being a
scared.
parent, I know what he was dealing with.
Yeah.
And he picked up the phone. Now please picture no cell phones back in that day.
So you were terrified.
It
of the
was
tooth-
it was one of those phones that had a cord so long you could go from
that was the one usually in the kitchen.
Yeah, and you could just pull it around when you were trying to like have a
Walk
secret
around the corner.
conversation and go around the corner. And he picked up the phone and called somebody and said, hello, Tooth Fairy, do not come to our house. Just something about a Tooth Fairy
Calvin's
coming
scared
in
of
while
him.
I'm sleeping and lifting my pillow.
No matter how much money, it didn't matter.
It didn't matter.
Listen, little
Didn't-
Calvin,
didn't
little
want him.
Calvin scared.
Picture Opie as a young kid.
Yes.
There I am.
A couple things.
Hey, Paul.
One, Maddie she's got a loose tooth. She asked me the other day, she said she took her finger stick. She said, "Do you think it's ready yet?" And I said, "No, it's not ready. You need to wiggle that a little more before we start pulling that out." But the other thing that you brought up was the way we would go talk on the telephone. I can't imagine my kids doing that today.
Oh yeah,
cannot. And when we explain that to them and tell Caroline and Braden, hey, the way you would have a conversation is, yes, and if you were lucky, you had the long cord that you could stretch to your rooms or whatever, or another room. But we just sat there and talked to our girlfriends and our friends right there in front of everybody.
There. Right. We had, there was a phone in my mom and dad's room. Then we eventually got one, and then that one in the kitchen.
The one in the kitchen, the cord was so long, and then it would get pulled so far that it would lose.
It would start getting a short end.
Yeah, and so when you hung it on the wall, it would just lay on the floor and like a snake.
And
it
the
would
first
be so long.
Cordless ones were not good.
They weren't,
and they didn't pick up.
They
good.
did.
But the fact that you could step in a different room was a game changer.
Yeah,
when I could go in my room, shut the door, and be on the phone. Look out.
Yeah. Watch out. Watch out. And let's also talk about the fact there was no caller ID back then.
No.
So when the phone rang, you just answered it, and
you didn't know who it was.
You couldn't screen anybody.
No, it was Bip City.
No.
You just had to deal with it.
You did.
My dad would get mad at me when I was a kid. Every time I pick up the phone, they asked to speak to him. Who is it? I don't know.
Right.
Like I was supposed to say he wasn't there. And there was this one guy that was a weirdo.
Now you know.
He got there. Yeah, and he actually taught us, if it's him, you tell him I ain't here, and we would go through that.
I think everybody had a few of those.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think I did it to my parents a couple times. Hey.
Right. And then you would pull pull the cord so far around the corner it would knock stuff off that it was on the table or something.
And then you get yelled at.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
So you experienced early bippage. And that was people calling for your dad, and they were bips to him.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to talk to him.
And this guy wasn't one of his friends. It was something. Back then you had a phone book, and people would call you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, coach.
Another amazing thing that we did, we just had our numbers out there for everybody to know who it was.
Yeah, you would look things up.
Yeah.
In a big book called the phone book.
Yeah. I think Mac still uses a phone book, by the way. Seriously, I'm not exaggerating.
Did they still put them out?
I think so, yeah.
They may do.
Yeah.
They're on their last leg, I imagine.
Cracks me up, see him and they're thumbing through
I
it.
can remember.
Like,
I can remember finding people's numbers.
Yeah.
Hey, let me call so and so. And then you had to match it. Say, well, I know he lives on that address, so that must be him.
Yeah,
it's got to be.
But then, my first name's William, so when I got to be an adult and have my own, it said William Burgess. Nobody knew him. They'd call Dad. And he'd be mad.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for tuning into the Kickoff Hour. The main show starts next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And, man, I had that thing last night where all of a sudden, I came home and she was doing something, so I came home from practice and went downstairs, and I missed the text because if I'd seen the text, I would have in a panic sprinted to the bedroom. It said, really tired, going to bed. And I knew because of us coming back from Italy and all that the bed, and both of us have been running all day, that the bed was in the condition it was when we left that morning.
Right.
I would have sprinted in there to make sure that I could have got the covers like I liked it.
That you could make the bed, turn it back, and get in.
And she had been in there 20 full minutes before I saw the text.
Oh.
And by the time I got in there, there was that beautiful suite, and she had put her little group of cover together and was sleeping perfectly. But there's nothing left for me. And now you're like, well, if I go in there and start trying to pull this and fix it and all that, I'm gonna wake up the queen, and then you're gonna be the person who's in trouble. You ever had to? You woke me up. I was sound asleep. It's actually become uncommon. I said that backwards. All right, there's nothing common about common sense any longer. We have. I know that Eddie Van Adler. We never got to his week last week, and he keeps showing us his ankle. I'm like to Greg talking about it. This I don't know what it is with people who want to show you their injuries or their scars.
Look at this.
So we have an update from the weekend.
My eyes.
Yeah.
Y'all were kind enough to let me run home because my wife sends me a text and is like, our dog is there's something wrong with her dog. So on Wednesday, it actually started the week before we get off. Franklin, the weird dog, who's by nature should not be.
Now,
what do you mean by that?
Explain that to those who don't know the history.
Yeah, tell them how you got Franklin.
Of Franklin,
because a lot of people are just joining the show.
They know Kevin, your other dog. They don't. Some are new to Franklin.
Franklin is a Basset Hound, German Shepherd. So a Basset Hound is real short and long, and a German Shepherd. Yeah, everybody knows what a German Shepherd is.
But you inherited him when you got married to your lovely wife.
Stepson. That's my stepson. Yes, and he treats me as such. You're not my real dad. That kind of stuff.
Right.
So he's very long. He's very low. And boy, is
Something
he
had to
long.
give.
And something gave out. On Wednesday, my wife was like, something's up. And he was kind of like, he was walking weird, and he was real hunched up, real like a snail almost, looked like a snail walking around. And like his front feet and his back feet were way too close to each other as he looked like a caterpillar is what he looked like as he's walking around. And I'm like, I did not want to go to the vet, obviously. Did not want to do that. So I'm like, I'm sure this caterpillar dog is fine.
That's good. Did you try to somehow think that was okay?
So we get through Wednesday, and maybe that was even Thursday when it occurred. Anyways, I got through a day. I'm like, it's just a muscle spasm. I can see his back was like twitching a little bit, like on a spot. I was like, oh, hopefully that's just like a pulled muscle, whatever.
It's like Daddy.
By Friday morning, just like Daddy's got a bad back. And so by Friday morning, my wife sends me a text during the show, and she's like, dude, our dog is not okay.
Does your wife call you dude?
When his hair's in a bun.
Yeah, there you go.
Lovey-dovey talk. What?
So
Quinoa.
Yeah. So she's like, something's wrong with her dog. And so I was like, okay, well, I got to go. So I take him to our normal vet, and they check him out, and they're like, he's got to go to the emergency vet. Like, this is bad. This is very bad.
The only thing more expensive than the vet is the emergency vet.
And Franklin was getting progressively worse, like by the hour at this point. Like his back legs, he was starting to drag them, like not really walking correctly, starting to drag them. So Friday after the show, I get to the emergency vet because I was able to run back here while he was at vet number 1. I take him to vet number 2. And after the show, I find out that Franklin needs to have emergency spinal surgery. What?
Oh, my gosh.
Franklin, my dog, had to have emergency spinal surgery that day. That day. The doctor said to my wife and I, as we're sitting in the room, he was like, well, he can still walk, so that's good. Meaning, like, he's on his way to paralysis, forever paralysis, like not like temporary paralysis. Like a,
You're about to have a dog on a cart. If you don't do something, there's wheels coming.
Ben purred dead ahead.
And his future looks good because he can still walk, so we should do this surgery right now. He blew out a disc or a couple discs in his spine, so that pushed against his spinal cord, and he would have been paralyzed for the rest of his life. So I'm walking out, and they're like, would you like to put down you need to put down a deposit? And I'm like, okay, all right. And I'll just put up a number for the deposit.
You thought a few $100.
Oh, so this is not $100.
The number you had are not for hundreds?
This is not for hundreds. This is for thousands.
Oh my gosh.
That's the down payment.
Oh, boy. Wow.
So,
and unfortunately, because I immediately go into strategy here, unfortunately, your wife heard the whole diagnosis. You didn't get it, and then to come back and say something like Franklin's not going to make it.
Right.
She heard the whole presentation.
She was there for the whole thing.
So there's nothing you can do now.
Yeah. So that's a $4,000 dog now.
Oh, my God. Hey.
Franklin, the world's $4,000 dog.
Oh, my gosh.
But
she...
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour beginning now. Starts with our national anthem.
It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. Hey! Somebody say. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go. Speedy, Greg, and Helms gave you a kickoff hour. That's behind us and available. If you don't get that every day live, you can get it on our archives, either by watching our YouTube channel or by checking our daily podcast archives. That's totally up to you. Adler handles the YouTube experience, and he is settled in. For those of you that are watching it live and or archived, you can subscribe at rickandbubba.com to our YouTube channel, and you get an alert every time something new is there, and it is loaded with all sorts of content, both live and archives. So we have much to unpack again today, but we're missing the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess, friends, neighbors, and associates?
Still here. There ain't much left to see. No, everybody. Well, I'm still holding on. Ain't much left of me. There it is. Blackberry Smoke.
That's a good one.
Not to be confused with Blackstone Cherry.
No. And wow, it's all very close.
Yeah, so there.
Better write that down.
You know, I was enjoying part of our getting ready to start the hour, and you know, we've turned. I realize what, and it's fine. I'm enjoying it. I'm embracing it. We are slowly, if not already there, turning into the crotchety old men.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I got that, and some of that we say, you know, and of course, what do crotchety old men always do? They always say that the way things are going now, everybody's soft, and nobody can do what they did when it was their turn.
Right. Everybody's soft compared to the way
soft.
we were brought
Everybody's
up.
soft. Y'all don't know. And but anyway, one of the things that has changed, and we talk about a lot on the program, you know, the new touchy-feely, and how it wasn't that way when we were growing up. And some of that probably was not good. It was good that it adjusts, but as human beings have never been able to do, they just can't do it throughout time. We can't get that pendulum to swing right there in the middle. We always swing it too far one way or too far the other way. But do you remember, and think about the modern-day things that people get mad about now. I'm talking about the modern-day things.
Yeah.
Your run-through sign is too mean. You know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
When we were in school, and no one got in trouble for it. No principal was mad. Nobody wrote an apology. If a team was hammering you, all of a sudden, as your fans begin to get up and leave, the entire opposing team.
Oh yeah.
The band would even kick in the drum part so we could all do it together. All the fans that were beating you would say, and they tell you goodbye, hit the road. Hey, y'all enjoy it. Yeah. I mean, that was standard.
Yeah.
And nobody, you know what you did? If you didn't want the team to sing that to you, you won.
That's right.
And nobody pouted. Nobody said.
That was part of it.
Nobody said, hey, that's mean. That's not good sportsmanship. If you started getting up and leaving because your team was out of it, the other team would sing goodbye to you.
Oh, for 3 or 4 years, you're playing high school basketball. You're in those gymnasiums, and you heard that every night, one way or another.
Absolutely. And nobody complained about it. It was part of it. I can remember that great, great feeling, seriously, wonderful feeling of being a player on the field. And you're dirty and you're sweating and you're bleeding, and all of a sudden you hear your crowd to the other crowd, and you hear it crank up, and you're out there and the sweat's on you, and it's raining. Now look, take your helmet off because you're on the sideline now. You know what I mean? And you go,
And you look, and the whole band is going. And you know what the other crowd did?
They just walked out. And you knew, hey, if I got to win, and I get to.
Yeah. How about this? If I ever want to sing that to you, guess what? I'll beat you.
Yeah.
If your team wasn't any good, you'd kind of learn to dance along with it because you heard it so much.
Yeah. You numbed. Yeah. There's some teams that were so bad they thought it was their fight song. But what I'm saying is, there was not one apology letter.
No.
There was nobody. There was no sports shows talking about how it was not good sportsmanship.
Who's saying it's bad?
Well, nowadays you couldn't do anything like that now.
No.
They don't do it anymore, Bubba. That's considered bad. You can't do that. You can't do any of that. It's
hey.
I was gonna say something. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
I know.
Trying to be good.
Yep. But I miss
about it Sunday.
How about this? I
Don't
miss some of that. That to me that was a lot of fun.
Trash talk.
Yeah.
Well, it's what made the country great. We were competitive. We liked to mix it up, and when it was over, it was over. We went home.
Yep.
And tried to do better next time.
Rick,
but that that's all. I heard a teacher this week already tell me about how many kids had been sent to the principal's office already. I want to say she said 4 or 5.
Yeah.
For doing things in first grade,
right?
That we wouldn't even consider doing.
No, yeah. Well, Greg was telling me something.
And you can't, and now, I mean, there's only 18 states, I think, that allow paddling in schools still. And, one of the national organizations has asked for that to be abolished.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is. Behavior is worse and worse, and we're trying to do away with punishment for it more and more. And you even see that in the criminal justice system, no bail, this, we're going to not prosecute people that are doing that. But, oh, my goodness, if you fall into an unprotected category, we're going to throw the book at you, and go all out, which these people are no threat for what they've done. But it's just an odd response to society. We were talking the other day about various words you could say and not say. Of course, Greg says many of them here on the air, but
True.
My dad that was a deacon at the church used to use the term asinine a lot, which I assume that's okay. I'm not saying he was perfect.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong.
I think you understand the point.
Sure. But I don't think that's a bad word.
But when we say that, we're validating what he says.
Right.
Are we?
If it's it's in another word, I don't think it by itself is a big deal. But if it's mixed in another word, it's definitely.
Yeah. No, I actually agree with you. I'm just saying.
I hate to quote
kind of making your point.
I hate to quote Tom Doran, but the word asinine is not a cuss.
Neither is asphalt.
No, it's not. You're right. Yeah.
Or jackass.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
We picked him back up. We picked him back up from the vet. You guys can see him here. Here he is. There's old Franklin.
Reverse mohawk.
Let me go back and
oh my gosh!
Tough to
Look
walk
at that mohawk. It's a reverse mohawk. His whole back is shaved.
He failed there.
That was the ground, Greg.
He's struggling to walk a little bit. He looks like Frankenstein instead of Franklin.
So Adler, what?
Please look at that. That is a German Shepherd with a squirty long body.
It's an odd-looking dog, man.
Look at him.
Adler, what was wrong with him, and how did they fix it?
So he blew out a disc. He just totally destroyed the things in between his spine, and that pushed on his spinal cord. And that from that moment down, no control, no feeling.
So what did they do? Did they fuse it like they would an adult?
They did a bunch of fuses, and they did actually a bunch of preventative surgeries while they were in there.
I tell you what they did, Bubba, $4,000 worth.
Y'all, this dog has.
Do you realize how many dogs you could buy brand new for $4,000?
A lot.
You know what?
Good ones too.
And they don't even look funny.
He's so
How about
long.
this? You got some $1,000 dogs? I'll take 4.
How about he's so long you almost need like a curtain rod in there to hang his spine on?
Yeah.
I think he's set up for this. Did they fix this going forward?
I hope they put a curtain rod in him.
Did they say how? Like, has he been playing too rough with Kevin? I mean,
It was like a jump up on mom thing. I think.
I think it's the bridge. It's just sagging in the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
He's getting older in that bridge.
Yeah, my wife got home on Wednesday night, and that's when she started getting worried. So I think it was just in that moment he blew it out.
All right, in all real world stuff, you've completely shifted now because the deed is done.
Yes.
You went from maybe this dog has had a good life, to by golly, he better live 10 more years.
Yeah, I need 10 more good years.
Now you're doing everything you can to keep him alive.
That dog better live to 18 years old, otherwise I'm gonna be pissed.
Adler. but I mean, most dogs.
That was real.
Yeah, most dogs don't see 18.
No, they don't. Bigger dogs like that, no, don't. He's
Especially
about
weird.
45
I got news for you.
pounds.
You just paid $1,000 a year. He's got 4 left.
Yeah, you're probably right there, friend.
Reckon that's being, optimistic.
It is.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Maybe 5. Maybe he'll live till 12.
Oh, is he only 7?
I think he's 7, not
Okay,
8. I think
okay.
he's 7, not
Okay,
8.
all right.
Let's just say that. It'll make me feel better.
Yeah.
Because that's a $4,000 dog walking around.
But how's he doing
Here's
now?
the key.
He's actually doing a lot better. His meds have worn off though, so like as we got through the weekend and it was good, and I was like, all right, cool, we're getting through this. He started crying during the night, and he hasn't stopped crying during the night. So last night was a 4-hour cry night, which sometimes it's a 5-hour. So that's good.
So you're down to 4.
How do you?
He cried for 4 solid hours.
He cried for 4 hours last night.
My goodness.
He didn't cry.
That's an hour for everything.
Babies don't do that.
Yes.
Y'all,
You're right.
I slept on the couch because that's where his crate is right now. He has to be kept in a crate.
Yeah.
So his life sucks right now a lot. But,
What?
I thought
Yeah,
Well, you
you
got
have
to
to-
keep him still.
all these dog people told us they love crates.
well, yeah, right. Well, we put a blanket over it so he thinks it's a cave. Hopefully, maybe not. Probably not.
You know, they're
He probably just can't breathe.
So I'm sleeping on the couch for a couple hours here and there because at least I can sleep because he's not crying. Granted, I'm on the couch. So it's not as good.
How long does he got to stay in the crate?
He's got, I think, like 2 or 3 more weeks of crate.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Now, do you wear anything? What about try not to hear him?
Oh, I did sleep with AirPods in with just like white noise blaring last night. I got to that point. I was just like, I need headphones in. But y'all, this dog has better medical care than I do because, like I said, I had a tough break. On Tuesday, my break got a lot worse.
Uh-oh. There's more.
For me, personally and medically.
There's more right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One more update from the world of Eddie Van Adler's.
By the way, he was free from the Humane Society.
Look, when you pick up some of those dogs, be careful.
Gosh.
Oh, those are the best.
Yeah,
dogs.
a mutt is a good dog, but these things where they take breeds and put them together, there's always some kind of issue. You know, it's you know.
I don't know how this even happened, by the way, but go ahead.
Well, I've come to the conclusion, and I certainly don't know who Mom and Dad were, but I find
Somebody had a ladder.
I think it was impossible for the Basset Hound to be the father.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
that's
I'm with
impossible.
you on
That's
that.
impossible
Unless you went
without
to the
but like
playground.
Bubba said, without a ladder.
Or a slight heel.
Right. But anyway, so
Slide in, climb.
right.
So
But if he did it,
Like
God
a
love
loading
him.
dock.
Yeah, you talk about a guy who persevered.
Oh, wow.
Sure. It is 20 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. Looking forward to an opportunity tomorrow night to go to Tuscumbia, Alabama, and be there with Park View Church. They are actually rolling into year 2 of the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com, but they're treating it kind of like another kickoff because now they're going into a brand new curriculum. And, buddy, have they gone out and got the door prizes, and they really put together a great gathering tomorrow night for men. So if you want to be part of that, just go to themanchurch.com, look under upcoming events, and you'll find all the details. It looks like that it is a free event. They are suggesting a donation to their men's ministry for all the expenses involved in feeding everybody and all the door prizes and everything tomorrow, but you're certainly not obligated to do that. So find all that. So Tuscumbia, and they said we got churches coming in from Knoxville, Tennessee, and from some other surrounding areas. They're going to be kicking the tires and joining us. So that's I'm really looking forward to that tomorrow. But I heard Speedy talking about in the kickoff hour. Now I can't remember the last. I've been to Tuscumbia. I know I have, and I've been up to the Shoals area and Sheffield and all that. But I can't remember how I go. Am I going 65?
You
Not for long.
No, you'll go.
I'm getting off in Coleman, aren't I?
Yeah, just south of the river, and then you'll veer off.
So that won't
west.
affect me, will it?
It shouldn't.
Okay.
No.
Because I got to worry about that when I heard you talking about that.
Yeah. I'll look into that a little bit, Rick. It's going to be close, though.
How about none of us where we live, and apparently the entire country want to hear that 65's got a problem.
Yeah.
Apparently that affects a whole lot of things.
Yeah.
So anyway, looking forward to that tomorrow night. That's a beautiful part of the country, and they look like they're jacked and fired up, and already got somewhere around 400 men signed up, ready to go. So looking forward to being there. Looking at some of the things, do we want to unpack more crotchety old men? The way we're doing things apparently doesn't work. Why do we keep doing it? Do we want to talk about Trump and what's going on with trying to keep him from moving forward?
He has to surrender by Thursday, I believe, and has a $200,000 bond that he's going to have to post.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Rick, I'll just say you do get off in Coleman. I'm sorry. So you're fine. You're totally fine.
I thought I did, because that's up there where we used to go and play the national championship every other year.
Yeah.
You know, of course, those days are over now. But
Take 157.
Yeah. But Trump, help me to understand what is. There's so many indictments and the thing that we all know that none of this, all of this is political. Very little of this has even any standing. I even saw legal analysts trying to. They were actually having like Casey Kasem rank the top indictments in order,
right.
Which ones they thought had a chance, and they narrowed it down to 4. Then they narrowed it down to 2. They thought had a shot at something. That the rest of it's just all a bunch of noise. But the people.
I think he's been overcharged in the Atlanta and the Georgia case.
Yeah.
They're charging him under RICO, which is the racketeering charges that's made for mobsters.
Yeah.
I think that may be an extreme response to somebody who is the sitting president of the United States, who is concerned about voting irregularities that had been reported to him in the state and how close the election was.
Well, I also have to say, if I am related to the Biden or Clinton administration, I can't, with a straight face, be involved with charging anyone with being involved in mob-like activity. I mean, I just.
Well, this is the new thing.
I can't even. I'm like, let's don't do that one. I don't know that I could. It's going to be hard for me to keep a straight face on that one.
Well, you can see there's a problem, and I don't know how you fix it. The Department of Justice, the leader of that is appointed by the sitting president. So the Department of Justice is supposed to be independent. They're supposed to be blind to politics and all this. But you see there's already a problem when a sitting president appoints the leader of that.
Right.
Maybe that needs to be more independent. Maybe, I don't know how you get to that point. But there's got to be some way to have some more isolation there, because it certainly looks like, and in both cases, okay, the Department of Justice appears to kind of show favoritism to the administration. Okay. And we've seen on both sides, and we've had it before, not just now, but we can look back through history and you see some of that. So to give the public and we the people more trust in that fine organization, there probably needs to be more independence in it. And I don't know how you get to that point. I don't know what we do, what it would require to do that. But in the Atlanta cases, it looks like it is a lot of overcharging. Rick, we haven't had mobsters charged like this in Atlanta before. So I think a lot of this, you see the pattern. If you'd have had 1 or 2 indictments, you might go, okay, well, these may be credible. But it's clear that the plan has been to avalanche Trump. And throw so many things at him. You either break him with lawyer bills, or you tie him up so he can't campaign. If you look at the schedule, the way the court and if you ever heard a prosecutor say, we want to hurry up and get this to trial, never. Okay. We have the guy on the January 6th trial wanting to speed. I want to start this right away. Well, he wants to get a conviction. So Trump, part of the penalty will be cannot seek public office.
Of course.
Trump is trying to slow it down so he could possibly be elected by the time this comes out. Thus, some people say he could pardon himself.
Right, yeah.
Now, he can't pardon himself on the state charges like in Georgia. So I think they have just thrown so much at him. The woke crowd and liberal judges have just run amok with our judicial system anyway. So will they put up with this? Will they allow this? Or will they admonish the prosecutors for going totally off the farm with this. Now, if you think Trump did something illegal, the way he talked to the Secretary of State, the way he asked about the votes, you certainly can have that debate. But the racketeering part of this is just absurd. And I think most legal people are saying that too, which may hurt their case all the way around.
Isn't it interesting? Because all of us in our own lives, if given the ability to pardon ourselves, we do.
Sure.
So
we do every day.
Right. I mean,
on some level.
That's what I saw about that over the weekend. So that's why you have to have accountability, because I maybe y'all are better people than me, but I find myself telling myself I'm just fine. And whatever I'm doing, I'm sure go right ahead and do that if you want to.
And you know, they have afforded the former president not having to be mugshotted in the other cases. Now, I understand, and I don't know if this is true or not, they are going to make him give a mugshot in Atlanta, which will only be used for fundraising. And again, I think if you're a political opponent of Trump, you're playing this totally the wrong way. You think to bury him under legal problems is the way to go. That's only galvanizing his support. Look at the polls. I mean, he even jokes about it. Every time he gets indicted, his numbers go up.
Yeah, and I'm hearing it, and I know we're running out of time here, but that last point you're making is such an interesting point, because those on the left that are just, they have this Trump obsession. All you're doing, the strategy you're using right now, you have put yourself in a strategy that if you can't get him indicted and get something on him where he cannot run, you have only created an opponent that's going to be much more difficult to defeat than you would have had if you just left him to himself.
And
you've made a huge mistake here. Now, you better get what you're after, because if you don't, America's going to reject what you tried to do.
And we're going to have a constitutional issue with Trump being a legitimate candidate for president, leading the polls in his party, and at the time of one of the indictments was leading the current sitting president. So it looks like the current sitting president sicked his DOJ on Trump, full banana republic, if you will. And if you're running for office, you're allowed some things to do that you normally don't get to do, and we're going to have a problem with that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tell you one thing,
And
that
Park
German Shepherd ain't bad. You got to be kidding me. But
and Park Mountain Goat.
I forgot to tell you about the goat story. Right in it. All right, so Adler, you said you had a tough break, not only from Dog World, but in your own personal life of injury.
Yes. So I've kind of gotten past the whole Franklin thing. It's Tuesday during the break.
Yeah.
And in fact, I'm so glad that this happened late in the day, not early in the day, because Tuesday was a big day for me. I actually went and did the thrift store throwdown at America's Thrift Stores. Which is something
the thrift store throwdown.
They just throws out. So this is actually something we're promoting on WCZK.
The thrift store
there's a commercial buy going on with that other, no buy, no plug. Am I right?
Yeah,
I know the rules.
We're in the commercial business here.
That's right.
All right.
So luckily, and that's when I run around the store, and you can win too by going to thriftstorethrowdown.com or whatever it is. I forget what I should know the website.
You really should.
Yeah, really should. But so I did that, ran around the store. There was a lucky winner that got to fill up their basket, and I was like, awesome. And then I go and shoot an interview. Awesome, done, rocked it.
Lucky winner.
Great, lucky winner got like $1,000 worth of stuff. It was
That's
amazing.
pretty cool.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So. And we do it all the time. America's Thrift Store. Check
Think
it
about
out.
$4,000 worth of stuff.
Imagine that.
Still be good stuff.
I'm now.
By the way, Franklin was worth 4 shopping sprees. Yeah. How about that?
So at this point, I go downtown to the courthouse to shoot an interview. I'm talking to a lawyer guy about just how the court system works and that kind of thing. And I'm leaving. I'm
you've
pumped
had a busy
up.
day, buddy.
It was a big day. I'm leaving. I'm pumped up, but you guys have seen me do this before when we do remote broadcasts.
Yeah.
I do my double backpack thing.
Yes, sir.
Because it's one trip in and one trip out if you got it all on you,
Right.
So
Right.
I'll put a backpack on my back like normal style, and then I'll actually put a backpack on my front, and then I got everything with me. I've got a stand. I got my camera in one hand, and I got tripods in the other hand. I am weighted down with probably 60 pounds of equipment.
Gear.
And it's strapped directly to my body. I'm leaving the courthouse, downtown Birmingham, walking out. I'm excited. I got the throwdown done, got the interview done. Things are cool.
Franklin's going to live.
Franklin's going to live. Like, things are looking
I'm coming
good.
home, Franklin.
No wheels for Franklin.
And I have my camera in my hand. I'm getting like some B-roll as I'm leaving the courthouse. So I'm actually recording when what happened to me happened to me.
Oh, good.
And I actually say what happened to me in the audio. And
do we need to beep this?
Like I said, I surprisingly you don't have to beep it. I'm
that's
surprised.
really impressive.
That's growth. That is growth. Guys.
So you're going to hear the wind of him walking through.
It's just me walking out of the courthouse, and I say one thing, and
I like how it's hopping up and down.
Yeah. Oh, here I am. There's my car.
Breathing.
So
Let's
close.
see if I got a ticket. Let's see what.
Oh, it's the curb. Oh, it's the curb.
I just twisted my ankle so bad. I got the great baby. I just twisted my ankle so bad.
I did. It's like I ripped it off.
That hurts.
And then a family walks by.
What's wrong with that guy? Why's he got all that gear on?
Don't look at him. Don't look at him. He has keep walking. Let's see, he has two little girls. Girls, keep moving. That man obviously had too much to drink. Keep moving.
No eye contact.
Oh, so now you back up.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
That's not good.
Oh.
Rick, he's feminine.
Oh.
What in the world?
That is not good.
That's
That curb got you, didn't
You
it?
need to get some sun on the legs.
buddy.
You were really hurting.
Guys, so I had all that equipment directly attached to my body, and I take a step off the curb and just twist my ankle
I've done that so many times.
like north to south, guys. Like I twist my ankle so bad.
Let's hear it again.
And I haven't done it.
You have to pot all the mics down, Rick,
I want
so
to
we
see
can
the
hear
family.
it.
Okay.
Let's see what. I just twisted my ankle so bad. I just twisted my ankle so bad. I just twisted my ankle so bad.
Here comes the family.
Girls, keep moving. This is what happens when you're a wino.
Yeah.
Look, he won't even look.
That man, he could be on drugs. Keep moving.
Y'all, it hurts so.
Hey, 35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. MyPillow.com/Bubba. We got the 20th anniversary sale going on right now. And let me tell you, if you go to MyPillow.com/Bubba, take advantage of incredible savings right now. If you're looking for the old classic MyPillow and the Queen or the King, the Queen is just $19.98 right now. This is for a limited time. The King will be $10 more than that, but either way, you're going to save $50. Also, don't forget an introductory offer on a brand new item, 25% off the new kitchen towels that they just launched, and they're fantastic. And then their 100% Arabica My Coffee is 50% off right now, and they'll give you a Go Anywhere My Pillow for free. There's other savings, so move there now to MyPillow.com/Bubba. So I didn't know that. When we become revisionists of history, you now have to go back and apologize for things that you may have said in the past that even though when you said them, they weren't offensive. I don't know that I've ever seen any indication this particular song had been found offensive by anyone, but I understand we've gone back in time and we've decided that a song that Queen sang and performed is now, is it mean? Is it inappropriate? Is it... What is it? I mean, why are we mad about it?
They don't like Left Alone with Big Fat Fanny. She was such a naughty nanny. Big woman. You made a bad boy out of me.
Is it because she's big or because she's a nanny that's inappropriate? I may get on board on
cancel culture has got them.
Well, is this part of the cancel culture wokeness, or is there some other reason for this? And what we're talking about, one of Queen's best loved songs, "Fat Bottom Girls," has been mysteriously dropped from the group's new greatest hits collection.
What?
Oh yeah,
it's on the Yodo, I guess, new audio platform aimed for young people. Universal Records announced that they would be releasing a version of the record on Yodo, but it's been left off of their greatest hits.
This was a 1978 song written by guitarist Brian May and has been enjoyed by generations of fans as a humorous and hard-rocking tribute to young men's appreciation of the fuller-figured ladies.
Make the rock and world go round.
I mean,
come on,
it's just
man.
another version of "Whole Lot of Rosie" by AC/DC.
It is. It is. Thank you, Greg, who's kept up with all songs about big women and appreciation for them. I don't. This kind of goes back to the thing about mascots. Are there full-figured women that are upset by this song? Who's crying out? Do something.
Yeah, is there a problem with this song? Is this a situation where I don't think it would be Queen necessarily, but maybe the record company or Universal Records or whoever is trying to be proactive? They think this could be an issue in the future.
No. I mean, what I said is really what they're saying in the story. It's a newly released, I'm saying Yodo, YOTO, greatest hits album released in collaboration with Queen and Universal. They say on that platform for a younger audience, they're not going to include that.
Yeah,
song.
but why? We're wanting to know why.
Well, because of what it said, the lyrics I was telling you.
But is that
Freddie Mercury?
But that wasn't clear either. Was it because a nanny is being inappropriate, or because the woman is big?
No, they're just asking the question about that lyric in there. They're not saying it. That no one's saying the reason. That's the question.
Yeah, I don't.
I didn't realize it was.
Speculating.
I didn't realize it was for kids. I didn't realize this is a streaming platform. I've never heard of it, but Yoto. But it's for kids. I thought it was just on their next CD that they were putting out.
No,
yeah,
it's just
so
on this
I feel
platform.
a little bit better than that, but still, I still want to stand by my opinion that I said earlier. Make the rock and world go round.
Okay, so
can the classic rock station still play it?
Right.
Please.
I think they will. Yes. This just has to do with this
well,
platform.
Then never mind.
Right. So the platform's not just for young people; it's for children.
It just says a young audience.
If Freddie Mercury could fake
is that children?
It doesn't say children.
Because if it's children, then yeah, I guess I understand.
It says young. Actually, it says young, aimed at young people. It does not say children.
Yeah. Okay.
So
because if it's children, I'm not sure there should be a greatest hits Queens.
Right.
I don't know.
Shouldn't we back up a step on this?
Yeah.
Can somebody find me a Queen song appropriate for children?
Yeah.
Yodo, I guess stands.
Tie your mother down.
Well, yeah. Is it on there?
Yodo stands for youth on their own in some places, but it's a kids learn through playing and anyway. So yeah, so that's a common thing, I guess.
Well, it's going to go back to that thing. We're going to look on that platform, I promise you, and be completely shocked by the things they don't feel the need to protect.
True.
Yeah, that's what's disturbing.
That's good. Yeah.
They say the original sleeve for the song, which was taken from Queen's album Jazz, featured a scantily clad female riding a bike, and it's included in your story there.
Yep,
but was altered after some stores refused to stock it.
Right. Because if you remember, for some reason, when they did this song, there was at the end he actually screams out, "Get on your bike and ride," and then they did the song "Bicycle."
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And so they tied the two together. I remember, and I thought, well, that was odd. Yeah. But that's at the very end of the song, he actually hollers out, "Get on your bike and ride."
Oh yeah,
yeah, he does.
Yeah, so
great song.
Yeah,
well, the way that it "We Are the Champions" went in, they tied it in on the album. Remember, it was impossible to cue between the two almost.
Right. Yes. Yeah, it was. So it's if they want to take Fat Bottom Girls and say I don't want it on the children's format, I can understand that. Yeah. Now, if there's a removal for
Donkey Butts out?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, you can't play that.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah. And
well, like you say, if we're going to start censoring the kids here, we probably need to back up and look at 2 or 3 other levels since Queen's
They're
involved.
banning songs, Bubba. They're banning songs.
Right, yeah.
I think it's because Freddie Mercury was he was in the forefront of the LGBT. Because it wasn't named that then, and him singing "Fat Bottom Girls" is confusing everybody.
It may be, Greg.
They don't want the kids confused,
Right?
Because they're like, "Now wait a minute, that ain't what they said."
Right. Look, Freddie was quite a little. He was way ahead of his time.
He was
on basically taking on the now very popular format of "I'll have everything on the buffet."
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah. So
when he actually married to a woman and was going anyway.
Really?
He was
I didn't know that.
He was in a serious relationship with a woman. Yeah. I don't know if they ever got married. I don't remember that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought he was just.
No, he could
watch the movie.
He could come to the plate and hit from either side.
I tell you, some guy could sing now.
We had some choppers too.
He could sing.
He had probably the worst overbite.
Yeah.
in
They say
modern
that's why his
history.
voice was so good. Though. He had them choppers.
I got to tell you that
He
is
could
a
eat
great.
corn through a picket fence. I tell you that.
It's a great
you would
best
think
of.
he would have fixed it. But.
It's a great best of when we are doing this, and then halfway through it, Bubba goes, "I think this is overbite humor."
Right? Yeah. Well, it was. I mean, it absolutely was.
Really was.
Yeah, and us also way ahead of our time. But now, I mean, we talked
like a lot of their
we talked about this. Now, the English have still not come around because they have socialized medicine, which means the government takes care of your dental care, and you can look at their teeth and see
whenever they get to it.
Yeah, you can see how well that's gone. But unless you go across the pond, if you're here. Because now every child is born, and I guess you go ahead and sign them up for braces.
Twice.
Because all children wear braces now as if it's just part of the growing up process. So you don't see that well, I mean, I'll say it. Greg has said it. We called it being buck tooth.
Yeah.
You had buck teeth. And you used to see that all the time. It was very common because
if you're a bucktooth kid, I say get them early.
Yeah, because but you remember
go ahead and hem them in.
But do you remember there was a time when that was your plight? I mean,
you were bucktooth till you were 13,
right? Yeah, and
or whatever age.
And but I don't even remember. Sometimes people wouldn't go to braces ever.
I know.
And so now braces are so
they were rare.
You don't see that anymore. Most everybody's teeth.
Well, they've got all kind of procedures. I mean, we used to have the full railroad track. Now they've got Invisalign and all. I mean, they can attack this from several different angles.
Yeah,
but you have
or in like my case, you just put up a picket fence.
Right. Well, I know Freddie decided to go down a road that certainly is not the road that I would have chosen. But before that happened, you have to admit, if he had stayed over in the National League, he would have been a person that probably took being bucktooth to the highest level you possibly can.
He embraced it. There's no doubt.
A pioneer.
Yeah, and I'm talking about because he could have.
I'm bucktooth and I'm proud of it.
Yeah, he could have been a ladies' man. It shows you how much having a microphone and being in a rock band you can overcome.
Yes.
And
you really can.
But he embraced it, and he was one of the finest singers that the rock era has ever known.
Incredible voice.
Really.
Yeah, but
incredible voice.
But quite a character. Flamboyant, yes.
Very flamboyant.
Incredibly flamboyant.
At 100%. Yeah.
Sounded so much cooler than he looked.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sounded so cool, and then you get a look at him, you're like, why is he wearing like a midriff tank top?
Yeah. Even
that hurts.
Yeah, even when he chose to go on stage, you're like, so you're gonna make us appreciate that voice, aren't you? That's gonna be what you want us all to appreciate, isn't it? 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wait a minute. Hey,
It sounds like a grape lady.
I did.
I think you're with me. I need that in instant replay.
Okay.
Guys, it hurt.
Under Adler Falls.
Okay. My toes are still purple. I showed y'all yesterday. My ankles are purple. Everything is swollen. I can barely walk right now, but I can't go to the doctor because I just spent $4,000 on a dog.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to limp this one off.
That's a good point.
Franklin has better medical care than I do, without a doubt.
Not even close.
There's no doubt about that. And it was one of those things where, like, you're in trouble instantly.
instantly.
Like,
Yeah. Rick, you can have both at the same time if you want.
It hurts my ankle so bad.
It's funny now because I can walk a little bit.
Yeah, just slightly.
Gosh. And y'all, I'm going to Italy this weekend.
Oh, no.
That's a lot of walking, and I don't think the roads are that good.
Cobblestone,
I've got a jiu-jitsu tournament right after that. I just totally sidelined my entire life just by this one step off a curb. Tough break, guys. It was a tough break.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Can I tell you
You know about that?
You know what you find in
And I've got a great, I've got the answer. Mailbox problem.
Yeah. That's
The old spring.
Yeah, that's a good one. And what I did, I just built a fortress around mine because mine got knocked down so many times.
Right.
So if you knock mine down now, you'll still be there. I mean, you can still knock it down, but you'll still be there. But the funniest one ever that happened to us, and we were talking about it on vacation. When you're around with family, you start reviewing stories, and y'all might remember because I told this story on the air. We literally had on our street a guy hit our mailbox, knock it down on a bicycle.
Wow.
And
I bet he was skinned up.
Yeah,
mailbox you have.
Yeah, well, they found him not far away, but it was a situation which I mean certainly was sad, but it was a situation where the person had all of his driving privileges had been removed by the state of Alabama. So for him to go anywhere, he had to get on a bicycle, and I think the reason that his privileges had been removed were the reason he ran into our mailbox on a bicycle.
Yeah.
And
I got you.
So they found. I mean, think about it. Do you realize how big a mess on a bike that's got to be for you to hit somebody's mailbox?
Wow.
I mean,
it's got to hurt. I mean, you're going to lose that battle.
right? You can see something as big as a car if you're not paying attention.
Sure.
Clip it. I know some
That's
people.
why,
I know some people do it on purpose. I'm talking people who do it by accident.
Yeah.
And but on a bicycle,
No,
I mean, you got to put some effort in to hit somebody's mailbox.
Exactly.
And not mean to.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, that's really a small target considering the whole road you got.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, no, I got so tired of it. You remember, mine was getting knocked down on a regular basis, and finally we just went with got a contractor come in there and build a fortress and stick a mailbox in the middle of it. So, what do you show me?
11.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Let's go to the phones here. Someone's been on hold. It says it's Nopey.
Oh boy.
Nopey?
Nope.
I only have seconds.
No,
You only have seconds.
You only have seconds. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, we're not trolling, but if you only have seconds, go ahead.
Yeah, no owner coming back. I'm so scared.
So
this is Nopey the lost dog.
Yeah.
right.
the
So
swallow.
Nopey, you said owner. What do you mean? We thought you were lost.
Well, whoever has me, they have me in a room. I don't know.
They have you in a room you don't know. Okay, I got you.
Right. I don't know. Is Adler around?
Is Adler around? Adler, can you talk to Nopey? He's asking to speak with you.
There he is.
Yeah. So Nopey's on the line. Adler.
Adler?
Yeah.
Will you love me? I wish somebody spent $4,000 on me.
Well,
I have a hurt paw and I limp.
You have a limp. He limps.
I limp. I just limp around. I don't know how to fix it.
Well, Nopey, I'm so sorry about that. I'm really sorry to hear that. Unfortunately, you're not my wife's dog.
Right.
And that's
that
the
hurt.
key.
Oh.
That's so mean.
Right. Well,
Nopey, where are you?
I don't know, Bob. I'm lost.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. What I'm about to do. All right, so as we work our way back, we now jump into the Biden stuff, and it is there's a lot of things that are going to be said in the audio clips today about the current state of the Biden administration, and frankly, it's a breath of fresh air to hear everybody talking about it now, no matter what may have been your sadly media political leanings. But let's get started with the president himself. Let's get started with
go.
And we got a lot to jump into.
Basement Joe. I really couldn't believe it. Thought it wasn't true. Greg said he heard it already today from another news source. I thought everybody was messing with me, that Biden finally gets to Maui only to tell them he understands their plight because they once had a kitchen fire.
Yes.
That's not true.
You know,
wait till he runs the list of what he almost lost.
I think this goes back to, the people when Biden went in and they did the research, they said it was his empathy, the way that he could relate to us.
Of course.
And you see him trying to overdo that in so many cases now.
He
Like
really
like
does.
when he's dealing with these Gold Star families, and he always starts talking about his son, which was a totally different situation of what they're going through. And now he's going to try to find a connection with the Maui fire. By the way, 114 officially dead, 850 still missing in that fire, and he's going to try to tie in his experience with a kitchen fire.
Unbelievable.
And there's been multiple reports about this back in 2004. It was contained to the kitchen and under control in 20 minutes, according to Associated Press.
Thank you. But here he is.
I don't want to compare difficulties, but we have a little sense, Jill and I, what it's like to lose a home. Years ago, now 15 years ago, I was in Washington doing Meet the Press. It was a sunny Sunday. And lightning struck at home on a little lake. It's outside of our home, not a lake, a big pond.
Oh, boy.
And hit a wire and came up underneath our home into the heating ducts, the air conditioning duct.
Oh, boy.
To make a long story short,
Please.
I almost lost my wife, my 67 Corvette, and my cat. But all kidding aside,
I can't look. There he goes.
I watched the firefighters, the way they responded. You know, there's an old expression. I grew up right across the street from a fire hall in Claymont, Delaware.
Oh, my goodness.
And the expression is, God made man, then he made a few firefighters. You're all crazy, thank God. The only people who run into flames to help other people. And they ran into flames, saved my wife, and saved my family. Not a joke. The smoke and the firefighters here can tell you sometimes smoke is so thick from the windows out, it was that thick inside the home. And we were insured. We did not have any problem. But being out of our home for a better part of a year was difficult. I can only imagine what it's like to lose your home.
No, you can't. Speedy, can I say this to you? Because Speedy, you need to know this here. This is going to help you. You have no connection to this president, and you are not his handler.
I know.
You're not responsible for this.
I know.
So you shouldn't try to stop it.
Yeah.
You can't.
I'm embarrassed for him, though.
You know, when he
That's
started
part of
that story,
secondhand.
Right.
Jill and everybody else was like, "Oh no, don't do that."
Oh, I know. Can you feel them all around him going, "Oh no, not
I
the kitchen
feel the
fire."
skin on the back of my neck that's piled up like I've seen, something that's very disturbing.
Hey, you haven't seen two yet.
Yeah.
Well, watch this.
Okay, but
Did
anyway,
you hear him change it from lake to pond? Because lake sounds a little too up.
Yeah, Lake sounds like he's a little too wealthy.
Yeah.
Let me say this again. 2004, the reports there, AP, Bubba gave it to you. It was a fire that was under control in 20 minutes. Nobody was in danger of losing their life. Okay, and they had a kitchen fire, and he's trying to relate that to what has happened in Maui.
He's portraying they went in and rescued his wife and his cat.
Right. Yeah. And
I'm not saying
2 times we got an all kidding aside. Nobody knew you were kidding.
Right.
And then we get
Not
to
kidding.
Then we
never thought he was kidding. By the way.
Then we get to no joke.
Yeah.
I'm not joking.
And thank goodness his Corvette was saved, because that's where all the documents were at. Out
That's the first thing I thought
of.
Don't know who is in control of him. Maybe you can't control him. I don't know. Maybe he gets up on stage and
I
then.
don't think they can.
But who gives him names to pronounce?
Here we
and
go.
Welcome. Who does this?
Well, Bubba said it when he gets to a former Polynesian nation, and you hand him these names. I think I would say the president will not try to address city officials. We're not doing it.
Just say welcome, everybody.
Do a pre-recorded.
Glad
tape
I could finally
and then
get
let him
here.
make comments.
I took some time off from vacation and came on over.
Right.
Headed back to vacation after this. But here it is. Listen to this.
Brian Shantz, our Senator Maisie. By the way, Maisie, I told my granddaughter, whose name is Maisie as well, she said, That's why I like her. Anyway.
That didn't happen.
But her name is Maisie as well.
That didn't happen.
And Jill Takuda, Representative Ed Chase.
He was so glad to see Ed Chase.
Yes.
He couldn't believe it.
Please, something about me.
It was like he found gold bullion. Ed Chase.
So his granddaughter knows who this official in Hawaii is.
Yeah. He couldn't say her
That's why
last.
she likes her.
That's why she likes her.
Yeah,
If
went
you'll
that
no-
far with it.
If you'll catch it, he couldn't pronounce her last name, so that's why he stopped and turned.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Look at you. You're strong.
Brian Shantz, our Senator Maisie. By the way, Maisie, I told my granddaughter, whose name is Maisie as well. She said, that's why I like her. Anyway.
Never happened.
All he was doing there was saying, I'm going to tell a nice story
Pivot.
so you like me because I'm about to mispronounce your name.
Exactly.
It's back
And
to
I can
this
get by
thing
it.
of him trying to show empathy with everybody. He overdoes it.
He does. Bubba, you're all
because
over
he
that.
thinks he got high marks in that, and they
You're
say,
so
"Oh, relate." So he goes out of his way to the fact he makes up stories,
Yeah.
exaggerates stories, and goes in areas he didn't even need.
Yeah,
to.
I would say, President Biden, there's nothing in your past that I think you can act like you're a victim of a wildfire. So
Stay away from it.
Just stay away from it and just be. Tell them you're there for them.
Brag on the firefighters.
Tell him you're there,
Yeah.
and you know the government's going to have low interest loans to help you rebuild,
Yeah.
and FEMA's there to support the local government and shake a lot of hands, and that's all you can do.
We're not sure about the green light.
Bubba, sorry, Speedy. He tries to say the word unimaginable tragedy.
Yeah.
And it doesn't go well.
But at any rate, I want to thank you for your leadership and this unimaginable tragedy. To my left,
Travity.
He seems so disinterested with being there.
I know. 4. Here's the. You want to grab the water for a sip. The senator there tries to get Biden to get some water and get away from the podium, and it just gets awful.
Yeah.
Look, Bubba's lost. Look, Bubba.
Jill, help him out. Grab his hand.
So you have to be. Well, listen real quick.
Well, he is lost.
Ready? You want to grab my water for a sip?
You want to grab a water for a sip? See the water right there? He points at that, and look.
And then he just walks.
Guys, that was me taking my dad to lunch yesterday.
There he is.
It looks just like it.
Why is the guy from Survivor up there with him?
Greg, that's funny.
That is good.
He does look like him.
I will say this: I think the vice presidential debate this time will be so much more important than it's ever been before
in the history of the country. We come back. Believe it or not, we're going to have mainstream media talking about the fake world that Biden is living in, trying to convince people that they're doing great when everybody knows they're not. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so the question to start this discussion with MD hearing aid, I would say yesterday. The last time you took tried to take your parents or your family out to eat, everything right now when you go, and we're actually about to talk about this on the main show, you can't convince us that everything's not more expensive because we can see that it is. Okay? So when you go out, I mean, there's places you eat right now, you're paying 50% more than you did this time last year. Okay? And we know inflation right now isn't going anywhere. And then what happens? We all pay because the corporations, because they're going to make their numbers, they just raise the prices on everything. And there's no intention of bringing them down until their costs come down. How many more times we got to tell people about this? So when you're looking to save money, boy, now more than ever. So when it comes to hearing health, there is a company that's willing to meet Americans where you are. With low-cost hearing aids. MD hearing aids are discreet. They're affordable. You shouldn't have to go broke to be able to hear, and that's what this company was founded on. Their rechargeable hearing aids cost a fraction of what typical hearing aids cost. The new Neo model cost over 90%. I said 90% less than clinic hearing aids. On top of that, they recently cut their price in half despite rising inflation. Now you can get the Neo rechargeable digital hearing aids, just like the ones that my parents have, for $149.99 when you buy a pair.
That's only $300 for a pair of hearing aids. On top of that, they'll throw in a free extra charging case just for all of you out there that support what we do. So if you're struggling with your hearing or someone you love is, don't suffer in silence anymore. Take control of the hearing health and join the thousands of others choosing MD hearing aids, okay? You don't have to suffer in silence. Yes, you can afford it with them. Go to mdhearing.com. Don't let high costs keep you from being able to hear. mdhearing.com. Use the promo code Bubba. That's mdhearing.com, the promo code Bubba.
I have tough break too.
Yeah, tough break. Yeah,
No.
Oh, I gotta go.
Okay, all right. Bye, Nopi.
There you went.
All right, so out of that, you just.
Where do you think Nopi hides his cell phone?
I don't know.
Yeah.
What a
And to
little
do
phone
that
it's
with a
gotta
hurt
be.
paw.
I know. His ability to dial or something.
But you veered into a question that must be asked. Would you have dropped $4,000 on Kevin in the same situation?
Yeah.
So you understand.
I do understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
And-
very stupid, but I understand.
If Nopi was your dog, you'd take care of it.
I would.
And if he was your wife's dog, you'd really take care of it.
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
No. Do you want to put some effort into finding Nopi? I think he's in your region somewhere.
I don't think that's on me. Of all people, I don't think that's my responsibility.
I think you need to.
All right, Tim's in Louisiana. Tim wants to speak to your ankle. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Adler, I think you're not looking at this, as the old proverbial pot of gold at the end of every rainbow. This sprained ankle, while painful and a kind of a temporary situation, you've got to look on the bright side. You've got this jiu-jitsu tournament coming up.
Tough to
If
say.
they pair you against a woman that kicks your butt, you now have an excuse.
That's true.
You know what?
How about this?
It's a card.
Point.
If I'm in this tournament you got coming up and I've been hearing you on the radio, I go for that ankle. I go for that
I
ankle.
know.
right
I'm
out
a
the gate.
target.
No doubt I do.
I twist that thing like
Oh,
nobody's business.
Yes.
Oh yeah, like you taking the jar off pickle
Thanks,
jar.
That's so good.
Double-handed.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Spin it completely around.
Do you think you can do the tournament now?
Because
I got news for you. I just
got the hair for it.
I just came from Italy, and who was it? Was it Speedy or Helmsley? Who saw the bottom of my shoes?
I did. I
That
saw
was you?
your shoes. Yes.
And you said, Ricky, your shoes are done, and they are.
They're physically different from when you left.
Yes. You know why? Because I walked for miles.
It's gonna be
on
tough,
cobblestone.
It's gonna be a tough trip.
And that cobblestone's uneven. It was.
Rick, I can't imagine.
How bad's that ankle going to be thumping on that airplane?
Oh
too?
my gosh, I'm really worried about that. When my ankle is low, guys, it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
So if you're sitting next to me on the airplane and you're wondering why I got my right ankle behind my ear, it's just because I twisted my ankle. It's not because I'm weird.
And
Okay.
you do know there's hops in there that are anywhere from 7.5 to 9 hours.
Yeah.
In that
Yeah,
plane,
it's a
and
long
when you fly that long, fluid goes down in your legs.
Oh, great.
Well, there's a wedding video that is making its way everywhere, involving what I call is a twofer.
Mm-hmm.
You have someone who thinks they can sing that can't, and you've got a feigning groomsman.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
We got it all.
We got Rick. Boy, let me tell you.
He's like somebody cut a tree in the forest and it just falls.
Yes. And of course,
Man.
everybody's having fun with it because they're claiming the reason he passes out because of her singing. But
Right.
you're
you
right.
Need to see him when they get him up and he's leaving.
Yeah, there's two parts to it, and you're all over it. Part one.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. We thank you for being with us today. The gang all here, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, as we move into this new hour. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
So we were talking last hour. We played the horrifying clips as far as being, if you have secondhand embarrassment, watching the president stumble around in Maui and compare these historic wildfires to a kitchen fire they once had in 2004. If that's not enough for you, now we had some other stuff where people, are saying, hey, we're unhappy with how the government's responding locally and federally. And then we got, of course, the idiots that claim the wildfires are tied to, man-made climate change and all that. Do y'all care about any of that? I want to get on into these economic things, these clips we have today. So know that some of that same old garbage is out there too. But let's get into the economy, because the economy, we can debate man-made climate change, and I can't reason with unreasonable people and all of that, and none of us are surprised that the government's response to these kind of tragedies is not as good as the private sector or even the churches. Of course, I think Maui successfully may have run the church out of their island, so I don't know. I bet they wish they were there now, but anyway, so when it comes to the economy, where the Biden administration is having a hard time, is it's really hard to convince people something's not happening when it is happening to them. That's hard to do. Mm-hmm. Like, for instance, let's say that there was an opposition to the Rick and Bubba show, and they want to come in here right now and convince us that the will of meat isn't in this room. Mm-hmm. Okay, and they kept getting on us about the fact we don't have a will of meat. Well, we would go, well, it's right there. I can see the will of meat. You're telling me it's not here. I see it. Well, when you're telling people that prices aren't higher than they are higher, and they are hurting, and this economy is not healthy, and everybody knows it, when it comes mainly to the cost of things. So now even MSNBC, not MSNBC, even some of the mainstream media. Here's Meet the Press. We got CNN in here. So let's start first of all with the discussion with one of the top economic advisors, Jared Bernstein, on this disconnect that we're talking about. So here he is.
And yet the polling numbers, as we talked at the outset, are just 36%. It's a dramatic disconnect, obviously, but it also points to the fact that inflation is driving the train. And as long as inflation remains, even if it remains where it is, it's still sticky. And how do you compete? How do you compete against that narrative? Because otherwise, you could build a case and say, you know what, the economy's pretty good. But people don't care because they're tired of paying higher prices, and they think the president is at least in part to blame.
Look, I hear where you're coming from, and I get this question all the time, but I feel like that line of questioning is starting to get a little bit stale. And the reason I say that is, I'm going to explain. The reason I say that is you've got to get into some of the guts of what these polls are telling us.
They just don't get it. They think the questions are getting stale.
Bubba, they think that
they just,
talking about that everything costs more, that's getting stale, and that we don't understand that the economy is actually really good.
I don't even know. I don't know how you can even take issue with that, because obviously they're not on the same planet we are.
So even on Meet the Press, usually not a bastion of conservatism.
Right. No.
There's a man there, Lan Hee Chen, I think's the name, talking about also being confused about the same thing we're confused about concerning Bidenomics. Here we go.
I'm a little confused by the whole Bidenomics thing, because you're trying to convince people of something. You're trying to convince them their own impressions about the economy are wrong. And so if you look, for example, at how Hispanic and black voters feel about the economy, they'll tell you it stinks. Now, they can keep saying, but we have the CHIPS Act, but we have the IRA. At the end of the day, you can't convince someone that how they're feeling about the economy is wrong. And that's what this election is going to come down to. And I get that they're trying to present a proactive message, but at the end of the day, it's very difficult, I think, to do that when people they simply feel differently.
Well, what we have here, we have the Bidens, and the name of their team is Bidenomics, and that team is not winning, but they're trying to convince you that they're still doing a good job as coaches. And you're like, but we're not winning.
Yeah, whoever hatched this egg, I would. I don't know that I wouldn't escort them to the door. Of course, they're trying to play off of the very popular name Reaganomics, when Ronald Reagan went in and turned the economy around after the terrible Jimmy Carter years. So, again, it's just amazing to me that this is all they can bring to the table. It's just a sense of they don't get it. They don't get it. They're shoveling some kind of textbook ideology, woke cancel culture down our throat,
right,
and telling us that everything is better for it when it's not.
No.
And I just don't get that. It's a lot like, and it's a different case, but there's some similarities. The Russians and the Chinese influence all over the globe has been growing exponentially the last few years.
Right.
Well, I saw, and you may have seen it, there's a little clip out there, I think it's on Reels, of one of the leaders of an African country, where he's saying they come in and they promise you military aid, they promise you infrastructure, power, roads, water. We'll help you build all that, but we want you on our side. We want military bases. We want access. We want this. Sounds like a good deal.
Yep.
The U.S. comes in and wants to talk about human rights. And how are you treating the LBGT community? And how are you handling the trans community? And they're like, that ain't got nothing to do with us eating, drinking, or being safe.
Right.
And we're not interested in it.
Bubba, speaking of this Russian thing, the latest Babylon Bay on Hurricane Hillary.
Oh, this is good.
Weak Hurricane Hillary performance blamed on Russian interference.
Sure.
Oh, that's good.
Golly, that's good. That's good.
We do have a lot of flooding going on, and we'll talk about that later. There's some amazing video of people being rescued out of that out there. And but it's just this administration seems to have completely lost touch with everyday Americans. Now they're in touch with the far left. They're in touch with the woke.
Yep.
They're in touch with the people that live in the downtown urban areas. Maybe, I don't know, but everybody that goes to the grocery store and goes to the gas pump realize this is worse than we were.
So to your point, CNN even saying there is a disconnect, and it's very similar to what Bubba's talking about. And they're saying when you see 2 to 3 points drop, you need to understand how big that is, because what that actually means for it to drop by even 2 or 3. And so this is CNN reporting on this. So here it is.
You conducted a focus group recently, and you did so with Biden supporters, mostly people of color, or exclusively people of color?
All people of color.
All people of color. And I just want to put some of the adjectives used by the people you spoke with. Discouraged, pathetic, pessimistic, the lowest it's been.
You know, Dana, what we're finding in these focus groups, and the reason we are laser focused on young voters and voters of color, is because what we've learned is that when the president's approval rating drops by 2 or 3 points nationally, it's because it's dropped by 10 or 20 points amongst his base. And that base of young people, of people of color, are growing frustrated with the lack of perceived progress.
Yeah, when when you get all caught up in the I'm a bleeding heart, I'm young, I'm bleeding, my heart is I love this party because they touch on all these things that this is our new movement, this is our thing, and all that wanes when you start thinking I see no hope that I can ever get my own place and pay my own bills. You know, that starts waning a little bit. Next, now this is interesting. They're saying when you look at the favorability ratings right now. Listen to this comparison from NBC. Listen to this.
One thing I want to point out here is I want to show you this stuff has taken a huge toll on him. You know, Biden, right before the 2020 election, he was right side up, which in our polarized politics is quite astonishing. But look, Trump and Rudy Giuliani began this campaign to try to tarnish Biden, to try to turn him into the Clinton name, you know, with the obsession over the Ukraine businesses with Hunter. And it's worked. His numbers now look more like Hillary Clinton 16 than Biden 20.
They're actually lower than Clinton 16.
So in Clinton 16, now, of course, the Democrats want us to forget that when Trump won in 2016, they claim he cheated.
Right.
Now they want us to forget that.
Yeah.
But when you compare that to Hillary, see, that looks more like Hillary, not like Biden. And Hillary lost, and Biden won. So that's an interesting comment and something to look at. Of course, if Trump's in jail, it won't matter, but we'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. You can comment on any topic you want to. It's our first time to talk to you, America, and all lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We talk with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
you've got a bridesmaid horrible singing. Okay. Part 2, the best man fainting. All right, and he face plants hard.
Right.
Now I will tell everybody he's okay, but he's minus a couple of teeth.
And he needs to change his draw.
I was about to say, did he also lose control of himself?
Yes.
Tinkle. Went to
Stars
tinkling.
born.
Went to tingling on himself.
Stars born.
While he was
Yes,
unconscious.
Exact same thing.
Really? That happened?
Yeah.
That's a rough scene too.
Now
Grammys.
Really, whoever's doing the mix here, they got the
thanks,
music. Music's a little hot, but she's
wouldn't
singing.
you run it a little hot if she was singing?
There's so many things to look at and hear.
Okay.
First, you're going to hear her singing,
Which is
and then
bad.
we'll play it back, and you'll hear his thump, and that's
then
his face.
please show
and
him
then,
walking out,
for some
please.
reason, somebody screams water. All right, so just take a listen. Here it is. This is precious. I love this so much.
As if it's not bad enough.
I cannot imagine a worse case. He has had an accident.
About that face plant.
He's knocked out a few teeth.
Y'all, he hits. So it's a wonder he didn't break everything. He's wondering to shatter his face.
If I could, please.
Okay, and I want y'all to know, just so I'd let because it's better than I thought. I thought this happened at the reception.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
I
The
didn't,
wedding.
I didn't realize this singer was picked to sing at this beautiful moment with the
Oh, you
bride.
thought
and
it
the
was
groom.
karaoke or
Yeah, I
somebody
did.
was-
I didn't realize she had a big role in the wedding, and it was
yeah.
a very solemn moment.
They have a bad choice though, because she couldn't sing.
No, she
We
could
got
not
to see
sing
it again.
Well, she's nervous and can't sing. All right, so now I want you everybody to be real quiet. Listen, you can hear that head.
Y'all,
face
that's
plant.
awful. That's
It's
awful.
a concrete.
It's hard to.
Oh, he hits the concrete step. He hits the concrete step. I heard it.
Did you hear it?
Yes.
And he's still not moving.
I love that whoever's playing pianist. Listen to somebody scream water.
Why is somebody calling for water?
They need more than water.
We need water. How about we need
You're smelling salt.
What if somebody said,
we need water.
This is the only theory. As bad as that is there any possibility that this guy that's his girlfriend singing and he takes a dive to save her?
You know what?
Is there anything?
I like it.
Anything?
That makes the most.
Oh. That hurts. That hurts to see that.
Well,
That was not me. I didn't urinate in my pants and follow.
Y'all,
me to the
yeah, I
wedding.
bet you did.
That wasn't me. It's a different story.
how about guys? You
So
realize?
I've been in a wedding where one of the groomsmen passed out.
But he didn't lose control of himself, did he?
He had on black pants, so I don't know. But he fell. You know what?
I
He
didn't know
fell.
that I didn't know that comes with the pass out.
Hey, he fell into the piano,
I think that was
which broke his fall, and that's good. And what was kind of funny about it, because I was doing candles, so I was already at the back.
Yeah.
He's in the back.
And I couldn't quit laughing, of course. And they stuck a chair under him and just let him sit there with his hand.
Oh, no.
And the piano, the noise it made when it, it just kept going.
Guys, he fell.
He fell. It's a wonder. He didn't break so. It is 22 minutes now past the hour. To the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And standing by, we'll get started with Jonathan. Jonathan is contacting us out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Jonathan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
We're good.
So I know you have been talking about the football documentaries lately, and I just noticed this morning on Netflix the Florida Gators one is out. I think it's called Swamp Kings.
Oh, yeah,
it's
yeah.
like 4 episodes.
Yeah.
I haven't started it yet, but I plan on starting that tonight. But I was just letting you guys know because I know you've been talking about a lot of those.
Oh yeah, I won't be able to watch it tonight because I have plans, but I will definitely watch it very soon. So thanks for letting us know that. I appreciate that.
Gator chop.
Yeah. I've been wanting to see that one, so I'm glad that's here.
And you know how much Greg loves Urban Meyer, so we're gonna have to hear about that. We're gonna have to hear about that a little bit.
We go to Brett out of Alabama. Brett, go ahead.
Morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, on the Trump indictment in Georgia, Mark Meadows has a good case, and he's already filed to have his part of that case moved to federal court. And if that happens, than most of the rest of the cases were.
Well, I can't. It's
Mark Meadows, who's
Yeah,
one of the
yeah.
co-conspirators in all of this, who
Right.
was Trump's chief of staff.
Right.
Can you imagine, because you set up phone calls and patch the president through to the Secretary of State, you're a co-conspirator in a RICO trial. Okay, keep that in mind.
So
How
what was I couldn't understand.
So
because-
what he's saying is Mark Meadows, who is one of these people named in this, he's going to have to defend himself.
Right.
And his lawyers have made a motion to move his case to federal court. And I think you will see most of the others attempt the same thing. I don't know if they'll get that moved, but they will try. And I think the point is, if Meadows is moved and it's okayed, that's going to be precedent for the other ones to be moved.
Yeah. Keith in Alabama. Keith, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm on the Highway 65 going south, heading to Bruton.
All right.
Just south of Montgomery. I want to talk to you about what I would do if I was president of the United States.
Rooting for Bruton.
Share it.
Okay, if you elect me president, now I'm not going to be president, but like, if you elected me president, the first thing I'd do is I'd gather my Joint Chiefs of Staff together. And I say, gentlemen, prepare. We are the strongest nation in the world. Get ready. We're getting ready to get Russia out of Ukraine first. We're going to make them a NATO member. We are going to defend them. We're going to tell China and South Korea if they get in our goddamn way. Keep them in our way. So, sorry about that. If they get in our way.
In the world.
Okay.
I think that's funny that he thought just apologizing would be okay.
Yeah. Hey, you're gone.
You're gone,
You get
buddy.
flushed on that one.
Baby, you're gone.
So let me ask
Oh,
you.
he's serious about it. I'll tell you that.
Well, I don't know how much of that got out before he gave us some colorful adjectives there we had to get rid of. He did say that he would get Russia out of the Ukraine by making Ukraine a NATO member and defending them. So you're saying you want to commit U.S. troops, boots on the ground, to go into the Ukraine to directly fight against Russia.
Yes, he did. He did say that.
And if Russia begins losing that conflict, chances are they could use a tactical nuke on a battlefield that would kill U.S. soldiers and start an all-out exchange of World War III. That is possible.
Yep.
So is there a better way to get them out of the Ukraine? That's the question. We're fighting them right now via proxy, which is what we've done since World War II.
I know this is a little bit out there, and somewhere Alex Jones is now going to want my email, but I just have this sinking feeling that this Ukraine thing, and I've had it all along, especially when it became, you had to post their flag on your social media or you were a horrible person, that you could just sit here and just suck us dry of every dime.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we just, because right now, if you ask us for money, we just give it to you. And I mean,
it's getting harder to get.
Right.
And you see even the people who've been the most ardent supporters of the Ukraine, which we do support the cause.
Sure.
But we can't finance this forever.
No.
We can't make this another Vietnam, another Afghanistan. And the Ukraine is going to have to, at some point, figure out a way to end this.
Yeah.
And how is that? How's that going to happen? How do you give Putin a way out at this point so he can save face and call this off?
Right.
Because they're hurting. Their economy's hurting.
Sure.
Like the moon landing that failed earlier this week, the robot that they were sending crashed.
Yep.
And the guy who is in charge of that department says, "Look, we're starved for money here. We don't have the equipment. We don't have the people. This war and the sanctions against our country is just destroying our economy. So how do you help Russia out of that? You got to, that's one of the great conflict resolutions. You have to give the other side a way of retreat.
Well, the problem you're running into right now is when people can't afford groceries.
Yep.
They really start, even though they should do. I understand the greater world implications.
Yep.
You've laid that out clear, so don't think I'm naive to that.
And I understand what you're saying.
But they get to the point where they're like, I couldn't give a rip about Ukraine.
Right.
Now they don't understand the larger implications if Russia, now moves next to a NATO country.
Right.
We're about to get in a world war, and we're trying to keep that from happening. But you kind of, especially when it drags on like this, people lose interest in it. Let's go to Billy in Alabama. Billy, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I heard yesterday you was talking about your weight loss. I pulled you up on YouTube. First time I laid eyes on you in a long time, and you look good. You look healthy and thin, man. But I was
I was just curious, does Skinny Rick still think he could whoop a bear?
Now, keep in mind, I never said I could whip a bear. I said I could whip a wolf. A bear was where I didn't go bear because I don't think, I don't know that a human can really whip a bear. Now, I did hang in there with kind of a black bear one time. It wasn't all that big of one. It was muzzled and it was a little bit sick. But as far as a straight up
adolescent,
a straight up bear, I don't think I could even whip him even at my largest. Right now, I'm a little more stealth. I had a guy I played football with Wednesday night, came to the man church we were at, and he said, he went as far as to say, and I've had two people say this, we would not let you wear a lineman number anymore.
Oh.
And I said, well, what about rushing in? I can still come off the end. And it hurt me. He said, no, I played with you in the trenches in college. He goes, you're really better 3 to 5 yards. I don't know that you're just, even though you've gotten leaner, now you really need to be faster.
You're going to be wanting to play quarterback.
Any tight end mention?
I brought that up, and it did. I don't think they really
couldn't get any traction.
I had great hands. I can catch the ball.
Yeah. Well, but I'm thinking
and
more
I can
of
block too.
I was going to say blocking tight end.
Yeah. They're worried. They're worried about my speed. Everybody's worried about my speed.
In the NFL now, having a tight end is a big weapon.
I still think I could drop that shoulder and
has
come
been
off the edge.
overdone. I mean, it's been reinvented.
Yeah, but you're right. I don't belong down in the trenches anymore, and I don't think I could beat a bear.
Go for quarterback, Rick. Just be quarterback.
Maybe a small adolescent bear, but I drew that line at wolf. I didn't draw it at bear.
You did.
Yeah. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Someone eating up.
So let's
Whose baby is that?
Oh gosh.
This is the problem with khakis.
Hey, khakis are dangerous on a regular day.
They are.
Hey, you reach a certain age, you can't wear khakis anymore. You can't. Them doggone khakis.
So look, you're buddies with this guy.
You ever try to stand up on that thing that blows the hot air out? I know it doesn't work.
Rick, you're buddies with this guy. I mean, are you giving him grief on the way out?
Yeah. What, Bubba? The fact that he fell down in the middle of a terrible solo, and then when they picked him up, he'd wet all over himself. What, am I going to give him a hard time for? Yes, for the rest of his life.
There is one good point, though, isn't it, Greg?
Yes, you quit singing.
I'm with Bubba. I think he did whatever he had to do to get her to stop singing. I think that's
because usually kind of paired up.
right.
It may have been his girlfriend or something.
Why did you fall?
This is not the commercial that Duluth Trading Company's been looking for.
No. Oh, that hurts. And he knocked out 2 teeth, right? Wasn't that what?
Yeah. If that had been us, and it was one of us that fell. First of all, we'd be laughing that they fell, but then also when they stand him up, we look.
That's what you call the double.
That's a bonus.
Greg, how about this? He lost 2. Greg, he lost 2 teeth. He lost
and number 2.
Every amount. Greg, any amount of pride he ever had in a pair of khakis. Y'all, it sounds like an egg cracking.
It sounds like an egg cracking.
I heard it driving in today. It's awful. It's awful sounding.
That's terrible.
And the tie, for some reason, it just flies over his head.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my God.
You know who I blame the soloist.
Oh, yeah.
That's it does look like he's falling in response to the singing. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We did the wedding singer with the person falling, and we gave you play-by-play on that. And if you've got the Blaze TV option, you could watch that. But I have another story here, Bubba, and the title says "Shocking Video Shows a Group of bikini-clad women having a huge fight in Miami during spring break."
Brawl.
Now spring break at Miami, we also have a story where 2 football players were shot and killed.
Well, our intern was in Miami too.
Spring break in Miami. They play for Texas A&M Commerce. I'm not familiar with Texas A&M Commerce. I guess that's another one of the campuses for Texas A&M.
I guess so.
And sadly, 2 of the players, Jay Bias and Xavier Morris, they were actually shot while being robbed. And the good news is they're both in stable condition. They're at Jackson Memorial Hospital, but they were an attempt to rob them or something while they were there on spring break, and both of them got shot.
This brawl, this bikini brawl fight that you mentioned first, The video is censored, and for radio, it just sounds like a mess. It just there's no rhyme or reason to what's going on. You just know there's a fight.
A lot of people involved. Too.
A ton of people involved. It just broke out. It looked like at an intersection or something there in Miami, and there was no control of anything. It just was people fighting everywhere.
And by the way,
I'm wearing a bikini, but I'm gonna fight anyway.
Right.
Well, and keep in mind, this appears to be at night. So
yes,
it's not like people are out sunbathing.
No.
But it looks like that there's just no rhyme or reason, and it's a bunch of women that are just beating the crap out of each other.
Yeah, people, you can hear the horns, like tooting the horns, like, hey, could y'all get out of the way? We're trying to get through here. It was a mess.
Miami spring break in Dally was very dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people fighting.
All over the place.
A rowdy bunch.
Guys, look, we got
hair pulling.
Oh, a lot of hair pulling.
I'm counting 1, 2 at the time.
Look right here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Down goes Frazier.
It looks like a Bruce Lee movie.
It does.
You know how they'll have a fight and there's just
please don't
the
picture.
whole yard's full of
Is that a
fights.
limo?
Please look at that one in the bikini.
That'd be a thong.
Hey, by the way, please don't
We're
picture.
fighting in a thong.
Please don't picture that there's 1 or 2 people fighting.
No, I would say, is there an exaggeration here? Maybe 6 separate groups.
Yeah.
Of
We're getting
fights.
close to 20 people.
Speedy,
if not
there's more than
25.
that.
Yeah.
There's a lot more than that.
Yeah, but I'm with you guys. The number of people fighting is somewhere around 20.
So is this 2 different groups that had a problem, or
apparently so? I don't know.
That's a dude getting beat up.
Yeah. I think he was trying to break it up, and they turned.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. So as we work our way back, reminders coming up tomorrow night. I'm excited to be at Parkview Baptist Church in Tuscumbia, Alabama. WLAY is the station, and where you can hear us there, and look forward to being there with the guys. They got a great event planned as it'll be the kickoff service for year 2. They've already done the Pursuit 40-week curriculum. They're now going into our next 40-week curriculum, which is called Real Men. And it takes on 8 men of the Bible every 5 weeks for 40 weeks. And we now have 4 40-week curricula. That's how you say the plural. And we have a 5th one that we're working on now. So
is that how you say curriculum?
Yeah, the plural of curriculums is curricula. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. That's why I was asking.
Yeah.
I'm somewhat in amazement.
I learned it and then resisted it, and then everybody kept saying, but that is the plural of it, Rick. You can't keep adding an S to it because that's not right.
It's not curriculums.
It's not curriculums.
It's what?
It's curricula.
Curricula.
We have 4 40-week curricula.
How does that end? With an I on it?
With an A.
An A?
Yeah. Curricula.
It's not curricula?
No, not curricula. I guess we could. Maybe the original Greek.
My concern is we've had this conversation.
Yeah, we have.
We have.
know that
That's
3
all right.
weeks ago.
I haven't had it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
I had it on there.
Unfortunately, you have.
It's
don't think I
okay.
have.
Yeah.
you
It's
did.
possible you were looking
I can tell you,
down or don't
100%.
remember it. It's fine. Yeah, it's all right.
It's okay.
Yeah,
It happens
it
a
happens
lot
to me.
more than we want.
It
It
happens to me all
I'm
the time.
going to have to ask Adler to go to bars here in a minute so I can give everybody a signal.
It's not.
And you
that.
haven't seen that before, but you might
I
today.
actually have.
No, we've actually seen that too.
Yeah,
No, you
it's
haven't.
usually the guy next to you. But
Not
anyway,
for me.
So also Calvary Baptist Church, Union City, Tennessee, Lee Moore, coming up on the 31st of August.
Hey, Kid Lee.
And they're kicking off the strategy there. So those are all there at themanchurch.com. So all right, so
have some curriculum.
now we get into the floods. Now this is caused by Hurricane Hillary, right?
Yes. This is a rare hurricane. You will
Right,
see
yeah,
that
right.
moves into California from from Mexico coming up the coast, and it has caused widespread flooding, as predicted. They don't see these kind of events there. This
Right.
is rare. I don't think it's caused by climate change. It
Right.
just happens that we don't have them a lot. Now, they've had drought conditions out there for many, many years, and they're catching up. Unfortunately, it's all at once.
There you go. And so it is feast or famine. So one of the things is Adler was talking about. We have a picture of people dancing in floodwaters. do we want to be out in floodwaters? You know, everything's in floodwaters. I mean, these floodwaters,
including hepatitis.
Yeah,
don't do that.
There's hepatitis in these waters.
Oh, no, that didn't work
My
out.
goodness, we don't need to be doing this in the waters.
No.
That's
Oh,
right. Yeah.
That
Face in the water, not face.
Is that woman balding?
Right. The good news is, can I say this, guys?
Certain body parts don't need to get into dirty water.
You know what?
That didn't work out very good.
Don't worry, everybody has a mask on. I'm just kidding.
It'll stop everything.
I'm just kidding. They don't.
Now, this is one of the more iconic pictures from this flood is Dodger Stadium looking like it's in the middle of a lake.
How about that?
Did you see that?
You
now,
told
these
me about it.
waters have receded now, but look at that.
That's
unreal.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at that.
Look at that. That's a lot of
Look
water,
at that.
friends. That is a lot
Get
of
the
water.
tarp out.
And amazingly, the infill looks dry. I don't know how
It really does.
Can I tell you also? You know, I don't know if you've heard the kind of the issues they've had with trying to in and around Dodger Stadium. They said as soon as the water got around the stadium, the next thing they knew, in 48 hours, there were pirates all over it and trying to kill people coming to the stadium.
Right.
So yeah. So and we and I don't even. There's a side of me that doesn't even want to do this, but it's out there, and here we go again. So on the note, I made the joke about the mask, okay? And I know we've got some COVID variant, you know, BA.2.86, whatever. Okay. And look, I have friends of mine who have gotten it again, and they went home until they felt better, and they came back to work or whatever. It's certainly not the end of time. Now, can you get sick? Of course you can get sick, and people have been getting sick for really since the fall of mankind, but it's not what we went through in 2020.
Yeah, thank goodness.
In some of 2020.
It doesn't look to be as serious as it was before.
No.
And the reason being we have herd immunity, and even if your antibodies have gone, you know, the antibodies are the immediate warriors in this, Rick, but we know that your body stores that information in the T cells. So that you have some T cell resistance to this now, and it takes a day or two for it to kick in. But nobody wants to be sick. But the good news is not near as dangerous apparently as it was before. Thank goodness.
And does that mean that there won't be people who have a hard time with it? It doesn't mean that. People have a hard time with everything that we can get sick of.
Yes.
You know, at different times. And I've had some people that said they've had every variant of COVID. You know, I feel so bad for these people. They who have caught. We have people that I know, like my wife and Bubba. I know is it Hunter?
Yeah, he hadn't had it at all.
Bubba and I know people in our families that have been exposed to
wife.
At least okay, there's 3. They have been exposed to it, and I know because there's no way not to be. But I know my wife actually cared for patients in our family with COVID and has never gotten it. None of it ever.
Yeah.
And I got the first one, but never got any of the other ones. Okay, and it was about like having a cold. So I know people that get every single one of them. They haven't missed a one.
Yeah,
and
they're 3 or 4 in now,
right.
yeah.
And they've gotten this one too, and they're like, eh. And then I had one guy said, yeah, one person said I've actually gotten it twice. One time I never even knew I was sick. The second time I actually had to lay in the bed for about 5 days. But none of them had breathing problems. None of them were rushed to the emergency room.
Thank goodness.
But here's the part I don't understand, and for the life of me, and I know it's a human thing, that we now can look back. Yeah. It's no longer a novel virus. It's no longer we don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
We have been through this now for 3 solid years. Okay. Why would you do anything that didn't work before? I can't wrap my mind around it. And the mask mandates have no impact, and they do not work. The only thing the mask mandate can do is get you acne around your mouth. Okay? They don't work. The virus is tiny. This is not bacteria. Okay? It's a virus. These things that you can get at the store, whatever, they don't help at all. Okay? And so we're going to start making people wear them again in certain places. We have 2 stories today. There's some saying that we're going to get to where you're going to have to wear them again on airplanes again because of this new variant. But they don't work. And then let's say you think that they work. Like yesterday, we had a young lady waiting on Sherry and I as we were having dinner. And the very nice young lady, she's wearing it on her mouth only. Her nose is completely exposed. This mask insanity, it doesn't. So we have an Atlanta college that is bringing back COVID mask mandates, as government doctors in Seattle call for face coverings for healthcare workers because of this new variant. First of all, the new variant doesn't appear to be deadly at all. It is highly transmissible, as most viruses are.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have gotten it and are testing positive with it, but they're doing okay. But the mask is not going to help. It doesn't. It does more damage than it does good. And we're going to do it again. Can somebody explain that?
Well,
to me?
that was one of the reasons we wanted to have that discussion after things had a couple of weeks ago about what did we do wrong and how we can correct it next time. But it seems like a lot of people are dead set on going back and using things that didn't work. I tell you, the real thing we don't need to do is isolate. If you're sick with it, you want to go home, stay away from everybody, you're going to be sick a few days, then come back to work. When you lock down and isolate, we're actually breaking up the biggest weapon we've got, and that is herd immunity.
Correct.
And we can't do that again.
Especially when it's not dangerous.
Right.
And,
especially when it's not dangerous. Now, to some of our older people, or again, you have special respiratory issues, you might have to have consideration.
But people have to do that all the time anyway.
Yes. Yeah, you do that for the flu.
Yeah.
The vast majority of us are fine. We need to live our life. If we get sick, go home while you're running a fever, take Advil, come back to work.
I would say,
and we are seeing an uptick on it, and we're going to. It's going to keep floating back around from time to time.
But let's don't destroy the economy again. Let's don't, like you said, isolate people. Let's send people home. Let's let everybody else keep working. If somebody gets sick, they'll go home too. They'll come back, just like we. How many times have you heard, hey, there's a stomach virus that's running rapid at the school?
Oh yeah.
And then everybody, hey, today the flu was so bad that we had this many absent students today. Right. Well, you don't shut school down. And we don't need to do it for this either. People get sick. Unfortunately, they will always get sick. This has moved into the category of so-and-so's not here today because they're sick. That's it. And we don't need to do anything else. And some of this is starting to click up is just ridiculous. And this economy cannot take a shutdown again. It's still recovering from the ridiculous shutdown before that was unnecessary.
And of course, a lot of people think this is right in line with time to start mail-in voting again steal another election.
Of course.
And, we don't want that.
No, and I agree, because we kept saying it's a little early. I thought they would wait deeper into 2024, like maybe the winter. But this may be, where you start out on the road so we can get to our destination, which is mail-in voting, and that gives us time to get there. But just because people test positive with something and don't feel good, as long as I've been alive, that's been part of living in a fallen creation.
Yeah.
Right.
And our body has a system
Right.
for working with that.
Right.
Let it work. Let's not interrupt the system.
14 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They did. Did you see him? They were kicking him in the face with their heels.
And is that South Beach, Rick? Is that where it is? It says
Rick, our
Miami.
intern was in Miami over the spring
Which one?
break.
Which one?
Drops of Jupiter.
Okay. So
Where's she
this
at?
is
She's
it
from
kinda looks like
there
South
she
Beach.
is in
that
the
area.
fight.
Yeah.
She said she was at Miami. Went down there for a beach getaway.
so there you go.
Wow, man. So
Yeah.
now it's calming down. Everybody kind of getting up, and everybody's so tired.
Guys, that was a brawl.
Yeah.
Look, one's still swinging.
Yeah, they can't unlock them. They're
Well,
down there.
I wonder if that many people involved. Do we have?
Is that two different groups
I
that
know.
were fighting about something?
Adler, you can tell a couple of these roll.
Probably
They got some
all
people
over
in
a boy.
Submission
Yeah.
here.
Wouldn't you like to know what started it? It doesn't say in the story.
Were you there for that?
Did you?
DLJ, I think I saw you a few minutes ago in that
So
video.
I was. Oh, is this on?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So I was not there for the actual brawl, but I was on Fort Lauderdale Beach when there was a lot of kids my age, drinking, smoking, doing whatever, and there was a police officer that came and arrested a girl like 2 towels down from me and my friends.
2 towels down.
No, what was she
towels
doing?
down.
That
So they had there was like 3 policemen, and they had a big dog that was obviously sniffing for drugs, and I guess they found weed in her possession or something, which is not legal in South Florida, even though it's super duper liberal, but still not legal there. So.
Okay. Yeah. Did you not tell you that I haven't seen this before, and Bubba, I thought about you again. 2 things over the break. Actually, several things I thought about Bubba. One of them was when I saw baby goats trying to vie for position on top of a log, and they were knocking each other off. I mean, there were piles of them too. Yeah. But the other one was there was a drug sniffing dog, to your point, DOJ, that was a beagle. Have you ever seen a beagle as a drug sniffing dog?
No, but they make a good one.
Let me
I
tell you
bet
this.
they make a good one.
When the luggage was coming off the luggage rack, he sat down on one. I'm talking about.
Did he?
He went full blown.
Put the horn on it.
He
Huh?
did. And I was like, man, somebody's in trouble. That beagle, you can't put that by the beagle.
No.
I think sadly they found out it was just a cinnamon roll, but but it was But he I mean, I hadn't. Have you seen a drug sniffing?
No,
beagle?
I haven't. But I've often wondered why don't they use beagles, because they're they got a hot nose.
Yes, so it's in Miami, in that area, we
got to have a good jump dog.
2 people shot, and then a female bikini clad brawl.
Mm-hmm. How about the
crazy?
How about the brawl?
Yeah, that was a straight up brawl.
from?
That was just insane.
Greg goes, that looks like something. I mean, it just,
We got to know
that's
what
classy.
caused that.
Just look.
Greg, you and I were talking earlier, and you said that when you were my age, that Panama City, that was like the crazy
Yeah, it's
beach.
pretty. You remember?
They have
You remember the
drug
time?
sniffing dogs and all that
Oh
stuff.
no, they needed them. But
They
you remember
needed
the time that the people in the hotel were throwing it at people in the beach, and the people on the beach were throwing back at the hotel.
Very
bottles.
dangerous.
You remember that?
Very
Yeah.
dangerous.
It
I'm
was-
surprised, though. I feel
Were we
like
down
that
at the same
area
time?
of people is more chilled out than
It may be now.
South Florida.
Well, I think probably the
Well, based on that brawl, I'd never seen a brawl like that at Panama City.
Yeah, that was a.
Well, you remember though, we had a real bad report from spring break down there. Was it last year?
Oh, they
year before?
finally cracked down on it. It got
Yeah,
bad.
it was real bad.
It became the place to go, and everybody
Right.
was acting up, and they had to crack down.
Right. And then somebody told us though that Club La Vila is still in the business, right? We thought it had been destroyed.
That's Speedy's.
Maybe by the hand of God.
We
But
thought
it was
the earth opened up and swallowed it.
Right.
Yeah.
But somebody gave us a report it was still there, didn't they?
Yeah.
Am I remembering that wrong? It seems like we got to.
I think
Because we had
someone called in and said
we had
that,
pronounced it dead, and
Yeah.
somebody came back and said, "Oh no, it's back." So it's the
I think hurricanes destroyed every time they come through.
right. Yeah. Well, this brawl is just
That's quite a brawl.
picture that you're looking up, and there's your daughter out
Yeah,
there
there
brawling
she
in the
is.
streets. That looks good, doesn't it?
In her thong, punching somebody.
Right.
And a majority of the Florida schools were on spring break last week, too. So it makes sense that there were so many college and young people there.
Yeah. It
Doing
makes
their
sense.
thing.
I bet them.
Yeah, but you weren't around this fight.
Oh, absolutely not. I stayed with the purest of people only.
I hear you. Good
No
decision.
fight.
Except for 2 towels down.
Yeah.
2 towels down. You're a little too
Two
close
towels
to it.
down.
The dog's coming, and he's going 2 towels down.
Oh boy.
We'll be back. Phone troll coming up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We open up all 10 lines, and you can comment on what you want to at 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We all have areas of expertise on the program, and for Greg, it is he is. Nine minutes to the top. All ye people, as we start this segment, we'll get more phone calls as the day moves forward. Be aware if you are looking, you get ready for here comes tailgating time coming up. Football's making its way back, and there's some cool Rick and Bubba items at the Rick and Bubba store for tailgating, but also you want to wear your Rick and Bubba University colors. We got all kinds of Rick and Bubba University swag and different colors and styles, and you can grab that too for upcoming season, so you can show your true team colors and let everybody know that you either are working on or you have a degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University. All right, so Bubba, this has been an ongoing battle. When we have these animal rights people, and hey, they'll destroy something and use the protection of the plight of some animal,
And they've even gotten to the point that you can't even do anything if there's a rat that might be, inconvenienced. And we've been screaming in our home state forever, how in the world does a rat have a PR campaign that has been so successful? But I understand that we may have a hero on the front.
Rick, we may indeed. Jerry Carl, Republican Mobile.
You talking about Alabama 1?
Yeah, Alabama 1.
You talking about Alabama 1?
From Congress. And full disclaimer, my daughter works for Jerry Carl in his office, and you've heard him here on the show many times. I like Jerry. He's a very common sense guy. And we've had so much ridiculous stuff in the news today. I thought it would be refreshing to have some common sense.
Yeah, give us something good.
Jerry Carl recently spoke at a luncheon hosted by the Alabama League of Municipalities, and he announced that he was going to see about getting the beach mouse, which is a tiny mouse that only grows up to 6 inches in length, removed from the endangered species list. It has been on that list since Reagan was president.
Come on.
He said that that it was hampering business growth, which it is.
No question.
It's been on there way too long, and the EPA and the groups that regulate all of this are reviewing their endangered species list, and they do ever so often for different areas. And he is lobbying to have the beach mouse taken off that list. Now, being that we visit there a lot to the beach in our state and have owned property there in the past, it was absolutely ridiculous to be protecting a rat.
Yep.
A rat,
Yep.
Rick, a rat.
A rat.
I
rodent.
understand that we want
His relatives brought us a plague.
Yes.
The bubonic plague.
That's the thing. Can you imagine people who died from that terrible disease thinking that a day and time in the future that a government agency would be protecting a rat?
Yeah, by the way, if you want to have a scary pandemic, you ought to have been around when that baby was growing. Because you know what that one was?
Yeah.
You know what you said when you got that one? I'm dead.
Yeah. Yeah. It had about a 25% death rate as compared to a 1% that we dealt with COVID. So he said in the meeting, he said, it's a rat. He said, I don't like rats. He said, I'd rather have a snake in my house than a rat. Now,
Watch it. Talk to me about you and Alabama 1 right there.
I can't completely support that
right.
With Jerry, but I understand what he's saying.
Right.
But you're a rat guy. You don't like rats.
Let me tell you something. I think they are from they came here as part of the downfall when God was handing out the punishment for our sin. Rats are on that list, and they're gross. I hate them. I despise them. And when we love this part of the country, it's a beautiful, beautiful stretch of beaches. Yeah. And when you're down there trying to enjoy it, and because it's been put on some protection list, you can't lay in your beach chair without a rat running under it. I mean, it's ridiculous. There comes a time we got to pick, and when we pick humans.
Jerry added in his speech, the rat is mine this year.
Did he really?
Yes, we will make that one of our targets. That's in our crosshairs now. And we applaud you, Congressman, for doing that.
Thank you, Alabama 1.
Overdue.
I'll say, hey, Alabama number 1. Look at this.
Number 1 on that.
Listen to what he's trying to. You have a place of business. You either have a private home or you have a place that you're trying to get people to come and enjoy. It is so normal, okay, in the normal real world for a person to say what? Now let's eradicate all rodents from this place.
Yeah.
We don't want rodents in our restaurants. We don't want rodents by our pool. We don't want rodents, bothering our customers. And I don't want rodents in my beach house, condo, fill in the blank, okay? I don't want them in my hotel.
No.
Okay? And so you bring in what? Pest control. What's one of the things pest control places will try to tell you they'll do?
Get rid of rats.
And then here, you're not allowed to do that because it's protected.
If you're walking around today considering putting a mask on because you're afraid of the rise of COVID,
that's funny.
You cannot. There is no way you can be for protecting a rat, which is a absolute health hazard to everybody.
Nasty.
Yeah, it's kind of silly. It's kind of silly it was ever on there. And after all this time, it protected. If it hasn't made a recovery, maybe it's just time for it to go, Rick.
Right. Well, again, we've said this. I know this is not a new concept, but sometimes how do we learn? By reps. I do not get how somebody can believe in evolution and then they want to save a species or an animal. I don't get it.
It is inconsistent,
I don't
and
get
it's
that.
intellectually incompatible.
It doesn't make any sense. And then human beings are just another animal, but it's our job to save an animal that can't survive. I don't get it. I mean, if you believe in evolution, you cannot be some animal rights activist. If they can't hack it, they don't make it.
If you are an evolutionist, and an animal can't make it, you have to go, hey, out of here.
Right. Well, then you say, well,
for the greater good of us keeping everything moving up.
Yeah, all we are is a highly evolved animal in your world. Well, in the survival of the fittest, then the highly developed survive, and the ones that didn't develop don't. Right.
Yeah. Well, my cat loved going to the beach, and I hate to see that end. But,
right. Yeah.
This needs to end.
It was really it is going to hurt your cat numbers.
Yeah. Well, mine was so fat it couldn't walk when we'd go home. But
can I ask you this? If you have a protected species like the beach rat,
Rick, that's a beach mouse. That's a less offensive.
Well, it's a rat.
Less offensive.
But it is a mouse. That is part of the PR campaign.
It is.
And then my cat kills the beach mouse. Is my cat in trouble?
Or is that natural?
I consider it natural, Rick.
Yeah.
Ain't no different than that hammerhead eating that stingray.
Right. Right.
That's right.
So then I thought we were just other animals. So how are we in trouble for the ability to kill it too?
Well, the one thing about a rat, though, is it can be so dangerous to our ecosystem for its disease.
Absolutely.
And very few other animals have that ability at that level
to
spread germs like they do.
We got somebody in there with 3 masks
Nasty
on.
rats, what I'm saying.
With 3 masks on, washing their hands, and they're protecting the beach mouse.
Yeah.
That don't even make sense.
That's a circle equation.
You
if I've ever seen
don't
one.
get any nastier than that thing.
Nope.
Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up for a lot of you. If you're leaving us right now, don't forget to catch the archives. They're available as well.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What when you talk about Jane Goodall and all the research she did for us on primates, she'll forever be held in high regard.
Sure.
Because she lived among them and she studied them. Greg loves to study white trash. It's one of your favorite things.
Yes.
Rick,
and I'm sorry, it looks like Mama June, her white trash is caught back up with her.
Yes.
Yes. So
we thought when she went from not to hot that she might have a shot at it.
Well, did she ever really make that transition? I think that's
remember
more
you
of the
said
question.
she was looking good.
I said she was fine.
I don't think I said
Bubba,
that.
you said fine.
No,
I do
You
not.
said something about.
I did not.
You said you ain't seen anything like that since Cher was younger. But anyway, so Bubba's talking. Now, let me tell you how funny this was. Bubba's talking to me in the break, and he says, "I think Mama June and her boyfriend got arrested." And I said, "Do we have this story?" And Bubba literally said, "Just ask Greg about it." I thought, well, Bubba's having some fun. I asked Greg, I said, "Oh yeah, let me tell you what happened."
He gave you locations.
So Greg's got the location.
So what were they doing?
Alabama.
Now she doesn't have the
Macon County.
boyfriend she used to have, right?
No, Sugar Bear's out.
Yeah, he's gone, right?
So what happened with Mama June?
I have to ask this: who is her boyfriend now?
All they're saying, correct me if it's speedy, they were at a gas station. What made the
Tuskegee.
police come up to him in the first place?
Well, apparently it's on drug possession charges.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know.
what
I don't
made
know. They were just at a gas station in Tuskegee, Alabama, on Wednesday, and this is according to the district attorney's office there of Macon County. They confirmed to USA Today, that's the story I'm looking at, she faces possession of controlled substance, drug paraphernalia charges.
Crack and a crack pipe's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Really?
That's how she's keeping the weight off.
But
it doesn't say here. I'm reading on to see if it was part of some sting or
what
something.
I'm saying, I
if
wonder
they just-
what made the police go up to him in the first place.
Right,
I don't
right.
know. That I'm not clear on, but they did have crack and a crack pipe, and I think they're testing it to make sure exactly if it's what they think.
But what you're saying is, what was it that drew them over to the car?
That I don't know.
Yeah, it just says she was arrested and they confirmed it. It doesn't say why they
And her old
approached
big-headed
her.
boyfriend too, right?
So is he big-headed?
Oh yeah, he's got a big old head.
You got a big nog?
Yeah.
You know, talking about Gino?
Gino.
Yeah, Gino. He was also arrested on.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Have they not just started from Hot to Not season 3?
I don't know, Greg. You know these.
Your world.
You know this information. I do not.
I've kind of faded a little bit on this bunch.
Okay. The show I told you when the show was out and it's first
The original.
started, it was too gross for me.
It was as
I
good
mean,
as-
I don't
Well, it was
mind
about as good as it gets,
Yeah,
so.
I know, Greg. For you, it was Nirvana, but I just it was too gross for me.
It was gross.
It was a gross show, and
I think I figured it out here. Okay, so Gino, the big-headed boyfriend that you
Greg calls him
got
big-headed Gino.
he was arrested on the same things that she was arrested on, in addition to domestic violence. And they're saying that the DA's office has not gone into detail about the domestic dispute that landed the couple in jail. So maybe that's why they approached them, is that they were in some kind of argument at this gas station or something. I don't know. And then that led to other charges.
There you go.
So
that's according to the story.
Yeah, the phones are going crazy. I don't know if these are people that still think we're spinning the wheel of meat, or they know something about.
Let
Mama
me ask
June.
you this: I was trying to read some more details. So, what were they doing? Why were they where they were at?
I don't know.
Yeah, like in this part of the world.
Yeah.
Somebody said they were trying to go see Auburn's basketball team play. They were over in Tuskegee.
That's good.
Well, or maybe they were invited to Bruce Pearl's barbecue. I don't know.
Right, or Bubba's Lake House.
You probably.
Or there was a wrestling event in town at the local armory.
All right,
that's more like it.
We've got drops of Jupiter and 2 blocked in there with the winner, so I'm gonna just take these calls unscreened.
Dangerous.
Hi, Rick and Bubba's show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey guys, it's Mike.
Mike. Do you know what happened?
So the story that I had seen yesterday was apparently they were at this gas station when a domestic incident started to occur. I guess somebody called the police on them. When the cops got there, the boyfriend was in the back seat. Mama June was in the passenger seat, and I guess it was apparent that there had been a struggle. They pulled the boyfriend out, started searching him when he said, hey, be careful when you go in that pocket. I don't want you to get stuck. So they pulled out a syringe, I guess, that had some kind of, drugs in it. And then they, of course, searched Mama June. And before they started searching the vehicle, she said, anything that you find in the vehicle, I'll be responsible for. They found a cracked pipe in the floorboard with some residue in it. So I think the whole thing started as they had gotten into a tiff and somebody called about a domestic incident.
All right, let me go one step back for Bubba. What were they doing in Tuskegee, Alabama? Were they here to see the Museum of the Tuskegee Airmen? What brought them here?
I have
Speaking
no idea on
engagement.
that.
What was the deal?
Right, because they don't live in this state, do they? Live in Mississippi, don't they?
They were
I thought they
originally
lived
out
in
of Georgia,
Georgia.
Or Georgia.
But now when she went from not to hot, I'm not sure where.
Maybe they upgraded to Alabama.
Let's see here.
Speedy didn't hear that, or he would have kind
No,
of.
I heard.
Well, yeah,
I just, I'm tired of it.
No, he's talking about Georgia. He's talking about Georgia.
I know, but the Mississippi stuff.
All I
get
said
it.
was I thought they lived in Mississippi. What's wrong with that?
Just the way you said it.
Okay, but
You said it was an upgrade to Alabama.
No. He said Georgia. Then I said, "Well, did they upgrade to Alabama?" I wouldn't.
Because she did get a nice house for the second.
Well, if they'd have moved to Mississippi, would have been an upgrade.
Well, I didn't say that.
Yeah, she wanted to date her brother. Yeah.
Great.
This is a joke.
Here we go, 6.5 minutes past the hour. We are here from the No Name Studio, located in Sweet Home, Alabama, but it goes out to the world on a variety of platforms, including America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Adding 3 new markets coming up this fall. Be looking for that. But you can also get us on all sorts of streaming formats by watching our YouTube channel, by listening to our TuneIn app, that 24/7 Rick and Bubba channel there, or by, and then if you want to catch archives, the YouTube channel gives you the archive every day. Our podcast channel gives you the archives every day, and both the podcast channel and the YouTube channel even give you a best of hour, and so does Blaze TV. If you're a Blaze TV subscriber, And believe it or not, Bubba, there's still some terrestrial and cable TV stations that show the best of hour as well.
Oh, that's great.
So you can find all that at rickandbubba.com. Bubba, how are you doing? Welcome back, buddy.
I'm good. I'm glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, approaching year number 30. Year number 30. I see the merchandise department trying to gather info from us about our 30 years.
Yep.
On that note, our 30th birthday will be in January if we're all still here.
Which will actually begin our 31st year.
Correct.
Isn't that wild?
Yep. So we'll celebrate 30 years we've been doing this. So anyway, we're looking at some things that we're going to be doing. But coming up this Thursday, it's a new series on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and it's letters from the audience. So Bubba and I, how many you think? We scratched what percentage you think the last time we did it?
Oh, I don't know, 20, 30% maybe. And I've got more since then that people wanted to ask and, more in-depth questions about other oddities of the show.
Yeah, so we'll do that again this Thursday. So this weekend it'll be more letters from the audience. And if you want to get one in before then to be considered, just email that to speedy@rickandbubba.com and specify that you want it to be on the podcast. Doesn't mean it'll make it, but and it doesn't matter if we're doing a playoff. If you come up with a better discussion than even something that was sent last time, we'll move yours to the front. So do that if you want it, and we'll do that. And matter of fact, I was talking to Mom and Dad yesterday, Greg, and Mom said that she has just discovered Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
Oh, really?
And Mom is very savvy. Can I tell you this story about Mom?
She can get around.
From yesterday. She's very, very. I call her high tech Nana. She is very savvy. As a matter of fact, let me tell you what happened. Hilarious. I didn't know this. When I heard this, I was looking at my mom, who's 81. Is that right?
81.
And I'm looking at her, and I'm going, well, how about you? She goes, well, I found this new thing y'all got, this Rick and Bubba University, and I was watching, and so I think I'm gonna go back and watch all the other ones. And I said, yeah, that'd be great, Mom. I said, there's it's all over the road. She goes, well, you heard what happened with me and Amazon. And
I
said,
know this.
And I said, no, Mama, I don't know what happened. Well, they usually do a good job. And I said, yes. She goes, well, I ordered something. I don't know if it was for the wedding coming up in October or something.
She was considering wearing.
Something she was considering wearing. Well, it came to her and it wasn't right. And when she went to send it back, they said, well, this came from
China.
It was one day she told me Japan, and now the latest she's saying China. Was it China?
China.
And they said this.
Well, she's been pretty consistent with China.
Okay, she hit me with a couple of Japan.
Maybe in Korea, for all we know.
But anyway, so she said, I'm going to send this back. She said normally they'll pay for it to be sent back if it wasn't right. And he said, well, this company, they don't do that. So it's going to cost you over $100 to send this back.
So
he said, my suggestion is you just sell it. So my mom, have you heard the latest?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So Mom, who's, the high-tech Nana, well, she goes on there and gives them a bad review.
Uh-oh.
And she said, I took time to give a bad review. I said, you gave a company a bad review online? I sure did. She goes, and guess what? They called me immediately.
Whoa, really?
And he said, not only did they say, hey, we're sorry, we will give you $50 if you'll take that down, an additional $50.
Yeah.
My mother has caused a company to call and say, will you please take that bad review down, and we'll pay you $50 to take it down.
I've never give bad reviews online. Maybe I need to start
That's what I'm
doing
talking about. That's all I could think of is there may be something to this.
Yeah.
I didn't realize bad reviews had that kind of weight. I mean, this is my mother living in a retirement community.
She got her money back for the original purchase from Amazon.
Have you heard?
And she's got the $50. But
did you hear about what happened with $50? She said, well, I noticed that one of the agreements, if I took it down, that I was not allowed to put up reviews for a while, so I just took my money back and didn't take the $50 because I want to be able to give a bad review if I want to. And I said, Mom, are you telling me a company in China got with you and gave you money to take down a bad review about them? She goes, absolutely they did.
Sure did.
My mother. And I didn't know what to do with that.
Rick, for about 3 days when I called her, what are you doing? Well, I've been talking to Amazon. You have, yep. Been there all morning.
I'm going to tell you, you better watch her. If she's learned how to use you know what she said at one time? I'm not making this up, okay? She said, I hope I get the name right, Greg. Correct me if I got it wrong, because I know you've heard it too. She goes, well, I got in a customer service chat with Nehemiah.
Nehemiah, yes.
And I said, Mom, are you talking about Nehemiah the prophet? She goes, no, Nehemiah with that company.
Yeah, she'd been chatting with Nehemiah.
She goes, I said, you got into a chat room and got customer service from Nehemiah.
That's funny.
And she goes, "Oh yeah, well Nehemiah, he knew I was serious." And I said, "Well, yeah, after your customer review, everybody knew you were serious."
It's $50. Take it down.
Yeah, and so so my mom gets in video chats with customer service people,
Nehemiah.
puts out bad reviews, and gets refunds, and even gets additional money if she will stop dogging them on their customer reviews.
Yeah.
Did you know that was that big a deal?
No, I really
Yeah,
didn't.
I mean,
didn't.
I kept waiting on her to
I
give
do know
up. She
this
never
when
would.
I order stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and I get something and it's prompt and it's what I ordered and all that. I like to go and give them, what is it? How many stars? I forget. 5 stars on there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll click on it, and then it wants you to write something about it.
I know.
And I'll say,
Yeah, can't I just click 5
and then I
stars?
usually go, product delivered as advertised.
Good job.
Then it says, we need more.
See,
And finally, I'll
see.
just exit out of it. I go, look, I ain't writing a book.
know.
Every time
Just
I
let
order
me
something,
pick the star.
if I got a problem, I'll complain about it.
And I want to say this too, and I know why y'all are doing it, and please don't take this as being mean, because that's not my nature to come across as being, and apparently, as Jerry Seinfeld said, and I give him credit, it was an incredible line that I never thought about, but that's why he's good at what he does. He said he didn't even know he had a tone until he got married. I didn't know I had a tone.
Yeah.
And he said apparently one thing that women point out when you marry them is that you actually have a tone. I don't like your tone, but and so apparently I can have a tone.
Okay.
So I don't want to have that tone. But do y'all feel like? And I know customer service is so bad, so that's why we're doing this. And I just have a hard time being pressured to give 5 stars for somebody that just met the expectations of our arrangement.
What did they do above and beyond the Call of Duty?
So, like, I ordered from either DoorDash or Uber Eats.
Okay.
You got my food to me somewhere around the time y'all said y'all were. I tipped you for it. You gave me the food, or you left it at my door, and you drove away. Well, that's our expectations.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that's a 5-star performance.
You
or,
know what it is.
Nowadays,
Nowadays, if they do it right, I think they're like, see, I didn't mess it up.
Right.
Let's
But does
say-
that really warrant a standing ovation?
No,
I mean,
it doesn't.
It's
No.
kind
I always give them high marks if they just get it there and it's not turned upside down, not spilt. They turned around in the right place, didn't run over a bush. I
know.
I don't mind doing that.
But isn't that kind of a low bar? I mean,
it's like,
if I'm
okay,
going to give,
you did what you're supposed to.
Yeah, this thing of, and of course, now we were raised differently. We were raised by parents that really didn't think you should receive accolades for just meeting the basic requirements of what you're supposed to do.
Right.
If you went above that, now that's different.
Let's say
if all of a sudden the Dasher, I look out there and the Dasher's got a lawnmower.
Yes.
Okay, and the Dashers
Or a
they-
rake.
or a rake, and or they moved my trash cans back down from the road.
Or maybe come in, put shelves up in my garage.
like that. Maybe offered some sort of they give me a hot towel.
With me and Hams,
for
we're
my
just glad they don't break down in the driveway.
Well, that's what I mean.
We're
Yeah,
excited.
wow. Is that ever get removed, Hams?
Yeah, it took 24 hours. And
pretty
two,
How did they have to? Was there something wrong with the truck?
2 tow trucks.
Was there something wrong with the truck? What was this thing? A 2-cylinder?
I've never. I got to be careful here.
Mhm.
We and for those of you that we told the company to take their time, that they were not like they asked us over and over. We'll get it out tonight if we need to, and blah blah blah. And we were like, whatever y'all need to do. Evidently, the tow truck company they used was out, had a lot of business, and that was fine. But it was just a truck like we got with a cab on it.
Okay, and they couldn't get out of your driveway.
And,
I
even
it wouldn't
looked at the
pull,
ti-
right? And the
it
tires
would
were
not-
spinning, but they weren't bald.
Correct. I even looked at the tires when I got home that day, and they didn't look bald at all. Now I'm telling you, our driveway's steep.
I got it.
But I've never, like, if it rains, I have to put my truck in 4-wheel drive.
I got that.
It will not go up.
But what I'm saying, you didn't see.
But it wasn't
anything-
raining. That's another thing.
Well,
It
you
was
didn't-
dry as a
yeah, I
bone.
heard you talk about.
Yeah.
You didn't see anything abnormal. About trucks of very similar that always got out of your driveway.
And these trucks have gone up and down my driveway hundreds of times.
Right. Something.
Even with this company.
So that vehicle had some sort of problem.
Evidently.
Yeah. But it's gone now.
It is.
Right.
It was about 24 hours, maybe 27.
Right. Yeah, I think I'm just saying that some of these
No, I'm with you.
accolades, some of this standing ovation should be going above and beyond, not just meeting what we're all paying for.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And you don't have to go above and beyond, but I'm not sure. But we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
thing devises is line.
It's
just a line.
Hey, look, we got that.
You could be hunting in Mississippi, Rick, and not know it.
I have done that and didn't know it. Hey, and you wait now, man. Our road's gonna be better.
Yeah, bye, Ned.
We got a big tax coming.
That'll learn you.
We're gonna get this thing straightened out.
Yep.
And magically the same government that's one of the most corrupt governments in the whole country will handle the tax.
And we're just getting started.
Yeah, they'll handle the gas tax money beautifully.
Yeah.
But anyway, but to my point, all we know is how they got arrested, which was correct.
We don't know why they were.
There was a domestic
Tuskegee.
situation. They got rowdy with each other. That brought police into the area. And when police got in the area, they found the stuff.
Yep.
So Mama June.
Plus, when you know you've got all that stuff on you, why do you get out and cause a commotion? I mean,
you're not thinking right.
Oh, wait a minute.
Because
Bo
you're
says
smoking
he's.
crack, I guess.
Bo, it could be a joke, but Bo says he saw it happen.
Okay.
Bo, straight up, or you just messing with us?
He's messing with us.
Straight up.
All right, tell us quickly. We only got about 50 seconds.
I didn't see them get pulled over. They were already there when I got there. I deliver Budweiser. So I just pulled up, and there was about 5 or 6.
Thank you for your service.
All right, go ahead.
But, yeah, I don't know why they got pulled over or anything. I just pulled up. I didn't realize who they were until y'all said something.
Okay, so
All right.
you saw the law enforcement over there dealing with a couple, but you didn't know who it was till we just talked.
You didn't
about
know who Mama June was?
Right.
Well, not anymore.
Not anymore, no. But I wasn't really paying. I was watching what was going on. They already had him in handcuffs, talking to her, and they started searching the car. Then I saw them start. She started pulling her sleeves up, like showing that she had no track marks and all that. Then next time I came back out the store, they had her in handcuffs, a couple brown paper sacks sitting up on the hood of the car.
There you go.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
right, so we're moving now into a phone troll format. This is a little different than a normal phone segment. The phone troll is going to limit you to 30 seconds a pop. So, might want to listen to some of the coaching tips that we've read here on the program from listeners and viewers. Also, some coaching tips that we give you. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby prediction. This is designed for you to make a comment, ask a question, or to bring some information to the table. It was first implemented when people kept saying the same people keep getting on the air. I can't get through. I've never been able to get through. So what we did, we expanded the number of lines we have, really against talk show protocol. Mm-hmm. Okay, most people say you can't manage that many phone lines, and sometimes it sounds like we can't. But what we did that to get a bigger sample of people, and then the troll format enables us to kind of move through calls quicker, giving people more opportunity. So if you'll dial us up now, you ought to get in there until the lines fill up, and then Speedy will get you lined up ready to go. Bubba, let's go to Wisconsin. Josh is standing by. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Josh, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds and go.
Okay, my first question is, where in God's green earth is this impeachment trial? I mean, it's past the point of if Trump did it, would he get away with it? It's past that point. They're just digging the hole farther and farther and farther. Funny enough, to China and Russia and Ukraine, we're talking millions and millions of dollars, and he's lied. He is involved in Hunter's business. Why was he involved in Hunter's business? Why is millions of dollars going to all of his?
I think an inquiry, an impeachment inquiry, is being talked about right now, so that they can actually get subpoena power to get more evidence. It obviously looks like there is something very strange with this. So I think you're going to see this continue to progress, but it just has steps it has to go through.
Jason in Jasper. Jason, you got 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, it's great to hear y'all. First thing is I stopped listening to the show, Rick, right after you lost one of your sons. And I'm kind of new back to the show.
Welcome back.
But the second thing is I'm an actual dasher. I do this kind of on the side.
Yeah.
But it's really important to get that 5-star rating, because if you give them just a 4-star, they end up losing their credentials. So they have to get that 5-star.
Okay. Jason, let me ask you this just to help us. Would it be better for us not to rate them at all, as opposed to giving them something less than 5?
Yeah.
Okay. That's helpful, because I wonder about that. And how about this? I really have never had a bad experience where I would have given a low rating anyway. If I do it, I always do 5. Yeah. But what you're saying is either do 5 or don't do it at all. Is that a better move for y'all?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Because, I mean, that's a side income for a lot of folks. It hurts.
4 is still pretty good,
especially with the economy the way it is.
Yeah, well, now, unless they do a bad job. Now, if they do something that warrants a bad rate, that's different.
If they do something stupid, yeah.
Okay.
Eat some of your
That's
fries.
helpful, Jason. Welcome back to the family, man. I'm glad you're back. And that was difficult for a lot of us, and I know that you probably needed a break, and I'm glad you're back. Let's go to Robert in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Robert, go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, this is for you. With the technology we had back when we went to the moon and the technology we have now, why is it taking us such a hard time to figure out how to go back to the moon?
Well, I think I can answer that by saying it's a complicated process. They engineered this stuff out, they had it working, and then they quit. And the parts and the way they were doing it was no longer available. As a matter of fact, there were better ways to do it. But you have to go back to the drawing board and re-engineer all this stuff and test it again. I mean, when you're talking about rocket engines and controlled explosions, you're talking about so many variables and design issues that it's just going to take time. Now, that is part of the new platform. They hope to keep that one and just reuse it for a lot of things for a long time. That was part of the design with that. But of course, the funding, they're only getting a try about every year with it. So it's going to take time to get the kinks out of it because it's a new model, so to speak.
Jimmy and Robertsdale. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Hey, guys. Hey, Bubba, have you had the mac and cheese from Chick-fil-A?
I have, and it is really good.
Yeah, it is good.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. And oh, by the way, I got a question for Greg too.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, Greg, isn't Curricula one of Caligula's brothers in that movie?
That's funny.
That's good. Jack and Coleman. Jack, go ahead. 30 seconds. This happens sometimes.
Sure.
Jack.
Hey, it's Jack.
Jack.
Like little Red
It's locked for some reason. How did
Riding
that lock?
Doggone it, Jack.
Is this? I don't know what's happened here. All right, let me try somebody else. Let me go to George. Well, it's locked everybody.
Uh-oh, not a lockdown.
Lockjaw.
We done clicked something.
Something's been clicked.
They got us.
All right, there's.
There he
I
is.
think I had
There he
Jack
is.
and George. George, you go ahead, or who is this?
It's George here.
All right, George, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, this is George over in Southside. Hey, I just wanted to congratulate you on 30 years. The first time I heard you on radio was the blizzard of '93.
Wow,
That was a long time.
I mean that's a long time ago.
That was a difficult time for
Boy,
a few days.
was it.
I have followed you through Gadsden, Jacksonville.
Oh wow, that's
That
that's
was-
incredible.
That was a mess.
How about that? You talk about issues.
You know, I was doing the engineering at that point for Q104 in Gadsden and part time for some other stations, but we literally had a people in their trucks bringing diesel fuel to our generator site and putting it in our generators down there.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, because there wasn't no power.
It was crazy, and we've talked about that. But you're right, man. That's a long time you've been following what we do. So thank you for that. And I apologize for what happened to the other caller. It's this phone system showed a padlock underneath two lines, and so I think I removed those. And then when I finally hung up on George, it took Jack out with it. So it was. I'm sure it's something that big fingers clicked over here somewhere. I don't think it's a problem with the system. I think that might have been user error. The problem is I hate when I do something and I don't know how I did it.
Yeah.
So now I don't know how to avoid doing it.
You can't undo it.
I can't undo it. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's old Tesla for you. Speaking of the great radio controversy with little Susie. I also want to welcome a brand new affiliate they started last week during the Rick and Bubba Best Of shows. Hello, 98.3, Prentice, Mississippi, WJDR.
About it.
Glad to have you guys back in the mix. And if you're listening via the TuneIn app or the podcast or watching on Blaze TV and you've been waiting in Florence Muscle shows for the return of the Rick and Bubba show on WLAY, we have all indications that will start back on April 1st.
Now, I know April 1st. Anytime you say something's on April 1st,
exactly.
you think, are you messing with me? You know?
That's what I can. Look, this thing has been one of the oddest, but that's what we hear. So anyway, that's good news.
That's what they tell us.
That's what they tell us. Also, Wednesday Bible study returns today. That'll post today on all the various Rick and Bubba social platforms, on podcasts, and on YouTube. Back this week after a week off last week, around 2 p.m. Central Time today. So look forward to that. Finishing Strong Part 8 will be happening today. So we got a lot to do. I know that you were mentioning, and I know the boys talked about it in the kickoff hour, the Mike Trout contract, and that is.
Well, that's a leap forward in contracts. You know, we had just a month ago, or a little over a month ago, we had a $300 million deal, and then we had a $330. And we thought, well, that's going to be the high water mark for a while. And then we didn't just go like 340, 350. We went 430.
Well, I guess
million.
I guess
over 12 years.
I guess the question I keep asking, when you get to the entertainment business, we've said it before, we'll say it again. The entertainment business will always pay you less than you're worth, but they rarely pay you more than you're worth. Is baseball doing that well?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Are they back?
Yeah.
Are they doing good?
Oh yeah, they've been in a good spot.
Okay.
They're saying it could have easily been 700.
I know this sounds crazy what he's talking about, but it is
Yeah.
true. They're saying that I think they got a bargain here.
Yeah.
For $430
For Mike
million.
Trout.
it could have gotten a lot higher. We do have a little bit of breakdown here.
Yeah, give us the breakdown on those numbers and how much of this is guaranteed?
Every cent.
Yep.
Is it really?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
You
baseball
got the
for you.
breakdown by year in one of your stories there, but
Hello.
here is kind of just for you to get your mind around it. He's going to get about $600,000 per at bat. Or 60,000. I said 600. $60,000
Gotta watch
per
those
at bat.
zeros.
$25,000 per inning. About $3 million per month. $4,000 per hour, and $70 per minute.
And
is the breakdown of the $430 million for 10 or 12 years.
And I understand it is the nature of the game, and it's a very difficult game, and all. I understand all that, but when you think about, and I know I'm oversimplifying it, but that's the point. I'm trying to oversimplify it. When you go and say I'm writing a big check, we expect extraordinary things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
And so we're talking about a game that extraordinary is 3 out of 10.
Yeah, we are.
It's a game of failure.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So we're writing huge checks, knowing that most of the time the guy we wrote the check to will not get on base.
Think about this. Think about this.
Imagine field goal kickers. Would you pay them if they hit 3 out of every 10?
That kind of money that was just distributed, and we're seeing, is one hit difference from somebody making $1 million,
Absolutely.
$2 million, one doggone hit.
That's what makes that game so interesting. It really does. So anyway, by the way, those of you, and I have some of you I know that may be worrying, and I know some of you just laying awake at night worrying about whether we'll have the AAF again next spring. I had a bizarre indicator last night. I may have gotten some inside information in a very strange way, and I'll share that with you when we come back. I mean, if you've got an AAF team, I may have good news for you.
Oh, really?
And the way I found out, I thought was odd. And only I would find it out this way. Well, no, wait a minute. Let me take it back. You would find it out this way, and Speedy would find it out this way, and probably Hams and Greg's. Let me take that back. Only we would find it out this way. 15 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us. All right, so are you listening right now on Raycon earbuds? Sounds good, doesn't it? Testing 1 2 to Raycon earbud customer.
Check. 1
hello.
2.
You have your sound profile set to one that's good for talk radio, so you can hear Bubba and I's pipes. Yeah. Now, let me tell you, the beautiful thing about Raycon is all of these other premium audio brands think that you'll be willing to overpay for them because it has their name on them, even though they'll make you look like a cyborg. You have the same quality, and in many cases better quality, with Raycon earbuds. You have more comfortable earbuds. You have more discreet earbuds. You have durable earbuds. You have 32-hour battery life. You got 8 hours of playtime. Greg, you were saying you were even cutting wood with yours on.
Oh yeah,
Did
I
you
wear them all the time. Clean windows with them on.
Yeah, and so, but about half the price. Why would you pay more if you can get a quality product that really is same quality and in a lot of the features a better product? And then we're getting you an additional 15% off. And we just talked about reviews a minute ago, 56,000 5-star reviews. Matter of fact, they lay awake at night hoping my mom likes them. But let me tell you something. Can you believe that? BuyRaycons.com/Bubba. Buy Raycon, singular, not with an S. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Get that additional 15% off. Enjoying all of I'm talking about the thousands and thousands of Rick and Bubba viewers and listeners that say thank you for introducing me to BuyRaycon.com/Bubba, and you are welcome. All right, so Bubba, you said that you've been through this, having a daughter that was in a sorority, and I've had other dads tell me this, and that and they call this thing. Is this the squealing thing?
Yeah.
What is this?
This is the big end to the rush.
Wish they would name that something different.
Well, they probably do.
Out. You called it squealing thing. Is that what it? Is that actually what it's called?
It's called Squeal Day. Because they all like, and they all start hollering and yelling about what sorority picked them.
I think they probably have a name for it.
Have they changed that
We're
now?
just not up on it.
No. That's what parents have called it.
Okay, that's
to
what
me.
I'm getting at. So this is official name Squeal Day.
Well, I hope they've changed it, but that's what it has always been called. And I have heard parents say, "Yeah, I got to head down for Squeal Day," and I'm thinking, where are they going?
I got to Google this.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was some
Well,
kind of.
after all the girls go through rush, and hopefully they've been picked up by a sorority, they have the announcement where they're going, and then they all run to wherever they meet.
Suffering through the trauma of all the sororities that turned them down.
Right.
And said
Still
they were
called Squeal Day, by the way.
Isn't there a documentary on this?
Yeah. Still called Squeal Day.
Isn't there a documentary on this?
There's one now called
Netflix.
Bama something.
Bama Rush, I think.
Bama Rush.
I don't know if you've seen any of the video of this mass of
I have
people.
not.
Very
Oh, yeah.
excited.
I have not.
It's something.
It's almost up there with the guys running to get
I'm
saving
looking
the
for it
sign
right
stuff.
now.
I knew Greg was going to say that. Look, Greg, by the way,
that
I
is
get
what
the
it
trophy.
reminds you,
I said, if
That's my favorite
If you
thing
could
ever.
show these college co-eds excited about their sorority who selected them, and then show all the grown men running to save it on A-Day
with their gut showing
to get him to sign something. The intensity is about the same.
It is, and the squealing.
Yeah, and the squealing.
I have a friend that has boys, but his youngest is a daughter, and she just went through this, and he said it's.
Oh yeah.
Do they call it
I've
Bark
never-
Day?
All the dads have told me.
He
about
said
this.
I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, and it's and then of course and you always have all the young fellas standing by in case they need to console
sure.
or celebrate with you.
Well,
Good move.
I think they've changed that process now. If you're not selected, they tell you ahead of time and get you out of this.
Oh, really?
So you don't
No
have
more shaming publicly?
No more the wailing and gnashing of teeth has been removed.
Probably a good
idea. That is probably.
Yeah, it's a different kind of
You're
squeal.
talking about standing there with that look on your face while everybody else is squealing.
Horrifying.
That's tough.
I know when my daughter was going through it, it is.
It's terrible.
It is. Yeah. I mean, it's very.
Terrible.
I mean, your whole social status is up in the air.
It's crazy.
And then usually by your third year of college, you're wondering if you still want to be in it or not.
Well,
because you got other things you got to move to.
Well, here's the thing. Seriously, if you have daughters or sons, I will just tell you this: the amount of trauma that sons have to work through is nothing compared to what females have to go through.
No.
I mean, everybody pretty much gets on the football team, even if they don't play. And as far as in high school and stuff, but I mean,
That's what he was saying.
all things involving females are really designed to make you feel horrible.
Let me tell you.
I mean,
hey, and here's the thing.
you are not pretty enough. You are not popular enough.
Right.
You can't jump as good as the others. I mean, it just.
Do you
I mean,
realize-
it's just a never-ending trail of trauma of them wanting to be.
It's tough.
When Chandler was growing up, it started at age 5 when they cut people on cheerleading squad.
At age 5, they cut them.
Yes.
At 5. Wow.
And they right in front of everybody. I thought, man, you girls got it tough.
Well, Mom was the first
brutal.
one to give me a clue on that. She said the stuff you and Greg went through with your little league and stuff, it was nothing compared to what your sister had to go through, trying out for cheerleader, for dance line, for whatever, and then just stand there and be told no.
Yeah, right in front of everybody.
Yeah. And so anyway, I haven't seen the latest running of the women at colleges everywhere after, and it is still Squeal Day.
It is. It's what I looked it up. It says still known as Squeal Day.
Shouldn't we work on
Now,
that?
some universities, I'm getting text messages, some universities name it something different.
Right.
But overall, it's called Squeal Day.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what the parents.
Now, what do the
call it.
guys do for the sorority? I mean, the fraternity.
They don't go
do they
running
call
through
it,
town.
Do they call it Bark Day or anything like that? And they're doing Speedy and Greg's Bark?
It's a good question. I have no idea.
Yeah,
Probably just
I wasn't-
midday.
I don't
Or
know
not.
about the Greek life or whatever, but yeah, the guys they don't have. They just go, "Hey, you're in."
Yeah, you're in, and then everybody.
Look there. Now that may be the best picture I've ever seen in my entire life.
That's it. And we did a side by side.
If you can take
The guy on the left went with the tank. I'm going tank.
Rick, don't forget a big green between them. He's
Hey,
coming on.
Let me
too.
tell you what, he's got a gun on him, but he's got good speed.
He does. You think
that looks
that's
like
some-
me running through there?
Why didn't he have his Bama shirt on? He doesn't even have the
know.
right colors on.
Oh, no. Yeah, now green shirt. I mean,
Rick, that sums it up, right? You can't find any picture
all right,
any better than
can
that.
I ask y'all this question? I want to ask y'all this question, and I think it's a real question, and I want your feedback. based on these two pictures we just looked at, okay, do you think that college-age females are more excited about a sorority picking them or grown men running to get Saban to sign
It's
a helmet?
close.
Which one?
I'm going girls, but it is close.
It's closer than it should be.
It's closer than it should be.
And what's bad is some of those guys will actually squeal.
Oh, no question.
They ain't just the girls.
You ever seen them get emotional about it?
Oh, Rick.
Oh,
Rick.
too much Bama in them.
Way too much.
Yeah, prime example.
Oh, yes.
They love their tide.
Right.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Got my helmet in my hand.
Oh, digging, Greg. Don't think I'm kind of running.
Look, this is the only time any of this year I'm going to run.
Yeah,
I'll never run again.
You can tell by the way he looks at his clothing that he has not decided to run much.
Rick, what happened there?
My question
he's
is,
digging right now.
my
Adrenaline.
question is, does he make it without falling? Because that guy has the potential to overstride
yeah.
and go tumbling.
Well, he also has the
get top
potential to tear a quad or tear a ham.
Oh,
or
yeah.
growing.
Or just drop from something else.
I wonder if when he gets there too, Saban, he just hands the helmet over, he has to bend over.
Yeah, because he's out of breath. He can't talk.
Can't breathe, can't talk.
Golly.
Thank Coach.
That's so good.
Squeal day.
But there you go. Yeah, and I'm like you say, I have to learn a lot because I was never in the Greek life. I know, Speedy, you dabbled in it, but not much. Helms, did you dabble in the Greek life?
No,
but
we weren't allowed to.
Yeah, so Sherry was.
You think Coach Abbott's going to let his baseball players jump in a fraternity?
No, Sherry was in a sorority, so she always clues me in on things I don't understand.
Yeah. Amanda was too. Amanda and Sherry were Phi Mu's, by the way.
That's right, yeah. And Betty was too, right? Yeah.
I think she.
Well, I thought she was a Phi Mu. Maybe I'm wrong.
She rushed, but she never did join. I think nursing got in the way of all that.
But yeah, the whole thing about that is, and then none of our children ever went into the Greek life, so I never experienced any of that. So, but I and of course when I went to play at Troy, for some reason, different campuses have different relationships. For some reason, there was some war between the football team and the Greek life, and they didn't get along. So, and then of course they all hated me when I said the way we're acting, we are just a fraternity. We're just called the football team.
Yeah, it's really the same thing.
Yeah. And that didn't go very well.
And we really need all of you. We really need all of you on Saturday.
Well, what was hilarious is
it shouldn't be at odds.
What was hilarious is the football team. I think I've told y'all this at Troy, but it's some of those kind that's worth reliving. So the scout team took that on head on and said they would establish their own fraternity. And it became a menace to the college because they're like, you can't do that. They went out and invented their own, they were called the Tall Fies. And they went out and got their own logo. They had their own hats. Now, look, we shouldn't laugh at what we're about to laugh at.
You talk about the driver?
Yes. We shouldn't laugh about this. Okay?
What would you call that? That's a non-sanctioned
right.
fraternity?
No, they went full-blown because what would happen on Thursdays, they were done for the week. It's and that was Little Friday.
Yeah, it was.
So they would go out and pretend to be their own fraternity, but they weren't. Okay, and so they had their own logos, and then the one they got in trouble with because they would call the other fraternity guys frat rats. Well, on homecoming, everybody has their letters up on the grass hill. They made one, and it was a mousetrap.
Yeah.
Okay, and it was Tall Phi, and it had like a fraternity guy in a trap. I mean, they got in a lot of trouble, and so we would be practicing because they would be done about after Wednesday. Okay, so now we're practicing, and they would come by already getting started on Little Friday while we're practicing, and it's a scout team. Well, one guy was a very highly touted quarterback who got redshirted because, unfortunately, he was a drunk driver and crashed and got really, really hurt. So he was still a scout team quarterback rehabbing himself back.
Okay.
So we look up. Now, this is news that everybody knows.
Are you debating telling this?
Well, it's
in your mind.
Nobody can get
names.
Nobody can get me for 1983.
Yeah, no names.
No names. They had bought a car for $150. It didn't even have a top on it, but it's not a convertible.
It was cut off.
It just had the metal sticking up in the air. It's just cut off. Okay, and we look, and here they come, and they all had what they were in fraternity on their hats.
Okay.
Because they got made hats. They had hats they made. And here they come, and this guy is driving the car. Okay. They're all in it. And you look, and it says President, Vice President of Tall Phi. His had on one side official driver / chaplain.
And didn't he wear like a crash helmet?
Yeah,
when
and he had a crash helmet on with that written on it. They had him at the wheel with a crash helmet on.
Official driver.
Greg / Chaplin.
Chaplin.
Oh, no, that's so good.
And I thought, of course, they went on to get in all sorts of trouble.
Oh,
yeah. We really needed them to make practice on Monday really bad.
Yeah.
We got work to do next week. Hey, and they were a menace in the stadium, too.
Rick and Bubba.
Miley Cyrus, some were wondering, is she... She does not have any gender or sexual. She's anything goes, anytime, anywhere.
Yeah.
And she says, I'm ready to party. Let's go summer 2019. She is all but naked in the picture and says she is ready to party. So it does.
Let me ask you this. I thought she got engaged. I thought she'd
She's
kind of
married, isn't she?
got married to was
That
it
actor.
Thor or his brother? One of them.
His brother.
One of those brothers.
Did we just say she married Thor's brother? Is that-
Liam.
Yeah.
Liam.
Well, a minute
Hemsworth.
ago, I gave Bubba a description of a name I couldn't come up with. We're speaking our language.
Hemsworth.
Nobody else knows what we're
We all know what
Yeah.
we're talking about. Oh, that's that
Hemsworth?
guy. That's that guy.
Hemsworth.
People, people mistake me for this guy
all
the
the time.
But anyway, so it looks like that and this is where it can go bad when someone's been rowdy and then they try to be less rowdy and then they go back rowdy again. It's rowdier than ever that next time. And this doesn't look good at all. I mean, and really, if you think about it, Bubba, and I think you hit on something that we don't need to overlook. If you want to say, what is wrong with our country, I'll tell you what's wrong with it. 88+ million people follow Miley Cyrus on Instagram. Does that not explain a lot, though? If you think about that 88 million people follow Miley Cyrus, I know it's worldwide, but that'd be a lot of people in this country.
Yeah.
Follow her on Instagram. That really kind of explains a lot, doesn't it?
It does.
If you think about that.
Absolutely.
So if you have been duped and forgot that Hannah Montana, left that genre a long time ago, and your kid follows Miley Cyrus on Instagram, they've got
quite a show today, Rick.
They got quite a show today. So there
I
you
think
go.
the only thing she's got on is a floppy hat. They say
She's got Speedy's hat on that he wears in the sun, and that'll do it.
Yep.
And she says
I
she's.
want one of those.
Hey, don't forget too. I'm here and I'm ready to party.
Yeah. I am here and ready.
Well, that doesn't look good.
I'm still holding out hope.
I know, but
Well, let me tell you.
Let me tell you this, and you know this because there's certain patterns, and certainly there's people that are pattern breakers, and thank the Lord for that. But this has that, and this had been predicted before, but I think she bought some life by turning around a little bit. And I know it wasn't a huge turnaround.
I think she quit smoking pot. That was it.
But
that didn't last.
But here's the thing: this has that look of there's a bad headline coming.
Yeah.
Found in a hotel, that kind of thing.
You mean Marilyn Monroe and about 50 other celebrities? They all thought they could play with fire and not get burned.
Right.
Michael Jackson, Prince. I mean, it's a whole long list.
I'm butt naked and I'm ready to party is not a good slogan for life. It's just not. It doesn't go well.
The husband can't be pleased with that either.
No. You would think that the last thing we'd want is our wife on Instagram in a floppy hat and nothing else saying, I'm here and I'm ready to party. Yeah. And here's what I don't get. How can she have a husband if she claims that, and she's using, this word's back, but I was always told I wasn't supposed to use it anymore. And
I'm sure the definition.
It's in the story.
Right.
I don't know what all the titles mean anymore.
Yeah.
I knew at one time.
Well, it changes
she
pretty
was
quick.
claiming, and maybe she can claim this too, that she was pansexual, which means she's just whatever.
Anything.
Well, what do you need a husband for then?
Yeah.
Well, I guess he falls under that category.
Is he the same?
I don't know.
He must be okay with all this.
I'm just. I don't know.
Because
I can't keep up with all that.
I go back and think. I want you to get this mindset though,
I'm not
because
smart enough.
Now, is it Thor or his brother she's married to?
His brother.
His brother.
It's
Liam.
not-
Aquaman. No, I'm just kidding.
Let me go back to this again, because I want y'all to think about this bizarre world we live in. Can you imagine having a spouse that you're trying to keep from straying, and you think, all right, all I got to concentrate is on other men? They go, no. It may be other women.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, my gosh, can I handle the competition?
It may be
for
other-
my spouse, every single person they see is a possible hit.
Yeah, it may be a woman who thinks she's a man. It doesn't matter. A man
you
who thinks
never
he's a
know.
woman.
An attractive dog walks through.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't know what's going to happen.
Well, we joke.
Well, yeah.
So it just seems like that would just be overwhelming.
Yeah.
You know how sometimes you go to your point, you're saying, I've got too much coming at me at one time?
Yeah.
Can you imagine looking out on the landscape of the world and saying, my gosh,
overload.
everything's a possibility?
That's just a weird bunch.
Really weird. And it seemed like that would be, if I was sitting, let's say we were having our first lunch, we were doing a lunch date and we're trying to work our way maybe to a dinner date. And at the lunch date, it's brought up, by the way, that I'm paying this and I'm the Q word and I'm all this. To me, that's kind of a deal breaker on a potential wife right there. Because I'm thinking, so wait a minute, you don't even.
I'm dealing with a lot of things.
Yeah, that's a lot to deal with. I mean, so I'm not even. You're.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. We'll get to some more of your phone calls before the day is over. All right, so I'm being told now that the official name for these sororities is Bid Day, but it is called Squeal Day by like all the people for the squealing. So just want to make that clarification.
Yeah,
And the Tall Fives no longer have a chapter at Troy. I just want to be sure that is.
Some of the stories we discussed in the break own me.
My favorite was Coach Chan Gailey looking at the scout team coach going, you got a handle on you guys?
And I finally found that footage of Squeal Day, Bubba. There you go.
Send your email to Adler on that, not me.
Oh, wrong.
Wrong
squealing.
Yeah. So there.
So I'm confused by something. I saw the headline, and I'm trying to dig into this. Greg has more information than I do. This is more of me asking a question than presenting a story.
Yeah.
Barstool Sports. Now, and first off, this is an amazing story. The guy, Dave, how do you say
Portnoy.
Portnoy, had this, sold it for like $500 million.
Correct.
Yep.
And then the company he sold it to gave it back.
Yes.
They got
what?
They're a
That never
sports
happens
betting
to
app.
Rick, never happens to
No,
me.
this is a
Never
Dan
happens to
Moultrie
me.
deal is what this is.
You ain't telling me anything.
They're
No,
like a
that's
sports
true.
betting app that has
Right.
been rebranded as ESPN. They made like a $1.5
Yep.
billion deal. So they sold Barstool back to Portnoy for $1.
Well, why
And
did
if
they,
he ever sells it, they get 10% of it. But so he sold it to him for. Am I off?
No, you're right. You're right.
He sold it to him for over
It's a
$500
Moultrie.
million.
You're right. It's a
Dan
Moultrie.
Moultrie
It's
deal.
a
Gets it
Dan
back.
Moultrie thing.
They basically
He's
and they-
managing for him?
and they
did
have
they
to
give
get
it-
and they get out of the sports book biz. They can't do any sports booking
Right.
through them. So that they say, here, take your company back. We got this $1.5 billion deal with ESPN,
Yep.
and if you ever sell it, we get 10% of it.
So Dave is back in charge. One of the first changes he's made: no more Savannah Bananas content on their pages.
Is he just tired of it?
He is not a fan
Is
of
it
the
Bill?
beloved independent baseball team that has gained popularity for their iconic banana ball, which is a version of the Harlem Globetrotters on the baseball field.
Yeah.
So the headline says he has started a social media war with the Savannah Bananas.
Okay. Well, is he just saying in his world of sports he finds them to be a bip?
Yeah, he's yeah.
Right.
Yes.
I can understand
That's
that.
basically it in our terms.
Yeah. Well, here's where I am on Savannah Bananas.
Well, they fall more under entertainment than
Yeah.
sports.
They do.
Yeah.
It's a circus.
Me on the Savannah Bananas, okay, and I've never been to one of their games, and we've interviewed them because I was very intrigued in what they were doing, and I'm very intrigued with them from a business standpoint.
I am too. Now, I do
People-
think he's got a good idea and a good model.
No question.
People who have
People
been to it tell us and tell me they loved it, absolutely loved it, and most of them have been multiple times.
Yeah, for me, it would be like this. And now, because I was always looking for things when my kids were small, and you're always looking for something to entertain them you can do together. If my children were still small, and I don't mean tiny, but the right age for Savannah ball, Savannah Banana, I would go to it for the sheer entertainment of me and my kids having a fun time out.
Right.
As a grown man that doesn't have now, like if I get grandkids and they're still around, I'd probably do that. I would never go to a game as an adult as a date with Sherry or by myself. I mean, but it would be something I think it'd be fun to take your kids to.
Baseball purist, baseball traditionalist, they think it's silly.
Well, I don't get that. Really.
Sports entertainment.
I don't really get that. It's like basketball players being mad
The
at the
dancing's kind of
Globetrotters.
real.
I mean,
It
some may be.
it's
They-
well,
some
I mean,
are,
but what
by
I'm
the
saying
way.
is if you chalk it
Yeah.
up for family fun entertainment and leave it in that category, then
But that's the thing.
Then either go
but
or
that's
don't
what
go.
Rick's talking about.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about with the baseball traditionalists. They're not talking about their kids. They're not talking about they're talking about them going to see a baseball game. Do I go see the Braves and Yankees or do I go see the Bananas? And this one over here with the Braves and Yankees is going to win every time.
And I'll tell you where that comes from.
Because they don't want to be entertained. They want to watch a baseball
And I'll
game.
tell you where that comes from.
Then don't go.
But let me tell you where that comes from, though. What that comes from is back to where the XF
that is a bit.
where the
Stuff like that is a bit
you're
to
right.
me.
Yeah. Well,
That's funny to
they
me.
are going to fall victim to what we
I know
can-
you do.
What
I love
everybody
the backwards catch.
They are going to fall victim to what everybody in
impressive.
entertainment falls victim to is what do we do next?
Right.
And sometimes
running out of gags.
And sometimes I even on this show I can tell sometimes when there's a little bit of a panic we start pressing.
Yeah.
We usually do stuff that's not very funny or not very good because we're pressing. And so as long as they'll realize that the Harlem Globetrotters they did the fake water pail trick forever. And nobody ever got tired of it.
Yeah,
You
and
can
probably
keep-
still do today.
This is
Yeah,
a preference thing. If
Right.
I don't like it, doesn't mean you have to like
That's
it or not
correct.
like it.
Right.
That's just part of it. But,
But what
like, if I'm eating a hot dog and I have to choose that over Acuna Jr. batting, I'm not choosing that.
Right.
But that's just me, and that's a preference, and that's fine. There's no right or wrong. I won't go to
Right.
that. You won't go to the
Yeah.
other.
Yeah, I would
That's-
take my family.
That's
to it.
why I'm
Yeah.
intrigued by this model, this
Yeah.
business model.
Oh,
that
it's
they
it's
have.
fantastic idea, and I love how successful it is. And what happened is just like where, what's his name did the XFL the first time, Vince McMahon. He didn't just say we're going to put out a sports entertainment. He said we're better than the NFL, and people hate the NFL, and I'm going to do everything the NFL doesn't like. Well,
Yeah, they were
the Bananas where they get these purists mad is they claim everybody's bored with baseball, so we made baseball more fun. And a purist goes, well, then I'm against that.
Yeah.
You know, now if you say we're the Harlem Globetrotters of Savannah of baseball, come have fun, but we're not trying to replace baseball.
That's it.
Then you probably don't have purists getting upset about it.
Now,
You're right.
when Jesse was on a few times, the owner that you referred to,
Yeah.
he kind of said that. He said, "Yeah, we're playing baseball," but he was having fun with it. If you know the opposing,
I'm getting in the mind of a
if
purist.
the
Yeah.
opposing
Right,
team
right.
hits a foul ball and you catch it, then that's an out. I mean, they're just having fun. With
Oh,
it.
I got that.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
trying
yeah.
to explain why purists think they're supposed to not like it.
Right.
But
Yeah,
for
it's two different
Barstool,
things.
Yeah, I think so.
Barstool to declare war on it, and I understand that's kind of
It's
some
a
of that's
bit.
clickbait.
It's a bit, yeah.
But I know they probably wouldn't post their score every night. But when they do something that you haven't seen before, exceptional, like do a backflip catch, why
Which
not
was
show that and
exceptional.
go, that's pretty athletic.
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
He won't be showing this.
The Barstool guy is trying to make this his soccer.
Yeah.
He can't be
I guess
for it.
so.
That's it.
Yeah,
I
and
guess
now,
so.
now he'll
Yeah.
villainize it on his show, and that'll be his bit.
But
Yeah,
why do
right.
that
Yeah.
when soccer's out there?
Well, that's true. That's
Who
true.
doesn't like soccer?
Yeah, you can't like soccer and then not. I mean, and like it not like that. I'm not even a gender that you have landed on. I'm just
one of many.
I'm a possibility of all sorts of genders. I just don't think I could take that kind of pressure.
Usually, the only time I hear the word pan, it's like pandemic or something.
Right.
You know, if it's not,
Or
if it
pan-
doesn't include dinner.
The flu.
Pan down.
All right. Young Pan down every day. And Peter Pan.
Peter Pan.
Peter Pan. There's that.
So anyway,
Clap your hands for Peter Pan.
yeah. So that's our Miley Cyrus update, and it's not a good one.
No.
You know, like I said, this does not look like a married woman.
No.
It looks like trouble. I mean, I don't know how many times we have to see somebody go down this same path
I know.
before we wake up and go, "Gosh, I'm on that road too."
All right, y'all brought up Thor, but not to this, but you brought up Thor's brother. Can I just ask in passing, why is it I'm never drawn to Aquaman, the movie? I mean, now it's showed up on Apple and all that, and I'm just not drawn to it.
I don't know about the superhero movies anyway, but correct me if I'm wrong. He looks nothing like the Aquaman I remember.
No.
As a kid, this guy, he's the Dothraki guy from the Game of Thrones. Is who he is.
Yeah.
And if you people watching, you know what I'm talking about. But it's the same guy, and there's nothing Aquamanish looking about him.
There's something about
It looks dark.
Well, great.
He looks like
I've told you before that I also prefer
Poseidon.
You know, I've told
Yeah.
you. I've told you before. I prefer my superheroes to stay on Earth and on the ground.
Yeah.
I don't like us underwater, and I don't like us out in space.
Yeah.
And so there's something about the superhero Aquaman that has just never drawn me.
No,
I've just
he was the
never
weakest
been,
of all
I've just
the
never
Can I
been
tell you
interested.
one I do like, and I know they have a movie coming out of Shazam. I always liked the TV show when we were kids growing up.
Well, I did
Funny.
too when I was like 6.
But I'm gonna tell you the special effects. You know, used to the Shazam when he would call it was kind of minor.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a major lightning strike in the promo. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Well, the thing
And he
that's
changes,
And he's a little kid, isn't he?
and then he changes to a guy.
Yeah.
what draws me
man.
what draws me
a little bit to it because I know this Deadpool thing tried this too, but it was so nasty I didn't watch it.
Oh, yeah.
Because I got all kinds of people saying, hey, it's not just sort of nasty. But anyway, this looks like this is that thing where you have a superhero, but there's it's also a comedy.
Yeah.
Like it's like there's
Well, it's
goofy,
got some funny
there's
stuff.
goofy stuff with it. So that might be interesting.
That
might be funny. Kind of like what was that guy, the Tick, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Where there's
Or Ant-Man.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
All those.
Yeah.
With the slapping the bass guy playing.
Yeah, funny. But anyway, so there's your Miley Cyrus update. All right, we'll get a lot of updates on this story.
It's
you
a
can
Rick
bet
and
on
Bubba
that.
news
You can bet on that.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
So, Bubba,
it fell silent.
This is the thing we have, the famous. Hey, I faked a life of my kid, and I paid. What we would call in job hunting, you'd pay for a headhunter to go out and find you a job. This time, we're paying an organization to create a fake life of my child, so my child can then be accepted into colleges they don't qualify for.
Yeah.
Rick,
and we create a fake life to help them get in.
It just gets more and more complicated as we go here. Now we've had, and I'm trying to pull this up. I lost my bookmark here. We've now had multiple lawsuits filed for more than $500 million, accusing Yale, USC, and more of letting students waste money applying for elite schools when it's actually rigged in the wake of college in the wake of the college admission scandal. And $500 billion.
So we said this might happen. Again, we're waiting on those that missed their slot who were truly Native Americans to Elizabeth Warren. I guess that's so long ago. But according to the way we do things now, it should count today, no matter how long ago it was, if we go by today's standards. But on this particular one, this one's new, it's shiny, and it's got money. And we wondered, would there be lawsuits of people who said, hey, so I did everything the right way, but I never had a shot because there's people getting paid under the table that push my kid out, and I think there should be retribution. But $500 billion?
A parent, her name is Jennifer K. Toy, T-O-Y, filed a separate $500 billion lawsuit saying her son was not admitted to some colleges because wealthy parents cheated and bribed admissions. I mean, Rick, they may be no end to all this. I mean, it may be. It may be catastrophic.
I need to ask you the more important question as far as this show is involved. Has Betty come to the reality yet that somebody that she loves does this kind of stuff, or is she still thinking that surely she's wrongly accused?
Betty is distraught because her shows have been disrupted, and she loves Lori Loughlin, and she is not admitting that she has failed in any way right now.
So Betty is in what I was the honeymoon stage with Bill Cosby when the first accuser came out.
Yeah, you're in denial. Yeah, I think it's still
30-something later.
Right
I refused to believe it, and I didn't want it to be true. And so I went through a period of time of not accepting it until we got up around 48 women, and then I had to say, well, so
might need to take a second look.
Yeah, so now Betty's in denial, right? Betty's in denial that, that this has happened.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. She just cannot believe because she knows Lori Loughlin from her characters and just doesn't see it possible.
Okay. Becky wouldn't do that.
Becky wouldn't do that.
No way.
So,
as the mayor of the town on When the Heart, whatever, I don't remember the name.
Wind Calls the Heart.
Wind Calls the Heart. That's it.
Windy wind. Heart
she's
wind.
done so much good for that town, Rick. How could she be guilty?
Right.
Of
She cares too much.
Well, see, this is what politicians do.
Yep.
But let's go back to this.
They had a nasty when the bar was wanting to stay open a little late the other night. That was.
Well, the gang's all here. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you doing? We've got all of our team ready to go on the field. Y'all ready? We'll try to get some more phone calls of yours in before the hour is done. But I'd like to start the hour. I have kind of a kind of little montage of things I'd like to throw out there for us to start considering.
Please do.
All right, and it's going to get a rise out of Speedy. I dread doing this to Speedy because, there's nothing worse than being blindsided, but and it's something I don't care for. But have you seen a calendar lately? Do you realize what it's getting time for again?
Oh yeah, I'm already calculating some things.
Days are already getting shorter.
Yep.
We need a name for this year's CD. Yeah, and what was hilarious is
what about
big gulp?
What about gulp?
How about gulp with Bubba?
How about this move to the gulper there? Interesting move. Yeah.
Some days.
Yeah, but the
there's a reason behind the madness.
I remember that we had some really good early on in the year. We'd say things like, "Well, there's the name right there," and I can't remember one of them. So that's the problem with us aging. Is there's been some tremendous ideas for this year's CD name, and I can't remember what they were. I remember even thinking, well, that's done. We got the CD name, and now I can't recall one of them. So
looking at the list, I should be able to give you some ideas here soon.
Yeah, so I want to throw that out that we'll start that. And you guys have done a great job of letting us know what bits you want to do this year. So we took a note of that. Yeah. We tried to stay on top of that. And then also I have an update on the ongoing study is, do women comprehend time? And I learned early on that I said they don't really have a concept of how long things take. And as you said, Bub, I thought brilliantly, one of the problems I think there's a pushback with the female mind, which is an incredible creation, the female mind. It's able to think about all things all the time. And where men usually compartmentalize and we think about one thing at a time, they're always thinking about everything all the time. It's an amazing piece of work by God. And somewhere in there, the concept of 10 minutes is 10 minutes, they reject that. It's almost like, I like the concept of time, but I don't want it to be very specific.
Well, I think in the great design of things that I think our God had, you have emotion-based and you have pure logic.
Right.
And too much of either one can be bad. I think that's why they're complementary to each other.
Right.
That's the best way I can think to put this.
Right.
And in the emotion world, time is an absolute.
Right.
And it fits well with logical thinking.
Right.
Because it's a finite amount.
Right.
And you answer to that.
Right.
Void of emotion.
Right.
Now, on the emotional side, that would be a concept I would reject because I don't like it.
Right.
I don't like the way it makes me feel to have to answer to it when I can't attack somebody for making me stay on it.
Yeah.
Because time is out there and I can't, nobody can be responsible for it. So I think there's some type of, and I don't mean this negative to the ladies.
I don't mean I'm really studying it
that
because
they're
it's
more
fascinating.
based emotionally than most men are.
Right.
I mean, I hate to bring up, women from Venus, men from Mars type thing, but there is some difference. And I know with a lot of people in society today, they don't want to hear that.
Right, yeah. How about this? I would go this far, beautifully distinct.
Yes.
Beautifully distinct.
Yes. But you could see where if it is a finite amount that clock is ticking each second, and time is a value, it's a set amount.
Right.
It would not play. It would play much better with a pure logic interpretation versus a pure emotional interpretation. And we're all some mix of the two.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
So,
well, the thing that I have learned, of course, this has nothing to do with time. Now I'm chasing a rabbit.
there's some things I see I'll take to squalling.
But one of the things that I have learned is a man can have an issue that is concerning, but he can't really deal with it right now, so he will put it on a shelf and move and pull off the shelf what he needs to concentrate on.
Right.
And the female brain cannot forget the thing that's bothering them, and they'll think about it along with all the other things all at the same time, so they can never quite get past it. And they can't put it away. Whatever's going on, it kind of goes back to the great statement that a mother can only be as happy as her saddest child. You know what I mean? So that child that's not doing well, she can't flip that switch off to enjoy the children that are doing well, because she can't get that child out of her mind to just think about the others for a minute and then get back to it. If the bed has not been made up, a dude will just shut the door and move on and say, I'll get to that at some point, or he may not.
A woman who is running a house, she cannot get that unmade bed out of her mind, no matter whatever else she's doing. You know what I mean? It's all happening at the same time.
Yeah, my thought is I'm about to get back in there and take a nap, so I'll make it up.
By the way, that has nothing to do with time. I'm just trying to talk about the.
Yeah.
So here's what I've been noticing. This happened early on in our marriage. I realized that I don't think women know how long time is. They don't understand the concept of how long it would take, say, to get to here to somewhere else. You know, and it's like, you know, because you'll see the time.
Well, again, that's a finite measurement of miles, or we could put it under space-time.
I would like to add this to my ongoing study. It happened yesterday. So I took Dad. Dad had an appointment yesterday, and I took him to lunch and then took him to the appointment. I was then going to meet my wife for dinner somewhere later on that day. And I said, once I get through this appointment, I'll alert you of what time it looks like we're done. I'm going to take Dad back home. I'm going to sit with Mom and Dad another minute. In my mind, I really know how long these entrances and exits usually take. And so we contacted, and the time was 3:15. Okay? So I said, it looks like where I am now, by the time I get Dad home, I go in, check on Mom a little bit, get him settled in, and I said, that looks like to me, I'm thinking 4 p.m. I'll see where we're going to eat, because, you know, we're old people, we eat early.
Right. I'm on the nursing home schedule already.
4:15. Now, what time is it?
It'll save time on the adjustment.
Does anybody remember what time it is when I said that? 3:15.
3:50, you're right.
Okay. Does anybody know how long it is from 3:15 to 4?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Would y'all like to say
45 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to take a stab at it.
Or a TV show and a half.
Here's the return text. So in about 30 minutes. And I took a note of that. I said, let me write that down.
There it is.
So, and I put back, no, babe, 45 minutes. You know, 4 p.m. from where we are right now would be 45 minutes.
But see, she answered you with an emotional response about 30 minutes.
Right, yeah.
Which to her would be 30 to 45.
Right, yeah.
But to you, it's a more very finite measurement.
So I just wrote that down. I said, let me put that in the study. Because you remember the time, it was early on, not long after we were married, and we lived an hour and 20 minutes from my parents. That's if nothing happens. That's just the distance. Okay, that's no pauses, no problems, no anything.
Yeah.
And it was, I don't remember the exact time, but I want to say it was say 10 a.m. And she was talking to my mom. And so my mom, I guess, asked, well, what time do y'all think y'all will be here? Now, we're still not in the car yet, okay? And I heard, we'll be there around 11. And that's not possible.
Possible.
I mean that. I mean, if right now we put jetpacks on, and
you happen to have a pair,
and it hit me then. They don't really understand fully how long everything takes, and then if you ever throw in time zone changes,
yes. Do you think? And I don't know. I'm just speculating here. Is the fact that time is a base 6 counting system, does that throw them off because it's not
Probably.
a 10?
Yeah,
I'm just curious because it causes you have to pause to think sometimes.
You have to button
and so
up a little bit
so
over
for new husbands, unless your wife has been trained and maybe she has some sort of job where and she says I'm too far the other way because my job involves, like right now, all I can see is it's time to go to break.
To the second. You live by the second.
I live by the second.
Right.
And I calculate how long everything takes, and then I do the math on it.
And your back time in your mind.
So what you'll learn to do is you'll learn this system, and you learn to play inside that system. Because I feel bad for men that think you can somehow make them see it the same way you do. It's distinctly beautiful. That's never going to happen. So you have to find a way in their language to get to places where you're supposed to be.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Big controversy.
Now what's her name?
Lori Loughlin.
Lori Loughlin. If this actress, has she made a statement? Has she said, I didn't do this?
They've lawyered up.
Y'all come on out, they got us?
I think they're forming their defense right now. So they're kind of laying low. The girls have withdrawn from school. They've all canceled their social media stuff. They're, trying to shoo the helicopters off the roof. But again, I don't know, how can we do this and just let Elizabeth Warren skate free on this? She did the exact same thing. Well, really, in some cases, hers was worse.
Well, I think what you're going to hear now, because I remember my parents saying this, I don't know what Elizabeth Warren's parents are going to do to her, but I'll tell you what we're going to do to you.
Yeah,
Just because other people did what you did, we're going to deal.
No, I'm just talking strictly to the public.
No, you're right.
Yeah. Well, and of course, in this one, you got, I guess, the more serious charges are because someone was paid to set all this up, to bribe people.
Yeah, I think
just filling out something on your thing is still bad and wrong. Don't get me wrong.
It's wrong.
These federal charges come from all that money changing hands.
Well, the mistake was they donated to the wrong employee at the university. If you give it to the to the development office, you usually would get the same results. It would just be above board.
Exactly.
Now, and
because
here,
we don't have a problem with that.
Right.
For some
yeah, and here's what you got with these universities.
Or
you
buy
got
a skybox or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got some students that say they never would have wasted their money if they knew it was rigged. So you got that side, but then you got
that's a legitimate complaint,
right? And then you got the other side that says that their degrees are now devalued because people question how they got it.
Wow.
And so you got two fronts here: people that are actually like these Stanford students that say now my degree's been devalued because I go to Stanford. And because now people question how I got in. I'm just saying that's what they're going to.
I know.
It's going to be hard to
agree.
prove.
I think
go get your degree and prove to everybody, no matter how you got in, that you belong.
You know, I think we're going to see an adjustment here of the pendulum of the free market. I mean, there is a point, and I do think you need a college education because it helps you to move forward in most cases. It's not required 100%. We know that. Right. But I think in some of these cases where these parents are spending that much money to get their kids into a college and to pay for a college, where we're now talking about millions of dollars in some cases, they would be better just to give the kid the money.
But they want the prestige. They want their kid. Look at my kid. Not only is he sharp on social media, look, he's high academic and got accepted at this high academic school, so he must be really sharp.
Well, most of the kids don't care about that. They just like the social part.
No, parents do that.
Yeah, parents do. Now, what does this tell your kid, too, though? They can't do it on their own?
Yeah.
Oh, of course not. Well,
in today's world, that's not a big deal.
I was about to say, Speedy, we got a whole generation of people who just wait for their mom and daddy to take care of the next problem.
Right. And
guys,
I would think
this is helicopter piloting to the team.
In this case, you're right,
parenting.
but there's some kids that want to do it on their own.
Guys, there's an article out today, or it was out a couple of days ago. I got into it today. Stats based off what parents of college students are still doing for these kids at this age, and it is alarming. Some of the things that are going on with these college students, even juniors, setting alarm and reminding them to go to class. There are things like that going on that it boggles the mind.
Well, you remember the first time we heard this when we had, and where did he coach? Was it Colorado? When he was the coach at the time. I don't think he's the coach there now. And he was talking about that he was coaching Division I college football.
Oh, yeah.
And parents were calling him, complaining about the practice schedule.
Yeah.
Well, they're just doing what they
it's a youth team.
They're doing what they're used to do.
Yeah. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, now, Bubba, you have been talking about this story for about an hour now.
Well, I want to be sensitive because we're talking about a man's life here who has passed away, but who
well,
he was.
You know how sensitive we can be here about that.
Yeah, I know. We're always caring.
He's real.
Rick, we've long had the running joke about the Clintons and people who were tied to them and their mysterious deaths.
It's a long list.
It really is.
It really is.
It'll blow your mind.
Even if you're a Clinton supporter, you have to go, that's an impressive list.
A lot of numbers.
Well, we've got another one to add to that today, and it's a very unusual situation. And I don't even know how you say his last name, Krueger. It looks like Kruger to me.
Kruger?
Alan Kruger. He was a former Clinton and Obama economic advisor.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Looking forward to being in Tuscumbia, Alabama tomorrow night. Parkview Baptist Church going into year 2. The big kickoff service for the next 40-week curriculum, and men coming from all over the area. And if you want to be there tomorrow night, you sure can. Just go to themannchurch.com, look under upcoming events, and you'll see it right there. and you get all the details. And boy, they're going to have quite a night. Going to feed you. Going to have some great door prizes, and I look forward to having the honor of sharing that message tomorrow night, and then plugging you into the next curriculum. All right, so Bubba, you told me there has been a spotless giraffe.
Yeah, Bright's Zoo in Limestone, Tennessee, has had a new baby giraffe born, and she is spotless. She's actually tan in color. Giraffe experts believe it is the only solid colored giraffe living anywhere on the planet.
Oh no!
No,
What
they
a
don't
statement!
know
What
that.
a statement!
How about that?
That's what they
They
said.
don't know.
That's what they said.
Well, how about that?
Get on
That's
them, not
kinda
me.
cool.
I'm just telling you what they said.
Well, it really fired me up because now it really makes it unique.
Have you
But
seen?
it doesn't have its camouflage.
Betty was telling me about. She was watching some documentary on giraffe the other day. She said when they're born that the mother will keep knocking them down to teach them to be able to get up quick so they can defend
I
themselves.
did that with my kids.
Yeah,
It does work, by the way.
but it's the only tan giraffe we know of. Let's put it that way. And they're having a contest to try to name the giraffe.
What's the opposite spot? I don't
Tanny
know.
McTan face.
Tanny McTan. You know, here's what I'm wondering. I wonder, and I guess they think that, or they wouldn't be making all these statements. I mean, well, no, maybe not, Rick. If it's the only one ever, we don't know. Will spots maybe come up later?
Well, that's the question. They said usually or sometimes when the calf is born, it will not have spots, but it'll be white in color, and the spots will grow in. So this was the first one to have a dark tan color. So, you know.
Where's this at?
We need a good name. Limestone, Tennessee.
I'm going to see it.
It's got a pretty coat on it. It's pretty
Tennessee.
color.
No, it is.
It just doesn't look like a giraffe.
Well,
It
Greg,
doesn't. It
Greg,
really doesn't.
Greg brought up something though. I mean, part of that design is him to be able to stand in them trees and not be seen.
Good thing this one's in captivity.
Mm-hmm.
Because he can't hide.
Yeah, they can fight pretty good, but still.
Boy, sling that neck.
They
fight each
kick,
other.
and they really kick good too. They can really kick.
They just take turns slinging the
That's
neck.
a weird looking
Like,
animal, yeah.
I hit you, you hit me.
Yeah,
I'm
we
gonna
did.
hit you,
We
you
did a
hit me.
whole one time taking on the bizarreness of the giraffe. It is a that's a wild.
We
looking
let
animal.
giraffes
Yeah,
and
it is.
elephants hang around and don't make a big deal of how weird they look.
I know.
That's two weird looking animals.
Yeah.
But,
They said they've
large,
narrowed
too.
it
Very
down
large.
to 4 names that are all Eastern Africa names. One meaning unique, one meaning extraordinary, one meaning most beautiful, and one meaning great beauty. But boy, they're all hard to pronounce. It's
I'll
going
give
to
it
be
a
hard.
shot,
It's
Bob.
going to be hard
Please.
for the kids to come in there.
See,
and do
yeah,
that.
they need to name him like Smiley or something. you
Right.
know, something
Name it
kids
Tana.
can do.
Tana. It's tan.
How about Tana, Montana?
What about Frank?
Montana's a good name for it.
That's not
You know?
bad.
What
Montana's
about
a
Gary
good.
the giraffe?
What about Oz never give you anything to the Tan Man?
Come on.
What about Spot? You know, little
Go the other way,
Yeah.
like we call a big man tiny.
Yeah.
There you go.
By the way, the spots on a giraffe really make it look like a giraffe. Like this thing doesn't look like a
No.
giraffe.
It looks
like
more
a nail
an,
guy.
an antelope
Yes.
or something.
Like a nail guy with a
deer
long
or
neck.
something.
It looks like
It looks so weird.
It looks like a deer that has challenges.
Yeah.
Yeah, that everybody made fun of.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it does.
I mean,
Have you
like a
seen-
horse with real big problems.
Have you seen people that like will take their dog and get it cut and colored like a giraffe? How funny it looks.
Yeah.
You know, people doctor up their animals.
I've seen
because they love them.
Don't forget about that tiger that you show up here, the little tiger.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Well, we had a real fluffy cat one time. We had it cut like a lion, and it was the funniest thing.
Because you loved him.
Well, it was embarrassed to begin with, but then it kind of was digging it, and it had a little ball on its tail that was
There
cut, and
you
it'd
go.
flip it around like, check me out.
See,
Should people do things like
See
that?
that? Look at the dog's face. He don't like looking.
No,
like
it's
that.
like, what are you doing to me?
And we're supposed to think these kind of people
not happy.
are good pet owners,
right?
right?
Yeah.
These are the good pet owners.
I mean, that dog, you can tell by his face he didn't want no part
that's
of it.
that's not animal abuse. I mean,
I know, you painted
it's
him up like a
right,
giraffe.
Right. I don't get it.
You didn't even ask him.
Yeah, but I mean, to each his own. The dog didn't have a say in it.
There's something wrong with that guy, and that dog is not happy about it.
look at that dog.
That dog is not
No,
happy.
he ain't happy
Not
about
at
it.
all.
Aside from
Even
the
made his
part
feet look like
that,
hoofs.
that why are you doing that? It is kind of it's very creative. They're able to do that and make it look like a
Bubba, you
giraffe.
can do a couple years that way.
Well, no.
Yeah, probably not one of the most sought after gifts.
You know what I can do? You know what? What's your?
You make a dog look like
I'm
a
really
giraffe.
gifted in this
So,
category.
Not trying to brag, but I'll tell you what I'm good at. I can make people's domestic pets look like wild animals.
Just saying.
Can you now?
Yeah.
Boy, what a market there must
Big
be for
demand
that.
for that.
Yeah, right. Wow. So just keep it down.
Look.
Yeah, all that's so
Well,
wrong.
now we've got that guy that's
I
brought the
know.
little dog.
Yes.
We know.
Yeah, love
You try
the
to make
show.
that
He
for a
loves
case
that
for
story.
something that's okay.
I know. Remember, he claimed it was a service dog.
Speaking of oddities,
I don't think I'd call that scenario balanced.
Did you?
I saw the guy. He's never stumbled.
Have you seen the video,
Now
Rick?
that I like.
Of two guys, they put on a zebra outfit and they're trying to mix in with zebras out in the wild to study them.
better
Have you
look
seen
out.
this?
That's ringing a bell, but I don't remember the details.
It shows them running down the
They better be
plains trying
careful.
to keep up with a herd of
They
zebras to
better be
mix in
careful.
until two lions showed up.
I bet it wasn't any fun then, was it?
Well, you need to see the video.
Is that
Their
made up?
costume's pretty good. Wow.
Yeah, man, that does look great. That does look great.
That's not them. Sorry.
Did you hear what the guy in the front of the zebra outfit said to the guy in the back?
No, what?
He said, "What's going on?" He said, "Well, it looks like one of the males are approaching us." And he said, "What are you going to do?" He said, "I'm about to eat a little grass, but you might want to brace yourself."
Get you a good hand, Hope.
All right. I'm going to eat a little grass.
I like that one.
That's one
That's
of
a
my
good
favorites. Oh, yeah.
The last scene in the video I saw had the lion going across the plains with the head of the zebra.
No, you're making this up.
No,
That can't be a real video.
That was off Benny Hill.
Benny what?
Benny Hill. Remember that?
Benny Hinn?
No, Benny Hill.
Different.
Oh, Benny Hinn is the.
Both comical, but for different reasons.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hill. Yeah, you're right.
But so that really happened?
Yeah, I'll try to find the video.
I think this is
right
it.
here. This is it. This is it.
This
by
is
the way.
it.
Y'all.
Wow, that's
Wait a minute,
dangerous.
they're letting it bite them.
What is wrong with these idiots?
Goodness gracious.
Bubba, that's
Rick, look,
Who
they're trying to
does
make
this?
a break.
Oh, there
Look,
goes the
get
real
away.
zebra.
Look how it's running. It doesn't even run.
Ditch
like a
the
zebra.
costume at that point.
Guys. It's biting him on the butt.
This has got to be like tame lions. Or
Yeah, it's
something.
got to be.
Do they know?
Well, they don't look tame.
They
See,
sure
here
don't.
he is. He's leaving with the head.
Well, you got to be kind of upset with the guy that keeps filming.
Yeah.
I don't know where that's from or what that is.
That's
I just
funny.
found it
Funny,
on the
though,
internet.
It's
That
very
was
funny.
I can watch that a lot.
Very funny. Bubba, remind me, I'm going to look in the break for something I meant to bring you today, and it's on this topic. Not that specific, but stupid people that get killed doing stupid things.
Oh.
Okay? And because, believe it or not, the speech you've been giving, the Bible says the same thing.
I take no pride in that.
How about there's a proverb that basically says what you've been saying forever.
Well, let's put it in a frame.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can find it in the break because I know what chapter I'm in. I think I can find it. All right, we'll come back. 866 We Be Big. I thought of you when I read it. 866 We Be Big. Phone calls are next. Anything you want to talk about? We'll get.
Yep. Can I? The guys in the zebra suit stayed with it a lot longer than I would have.
And it's not as good a zebra suit as I thought it would be.
No.
Yeah, it looks like the one you were making fun of.
What's funny though, when they run, they're not galloping. You see four legs all working on their own.
You get that at Party City.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He was still on the staff at Princeton University as an economics guy, and he had a book coming out in June and mysteriously appears committed suicide over the weekend, and we don't know a lot of details.
Now, say that again. He had a book about to come out?
Had a book coming out in June. He has he leaves a wife at home, 2 children, one 28, one 26. He also has elderly parents who are still alive. The family confirmed that he'd killed himself in a statement that they released by Princeton on Monday, but gave no details surrounding his death. And he had worked closely with Clinton and Obama.
Did you almost say Obama?
Obama.
He did.
Administration. And the book that he has coming out, which is his 6th, is called Rockonomics. And it's an economics book that is based and has musical ties to it. I don't know the full details.
So it's not some kind of tell-all book or anything like that.
That's what the name of it is, Rockonomics.
But what I'm saying is, because all these conspiracy theories, it wasn't going to be something that was negative toward.
Unless there's a hidden message.
We don't know. Now, let me tell you what they say. This is what they say about the book. It uses the music industry from superstar artists to music executives, from managers to promoters, as a way to explain key principles of economics and forces shaping our economic lives.
That's weird.
Rockonomics.
Now he was best known, Rick, for his work and he was one of the people who promoted the idea that a raise in the minimum wage did not affect the labor pool. In other words, people did not lose their job after there were higher minimum wages, as conservatives had long argued.
Who stopped listening? You did.
I did.
Well, Rockonomics threw us because we thought,
Rockonomics.
I could tell.
Okay, here's the cover of the book. It says a backstage tour of what the music industry can teach us about economics and life.
Okay.
Rockonomics.
Really, what he's doing is doing a whole book on is this Dave Ramsey or Gene Simmons?
Yeah, kind of. It may be.
He's doing a whole book on that same thing.
But again, for a guy who was successful, I mean, he appeared with Clinton, he appeared with Obama, he was in the White House quite a bit. Worked there for the most part. It's very strange with a book coming out that he would take his own life. I would think that just seems
right,
strange.
and nobody knows. It may be he was a troubled person, and there's nothing more complicated than that.
Yeah.
But again, anytime people connected to the Clintons go in,
it's just another that will be on that list.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
Golly, it's a long one too.
It really, really is. And when you look at it, it has to kind of blow your mind. So we'll follow that to see if there's anything that comes out of that.
What about this?
Rockonomics. Did you see, and I love this too, I'm so glad. Don't you love when somebody takes it and they do the work that we weren't willing to do, and all we have to do is read it?
Yes, Rick.
And that is that there's this list out to now from FoxNews.com, and other people may have it. Probably not, based on what it says.
Yeah.
You may only find it at Fox News. And that is they have the 10 times that experts have predicted the world would already have ended by now.
Oh, I like it.
Do you love that kind of stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Because, a Casio kid.
It's called accountability.
Yeah, a Casio kid Cortez is saying it's going to end in 12 years now.
Well, 11 and a half now.
Yeah,
right?
true.
Yeah.
The countdown is on.
And she's scared
What
all
year
these
would that be? What is 12 years?
Rockonomics.
So it's
19,
30, 20,
28.
Yeah, it says here global
Which
warming.
Is it, 12 years? I'm sorry.
Number one, Bubba, and this one we've talked about a lot. That in 1989, here's what we were told. Are you ready for this? In 1989, Associated Press relayed this warning from a UN official. You ready for this one?
Go with it.
Okay. Global warming to wipe nations off the face of the earth if climate change is not addressed by the year 2000.
2000.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, we blew through that one.
Yep. So we made that one.
All right, so everybody that had their name tied to that one, you're a big loser.
Yeah.
You were wrong. Okay?
Incorrect.
What are they?
Loser.
Bubba, how about
L on
this?
the forehead.
Are you ready for this one? In 1967, there was a best-selling book that came out called Famine 1975, and it says if America doesn't do something about mass starvation, we will all be dead by 1975.
75.
Everybody tied to that. Big loser. You were wrong again.
Bubba,
Listen, if we don't make fun of people who make these predictions and get it wrong, we're just going to have more idiots doing this. See, this is where we've let idiots grow in the garden. We need to purge the idiots, make fun of them, and then they'll think twice about coming out with some goofy prediction.
Get a call them.
Bubba, don't forget this one because you and I've talked about this. We've had the world was going to end by global warming. Don't miss this dilly. Global freezing.
75.
As dangerous as nuclear war, it was called. And of course, it was supposed to be. The world was supposed to be 11 degrees colder. 35 minutes past the hour. Phone troll is ready to go. All 10 lines are available. Move now. You can make a comment, ask a question. You can bring information to the table. A lot of topics on the table for you to respond to. Or you can bring up your own topic or your own question. It is not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. No, not that. Everything else is available, and we would love to hear from you right now. If you move, Helmsy will get you lined up and get you ready to go while I point you to solving a problem. Bubba, we love to be problem solvers. I mean, some people call us problem solvers. Hey, let's get the problem solved and answer the question, hey, what's for dinner? HelloFresh.com/Bubba, America's #1 meal kit. And here's why it's #1. It's one thing for you to get help on a shopping list. I mean, that's helpful. But what about I'm not just putting down on paper what I need to go to the store and get. I'm actually getting the meal ingredients as well.
all there coming to my door with an easy-to-read recipe card for new things or things maybe I get savvy at and I know how to prepare anyway. And you go, well, look, I need some stuff that's really hopping. We got to do this. We got to get to practice. We got to do this. We got after school this. Well, then 15-minute meals are available. There's over 40 choices every week. Try and do a little better. Fit and wholesome meals are. And that's the hardest part of doing better is meal planning. If you want to eat better, most of us fall back to eating poorly because it's just simpler. But if you had it already planned and you already had the meals, it makes a huge difference. Family friendly, they've got that. So go right now to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, HelloFresh.com/Bubba, and we'll get you 50% off, and we're going to get you free shipping. That link is also at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. You no longer have to figure the question, hey, what's for dinner? Jason gets us started. Jason, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How are y'all?
We're good.
Hey, I've got the perfect name for your new CD.
Okay.
Going Through Rough Patch.
Rough patch?
Yeah, a lot of rough patch.
A lot of rough patch this year.
Going through a rough patch.
I'm going through a rough patch right now. That's that could be rough patch. Could just call it rough patch. Which there's been plenty of that. 866 We Be Big. If you are trying to get in, now's the time to move. Lines are coming available right now, and Helmsy's ready to go. So Craig says he's going to answer a question from earlier in the program, which is fine. Go right ahead, Craig. You're on.
No, you answered your own question. You just didn't realize it. You said, why would we go back to mask? It did more harm than it did good. Well, that's their goal.
So you're under the, are you under that theory that they want people to get sick and they want people to die? They want them to die? They want it to spread?
No, they want to put the mask back on it because we know it affected how the children learn. They want to
So they want children not to be educated well?
I think it's more of a control issue.
Yeah, that's true.
Wanting to dictate terms to people.
Yep. Yeah, well,
get your mask on, get it off.
And I also think it's one of these things that we see. Human beings, one of the big struggles with all of us as human beings is we don't like the idea that there is an issue that we can't absolutely guarantee ourselves we won't experience. We try to control everything. And you mentioned control, but it's also human beings. They kind of like going, oh, so if I put the mask on, it won't get me? Well, even though we all know that really isn't true, you've been told that if you put it on that somehow you've got some protection, and so you're drawn to it. Now, of course, you realize pretty quick you can't breathe in it. And like I said, you get all kinds of rashes on your face under it. And so what happens then? You pull it down under your nose, and then you have your lips covered. And now the nose, which is where all of these viruses connect, and that's how we get them, is now fully exposed.
Yeah.
Then you've heard, but you don't want to hear it, that the virus is so small, these everyday masks that you can get at the store,
don't affect them.
They don't even affect them. Mm-mm. The sides are open.
But now I say this, though, Rick, if it can get to you through your chin, they got it covered.
You're right.
When they put it in like a chin strap.
If you wore a space helmet with a breather with a certain type of mask on it, you'd be in better shape. But most people don't have that luxury.
Yeah. Well,
and again, I think there's a control issue there.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's also, there's a certain amount of the public that wants the government to do everything for them.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And they are used to the government telling them they're solving all their problems. So they demand that the government and that could be whatever governing body it is, does something. Don't just sit there. Do something.
Well, look, we did something.
So they'll say, okay, wear a mask.
Yeah. Same thing for schools
What else
and
you want?
businesses, that kind of stuff. The other thing you have to look at, which if you want to go conspiracy theory, I do see that I can buy into the last time we were able to manipulate an election is when we started letting people do things concerning voting that we would not have let them do if we weren't in a pandemic.
Right.
Now, I can see that where you go, well,
absolutely. It gives them more power to be able to manipulate other things.
Yeah, how are we going to be able to do this drive-by voting again if people really are at no risk of danger? Now, back to the real world. What I have done in my own life, and this is what I would suggest, because you're not going to live in a world where you can't catch this new virus. Now, the good news is it doesn't appear to be very deadly at all anymore, but nobody really wants to be sick. I got that. No. And you're afraid of it because it's still tied to that one that seemed to be, it was 1% of our population that was affected, but we didn't like what we all saw. People we knew died. Yeah. We didn't like that. But if you want to try to have some control, the thing you need to be working on is your immune system. And you don't need to be unhealthy and susceptible to having a hard time with something because your immune system isn't any good. Now, I understand some people are having treatments and cancer and all, and there's nothing you can do about it.
And your immune system wanes and waxes. It goes on a cycle, and there's high times that it's very effective and low times it's not. But you're correct. You need to try to build it up the best you can.
Yeah, so what you can do to make yourself healthier so when you get sick, it isn't a big deal to you, because there's no scenario where you don't get sick. Unless you're one of these people that's fortunate enough, like apparently some of our family members,
or be exposed to it.
Yeah, there's no scenario where you go, I'm going out today, unless you want to be boy in the bubble. I'm going out today, and there's no way I'll be exposed to COVID. It's not possible. We're never going to live in that world again. Okay, but you've already lived in that world because you get exposed to flu every year, you get exposed to colds every year, you get exposed to stomach viruses, all sorts of viruses, all sorts of various diseases. The best thing you can do is work on your immune system and work on treatments that help once you get sick. This thing of I put on certain masks and turn them a certain way and wear a helmet and somehow and put on gloves. I mean, I literally went to a social event back during all this where the guy was wearing gardening gloves. Mm-hmm. He literally had on gloves you have for a garden. And I thought to myself, what in the world are you doing? I mean, and so you need to concentrate more on here's the proper way I should treat myself if I get sick, or I need to have my body operating at peak performance by making sure I'm as healthy as I can be so my immune system operates as best it can. Mm-hmm. And don't do things like Bubba said that runs it down. That's the smarter way to go about it, because at least you have some say in that.
And to your point of these masks not working, when you're using a gaiter around your neck or have your nose exposed or whatever, I just found this video. This is going viral right now. This shows you how small.
Oh, it's tiny.
It is. So this measurement size, that's called a micrometer, and 1 micrometer is 1,000. Or 1 millimeter is 1,000 micrometers, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So here's a human hair, and we'll just do an average. A human hair is 100 micrometers. If you go down and get smaller and 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 smaller, all the way down to 0.1 micrometer, there is COVID.
You see what I'm talking about?
0.1 micrometer.
Did you see how much smaller it was than pollen?
Oh, yeah.
See, people wear masks and say, well, it helps me with pollen, so it'll help me with COVID. No, it won't. COVID is tiny compared to pollen.
Wow.
It's tiny compared to bacteria. And I was told this, I'm talking about the day one this started. A friend of ours that's a pharmacist says those masks do no good. You're comparing apples and oranges. Well, people at the hospital wear them, but they're wearing them for different. They're not wearing them for viruses. This virus is tiny. That mask is not going to stop it.
Man.
And so,
quite a graphic there.
It really was. That was good. That really put in perspective.
Pollen is 25 micrometers. Again, COVID is 0.1 micrometer.
You see how tiny it is? And you think that mask is going to keep that from getting in your nose or mouth?
No.
It's impossible. Let's go to Clay in Rome, Georgia. Clay, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, name for the new CD and a cover photo. Use the cover photo from the Google Earth image, Street View, and call it Creeper in a Van.
Adler.
Yeah, Creeper in a Van. That's funny.
I got it.
Oh, I see. That's an Adler thing. Okay.
Somebody sent me a suggestion just now. Uranus in a rough patch.
Or just Uranus.
Hey.
And have a picture of the planet on there.
Yeah.
It'll be a shame for it not to be listed on anything.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
by the year 2000, about twice what it would take to put us into an ice age, and that never happened.
Who said that one?
I'm looking to see who came up with that.
So one person had a 2000 big freeze, and one had the big warm.
Yeah. Yeah, so warming was
one
going.
of them were right.
We were going to be killed by 2000 by freezing and warming,
Which is
now I don't
what
know.
we call mutually exclusive. It can't both happen.
Bubba, the one on freezing was British scientist Nigel Calder.
Hey Nigel, you get the big L for a loser. Or is it this way on TV?
And Bubba, you had the year right. He told us that. He told us this. Your year was right in 1975.
Yeah,
wrong
again. Isn't that the one that the 75 Time magazine cover was off of?
You know what? This one, it says it was
the coming ice age.
See, that was on that, but it was his article. You're right. Both times you're right. That the Time magazine had that headline based on his article, which actually was published in International Wildlife magazine. But it's still the same thing.
Yeah.
So the ice age was going to kill us by 2000. Massive warming will also kill us. This is in the number 4 spot by 2000 again. The same UN official who predicted the loss of the entire nations by the year 2000 claimed that the most conservative scientific estimate is that the Earth's temperature will rise 1 to 7 degrees in the next 30 years, which should have had us out of business in 2000. But if you look, we're in 2019. The temperature has only rose by a half of a degree. So this
Who is that, Rick?
That one would be that same UN official who said it earlier, and they don't have his name in here. Rom.
Let's give Rom the big L for a loser.
Another loser.
You were wrong.
Number 6, and you'll love this one, Bubba.
Incorrect.
We'll enjoy this one. Number 6, Al Gore. Al Gore said we had said we had 10 years left, and he said that in 2006.
Well, hey, brother Al, loser for you on that one.
Al Gore said that humanity had only 10 years left before the world would reach the point of no return.
Can I tell you, Al Gore, I kind of liked him as a politician up until he ran with Clinton, and it just seemed to go downhill from there. Don't you think? You know, I mean, are we having an earthquake?
It does feel like
no.
it.
There's a
jackhammer.
You're good.
Yeah, the jackhammer world over here. You wouldn't believe it.
Because I don't hear it, but I feel it.
I thought I was having some kind of seizure.
I did too. I thought I'm having a mini stroke. Somebody catch me, Speedy.
Bubba, number 7, environmental catastrophe will cause nuclear holocaust by the year 2000.
2000.
In 1982, another UN official, Mustafa Toba,
Y2K too.
he warned that by the turn of the century, an environmental catastrophe will witness devastation as complete and irreversible as any nuclear holocaust.
Mustafa, let me give you a big loser on that one.
Bubba, number 8, 1970, Senator Gaylord Nelson, Democrat, Wisconsin, mass extinction by 1995. He's considered the father of Earth Day, but he is a loser.
Now, why was he predicting extinction? What was
We're
it?
talking
based
about
on?
gay Nelson?
This was just animals for him. He believed that in 25 years, somewhere between 75 and 80% of all species of living animals will be extinct.
Hey, Gaylord, let me give you the big loser on that one.
Gay
And
Nelson.
that first name.
Gay Nelson, incorrect.
Number 9, scientist Harrison Brown predicted in Scientific American
Harry Brown.
that all metals will be depleted by 1990. Zinc, tin, gold, silver deposits would be fully depleted before 1990. How about this? And he's a loser. And so,
But let me ask you, this is interesting when people say things like this. Where does he think the gold that we've already mined is going?
I do not know.
It doesn't leave. Y'all, it doesn't. We have some on spacecraft for connections. I got that.
Right.
But it doesn't fly out of here. Y'all realize that like the junkyards of today is going to be the oil refineries in the future where they're going to mine these things back out, right? I mean, y'all know that, right?
Yeah. And then they go to number 10, and it's not another person. They give Walter E. Williams reason why all these people do this. And he says it's real simple. If you can give people a date and scare them, you can monetize it easier. A UFO story.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. So all these stories that we do on the show, and from time to time, I found the proverb. The ESV version is the best wording that ties to the show. Bubba, I'm thinking about making one of those things where it has a mat behind it, and we'll write it in some old English writing and put this up in your office, because you've said this so many times on the program, from Proverbs 21, verse 16, one who wanders from the way of good sense will rest in the assembly of the dead. And so that
says a lot.
It does. So you can put that, and we'll maybe get that for you for your office. You can have it up in there. Also, anything we missed that we needed to hit today? I know that I don't think you might have had Adler some of this, but I didn't see it on the list today, and I'm not saying you have to access it. But did you see? Well, now Bill Maher has fallen in love with Vivek Ramaswamy. Is Bill Maher? Is he slowly? Because he's getting older and wiser, and I think he was all about being a liberal, but then when this new progressive thing and the woke thing, it's almost like the way he sees the world and how he can be so crass about everything, it's almost like the woke movement, he can't get past it, because then that kind of violates how he sees the world and makes fun of ridiculous things. Yeah. And he'll make fun of us and stuff too, but I mean, it's almost like he's being asked to embrace something.
It's going way further than he was willing.
That
to go.
The way he's built, he just can't let it go.
Yeah.
Like we're because you see people having arguments now that you're like, well, that's not the argument. Y'all are not being truthful about what the argument's about. It's like you can't get past it. Well, now he's saying that he thinks Vivek Ramaswamy could do really well in the GOP primary, because he says, not trying to overthink this, he said, you handle yourself well. You're attractive looking. You're young. He said that's a big advantage you have over Biden and Trump immediately. Yeah. And he said, you're not a geriatric, and you seem to be a likable guy. You've got some color on your face. You're not orange or ghostly. So that's funny. And says you've got a great amount of energy because you're 38 years old. You seem super smart. And he said He said, then he says, the only alarm with me would be in the fact you are 38. Do you have enough wisdom on certain issues? So anyway, it's a fair question, yeah. But so that's out there today, and we also
can I ask a question on John Fetterman?
Yeah. I saw the mustache.
So social media went crazy yesterday because he posted a photo of himself with a new look. And it's just a mustache, is it?
Yeah, I saw that.
And everybody's like, okay, is that really him? It doesn't look like him. Because, all the conspiracy theorists are like, he's got a body double and all this kind of stuff. And it really doesn't look like him. But I don't know if it's just because of the new look, but some of the facial features definitely doesn't look like him. I don't know if it's the glasses, if it's – I don't know what it is, but – what do y'all think?
I think the ears don't stick out as far in that one picture.
I think, is that him on the left?
Yeah, the ears don't stick out.
I think this is a good move. Now, it does harken back to the 70s, but he doesn't seem to look as monstrous.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if
right.
That don't look like him.
He doesn't look like Shrek as much.
I'm supposed to believe that's the same person.
Yeah.
I'm
not buying it. No. You got that big globe alien head.
Guys, his wrinkles are not even the same.
Look at his ears. You got pistol grips on the right.
I will say this: he does have that vein.
Did you say pistol grips?
Yeah, them big old ears.
Right.
No, I think it's the same guy. He just looks really different with glasses and a mustache.
Well, I don't know what he did.
Really did.
What happened to his ears?
That goatee.
Yeah. Man, what about his forehead?
Did he pin his ears back?
Are the glasses hiding the ears more than we think they are?
Maybe so. Yeah, that's it. Maybe that's it. And the angle.
That's right. Is it as simple as
that ain't him.
He took that picture of himself versus somebody else took your picture?
That'll make a big difference.
So you can make sure your ears don't stick out as much because you're in charge of the camera?
Okay.
That'll make a big difference.
I will say, like right above his left eyebrow, there's a vein, and it's the same vein.
Yeah.
And his wrinkles are the same as they come down on his forehead. So I'm really studying this.
That's a good body double then. Yeah, for sure.
It is. I will say he's kind of –
I think it's his brother.
He's kind of taken over the look of the policeman that shows up at the bachelorette party.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
yeah,
but
absolutely.
yeah, you're right, with the mustache. But
I'll say that he does. Tom Selleck.
There-
He needs to stick with this look, though.
No doubt. He doesn't look near as monstrous.
No, he doesn't.
If I could make a pivot where I would look less like a monster, I'd make it.
Right.
I'm just not.
You know,
I'm
I
not
think that's
convinced
always a
that's
good
him.
call.
Yeah, right. If you can move
Less
away
monster,
from the monster, yeah.
more something else. Yeah.
Less Shrek, more human.
Yeah.
You know?
Also, a bizarre incident in Atlanta happened yesterday. You know these cars that shut down intersections and they start like spilling out.
I know
and
we got
cutting
that
donuts.
video. Yeah.
Well, apparently there was a truck that was doing that, and there was a ton of onlookers
runs
and all
over
this kind
people.
of stuff. Well, then when he tries to exit the intersection because police are coming, he runs over somebody in the crowd, but the police are getting praised because they're not putting up with it.
Yeah, this is video 12.
Have you
Adler.
seen this, Rick? How many people?
Yeah.
It looks like he's knocking out of the way.
Yeah, right. This is the and so the,
we
but
can only play a little bit of the audio because the audio
should I
has
take it
profanity
down?
in it.
Should I take the audio down?
So this guy, we're all stopped in traffic. He decides to cut donuts.
Right, right.
Boy,
And so now in the audio, you would say, "Hey, the
oh
police
wow,
are
he's trying to
coming."
run over people.
Well, he's trying to get away,
Yeah.
and he runs over people. But watch this officer here; he is not putting up with it.
Oh, pit maneuver.
Yeah, and he gets on the hood of the police car.
Yanks him out.
So is there an update on this story? Was the guy high on drugs? Was he drunk? Was
we
he,
have a written story.
Why,
on it. I
why,
haven't read
why would he be doing donuts in the beginning?
Right.
But because he looks like right now he's cold.
Oh, he's really cold.
He's really cold. He even throws.
And he's saying sorry about that and all that. But I don't know why he would start this.
People do that now.
Yeah.
It's a thing you do.
There's
and everybody
another,
stands around and watches.
There's another angle that shows the people he's hitting.
I think he hits
that's
like
even
2,
worse.
maybe.
Yes, it looks like there's
I
more.
thought he hit some people. I did. Yeah.
Oh, he does.
Yeah. And so he's gonna have to answer for that.
Here's
so
the other
are you
view of
saying, Adler, this is becoming mod for me to try to
Rick,
drift?
watch the
in
video. Watch
traffic?
all the people. Looks like I don't see how they wasn't killed.
I
honestly. It
know.
looks like they went right under the truck.
I agree.
Oh, you're right. Those people got hit bad.
They did.
It says it's unclear the number of people who were injured.
That's Speedy's truck.
Yeah, and
That's Speedy.
and it says that it did not appear the driver resisted. We saw that.
Mm-hmm.
He drug him out anyway.
Yeah, but he tried to run.
Yeah.
But they don't have anything in this story that tells us that he was under the influence of anything other than what Adler said. He said this. He just decided he was going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
He thought this was cool.
The mayor of Birmingham has had a big problem with this in Birmingham. People shutting down intersections, doing donuts and stuff like that. So it's common in big cities.
Yeah,
And a lot of these
Atlanta,
folks are influencers and they're on social media, so everybody's out there with their phone and they're going to record it and post it.
That's the drug they're on.
Yeah.
Getting likes and views and being cool.
May I read Proverbs 21:19?
Yeah, do it again, Rick.
No, sorry, 21:16. One who wanders from the way of good sense will rest in the assembly of the dead.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean it's what a fool. You can't think any further down the road than that.
Yeah, how's this going to end when I come out of this spin?
Right.
Pretty crowded area.
Oh, wow, those are blue lights. I got to go.
Yeah. Hope I'm running over people.
Yeah. All right. If you leave us, have a good day. Don't forget, if you miss any part of the show every day, there's full video and full audio archives available for you every day. Find them at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.